Good morning. Good morning. If the joint Metro North and Long Island Railroad Committee meeting could come to order, please. Are there any public speakers?
Yes, we have one public speaker. We ask him to please adhere to the 2-minute time limit. The speaker is Murray Bowden.
Thank you.
There's one set of rules. You want me to follow the rules? I want you to follow the rules. The red box at Roaring Brook is illegal. Blowing the train horns at 125th Street is not required. This committee needs to look at the president of Metro North Railroad, ask why they're buying married pair, which are extra equipment, when everybody else is buying open cars. Andrew Saul's right. You're not paying attention, and it's this committee's responsibility. It's this committee's responsibility to immediately get a new president for Metro North. I go to the railroad station, there's a PA system that says there's a train coming. Why are you blowing the train horn half-mile up the road? Nobody on the platform can hear it. It is this committee's responsibility to look at those things and say, why are we doing things that were useful 50 years ago but not today? And unless this committee does something about it, you're going to have safety issues and you're going to have crashes and you're going to waste money on buying cars you don't need and testing equipment that you don't need. You need a new president of Metro North, and you need a new president immediately.
That concludes the public speakers.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of our May meeting? Second. Those in favor? Thank you. The minutes are approved. Are there any changes to the work plan?
Yes, there actually is one change to the Metro North work plan. The biannual report on the M9 procurement is no longer included in the Metro North work plan because Metro North has elected not to exercise the option in the M9 contract, so it will be Long Island item only.
For the Long Island?
And there are no changes to the Long Island Railroad's work plan.
Thank you. In that case, we'll have the Metro North report first, please.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Metzger. I want to first provide some important updates on a number of matters that are of interest to the committee. Wanted to let the committee know that Glenn Hayden and I and the PTC team traveled out to Pittsburgh to visit with the system integrator earlier this month. It was a productive meeting. We got to spend one day with Bombardier staff and then another part of the day with Siemens staff. Got to visit their facilities, actually see some testing in action in the test lab. We still have concerns in terms of the resourcing that's being made available for this project, but it was actually a very good visit. We got to spend a lot of time with senior executives. Long Island was there at the same time as well. It was actually gratifying to see them actually run testing in our lab and seeing it go well. We continue to monitor the progress very closely on this very important project, but wanted you to know that we feel like high-level visibility out there is very important in order to keep the schedule going. We have a PTC update later on in the agenda for today, but it was a good visit, and we'll probably make more before the year is out. I'm proud to announce that last week, APTA awarded Metro North its very coveted Gold Award for Safety for our TRACS program. Together, Railroads and Communities Keeping Safe. Justin was out there in Denver accepting the award. I want to give a special shout out to the Office of System Safety for the wonderful work they've done in getting this program off the ground in a relatively short period of time. Since its inception in 2016, TRACS has reached 191,000 people. At least initially, we've focused primarily on rider safety, grade crossing safety, and trespassing, but in 2017, we expanded the program to include campaigns about emergency preparedness, gap safety, and bridge plate safety. We continue to expand in 2018 to include suicide prevention partnerships, which is obviously an issue for both railroads. Earning this award, I'm very, very proud of this award. It shows Metro North's intense focus on safety. So again, I want to thank all the people in the Office of System Safety and Justin for his leadership in terms of this award. While I'm thanking people, I want to thank my staff and my team for work that's been done on 3 capital projects which recently came to completion. The first is, and Susan, this is near and dear to Susan's heart, the construction of a mini high-level platform at the Port Jervis station to help accessibility for our riders who use wheelchairs or have mobility-based disabilities. The team that was working on the replacement of the pole line up in the Upper Harlem, these were poles that were damaged in some of the March storms. It was a concerted effort for, I think, 8 weeks to be able to replace this pole line. Required emergency busing, which was a tremendous inconvenience to our customers, so I'm very gratified to say that that busing is no longer needed. It was a tremendous effort to support the busing, so it wasn't just the people who were actually doing the work on the pole lines, but multiple departments actually supporting the busing during that period of time. So I want to thank everyone for pulling together on that project. It was really quite an accomplishment. And finally, just this past week, we completed the replacement of the west side staircase leading up to the platform at Harlem 125th Street from the street level. And we're now going to turn our efforts to replacing the east side staircase. I was not here last month, but last month when Sue sat in this chair, she talked a little bit about crowding conditions that we're having on the Harlem line as the result of the schedule change that went into effect March 18th. As you'll recall, that schedule change was necessary to be able to move forward with the White Plains project, and that's actually happening now. Unfortunately, one of the side effects of the schedule change has been some crowding in the off-peak on Harlem line trains, and it's been noticeable. And to a certain extent, it's been exacerbated at White Plains stations because of the closing of the southern end of the platform to be able to start that work. So we had crowded condition on the trains, and then some crowding on the platform at White Plains. So I asked our operations planning department to take a look at this issue to see what measures we might be able to put into place to mitigate some of the crowded conditions that we've been experiencing. So based on the counts, we've been doing a lot of counting to sort of get a handle on the situation and what trains were experiencing crowding conditions. 2 trains, train 581, which is the 7:59 p.m. local from GCT to North White Plains, and train 683, the 8:53 p.m. express to Southeast with a connection to Wassaic. Both of those trains were experiencing quite crowded conditions, and as a result, we increased both of those trains from 6 cars to 8 cars. In addition, we're trying to put into place a couple of other measures to be able to alleviate some of the crowding on other trains because we're seeing it sporadically. We've been Planning and Transportation have been coordinating their efforts to reinforce to our train crews that all midday and evening trains on the Harlem line that have 8 cars or fewer in the consist must operate with all cars for service, so there'll be no deadhead cars on those trains. Crews will also be making announcements informing passengers if there are seats available towards the middle or the rear of trains, which tends to be the case. And third, effective this Wednesday, we're going to be reducing the number of quiet cars during weekday off-peak periods from the current 2 cars to 1. This is intended to encourage people to sort of spread out on the train. We've been having a lot of bunching, and having 2 quiet cars at the end has been exacerbating that problem a bit. For consistency, we're making this change on all 3 lines. There will be no change to the quiet car program during the peak periods. This is just off-peak as a way of dealing with the off-peak crowding, and we're going to keep an eye on it to see whether it works and is effective. We're going to continue to monitor ridership, and we will make additional adjustments as necessary, but this is our first steps to try to alleviate some of these conditions. As Sue mentioned last month, May service delivery was very challenging, especially during the PM peak, and our trains operated below goal at 91%. Year-to-date on-time performance is above goal at 93.1%. We've been experiencing a higher number of 6 to 10-minute delays in the off-peak as the result of our infrastructure work. West of service has also operated below goal at 90.5%. As we mentioned at last month's meeting, we are continuing to pursue measures to mitigate the service impact on our Pascack Valley Line customers of New Jersey Transit's decision to temporarily reduce train service system-wide, including 1 a.m. and 1 p.m. peak train. We have requested that New Jersey Transit commit not to cancel the remaining express train for the duration of the service reductions. Asked New Jersey Transit to accelerate restoring the 2 canceled Pascack Valley trains before the end of the year. We are cross-honoring Pascack Valley Line tickets for the duration of the service reductions on the Hudson Harlem lines, Haverstraw-Ossining Ferry, and the Port Jervis lines. And we're also providing reimbursement to Rockland County for Pascack Valley Line ticket holders who travel on the TZ Express buses during this period. We're also exploring options to invest the funding that we will be saving by not paying for the 2 express trains into transit projects that will benefit Pascack Valley Line customers. Last week, a number of us, including Susan Metzger, Carl Wartendijk, and Randy Glucksman, met with County Executive Ed Day and his staff to talk about these issues and to hear their suggestions in terms of further ways to mitigate some of the impacts that we're having, that the Pascack Valley Line is experiencing as the result of these service reductions. And this continues a work in progress. Just a quick note, as a part of Amtrak's continuing infrastructure renewal at Penn Station, since Memorial Day, multiple Amtrak trains have been running into GCT. This program will continue up until Labor Day, September 3rd. The Amtrak trains have been integrated into our operations south of Spuyten Duyvil, and up to this point, we've really seen no operational impact as a result of the Amtrak service into GCT. Lastly, I just want to sort of give you a little bit of a teaser. As you may know, I think you know, Metro-North has had a 5-year strategic plan in place for about 2 years now, about 2.5 years. I've been president here for about 3 months now. I was acting for a bit before that. And we're in the process of integrating the existing strategic plan into a larger customer-facing corporate plan. We'll be unveiling it probably in the early fall, right after Labor Day. So I wanted to let you know that that work was in progress and to promise more and better detail at some point in the early fall. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you. In that case, do you have questions? Randy.
Just an FYI, as far as the agreement not to cancel our trains, this past Friday night, the Evening Express train 1629 was canceled by NJ Transit.
Yeah,
This past Friday night.
Yeah,
No excuse given, just it's simply canceled. Use the next train.
I mean, we've discussed. I mean, the frustrating thing about this is that we've been discussing for some time the crew shortages that have been really plaguing New Jersey Transit for some time now, and it's been a hardship for our riders. And we had a very long conversation about that with County Executive Day last week. It unfortunately takes a while for that situation to be remediated, but we continue to work closely with New Jersey Transit. My understanding is on train 1616, they're going to be increasing the consist size as of tomorrow, which helps. So, unfortunately, it's every little bit helps at this point in time, but I certainly feel the pain of our Pascack Valley Line riders, and we're continuing to work as closely as we can with New Jersey Transit to try to mitigate the pain as much as we can.
Any additional questions? May we have the safety report, please?
Good morning. The safety report can be found on page 42. The customer accident rate is nearly 29% lower than the previous 12 months. The employee lost time injury rate is down nearly 2% versus the previous 12 months. Our community outreach program TRACS reached 10,500 individuals in April, bringing the total for the year to over 29,000. And we held our second annual Safety Excellence Awards on Thursday, May 31st. The event recognized Metro-North employees and groups that made safety their top priority and have proved through their work that safety makes a difference, impacting both our people and our customers, key drivers in our strategic plan. And finally, on Thursday, June 7th, we participated in International Level Crossing Awareness Day. We distributed safety materials at grade crossings in New York and Connecticut and reached nearly 2,000 individuals. This concludes the report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Hearing none, may we have the Long Island report, please?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, everyone. At Long Island Railroad, we're coming off a nonstop 10 days of supporting of major events, in addition to our daily operations, where we played a critical role in a number of local and national events in New York City and on Long Island. We kicked off with the Subway Series at Citi Field, and on Saturday, June 9th, we managed heavy ridership to the Belmont Stakes, where fans witnessed only the 13th Triple Crown winner in the 150th running of the Belmont Stakes. This was followed by Long Island Pride at Long Beach, the Puerto Rican Day Parade on Sunday, June 10th, and then beginning Monday, June 11th, the U.S. Open at Shinnecock was underway and saw some large crowds throughout the week, culminating with the final round yesterday. All told, I'm glad to tell you that we provided over 41,400 rides, counting both directions, for these special events. On Saturday alone for the U.S. Open, we saw 23,000 trips to and from Shinnecock Hills. And I want to thank my staff for their hard work in preparing and executing safe trips for fans and commuters throughout our whole system. This is not to say we did not face challenges. In the early afternoon on Saturday, June 9th, one of our signal components at the Queens Interlocking just east of Belmont failed. In leading up to our busy weekend, our engineering team inspected and tested all critical components along our main line and along the tracks to Belmont. This circuit board, which failed, serves the communication system for the main line as well as Belmont. It was tested during normal operations, peak and off-peak, and even visual inspections after identifying the malfunctioning circuit board did not show which element of the board failed nor why. That is why we have sent it back to the manufacturer for root cause analysis. And unfortunately, while some fans traveling in the early afternoon were delayed getting to Belmont, thankfully, our protocol and preparedness for that event dictated that we had track and personnel staged at the Queens Interlocking, and were able to respond immediately. We were able to begin moving riders under emergency control while working to identify the cause. And while this meant a slow speed, without the preparation, we would not have been able to get our riders to Belmont in time to witness history. And ultimately, we took local control, we identified the circuit board, and we restored full control prior to the PM exiting crowds. We recovered before that PM rush, and we safely moved over 23,000 fans back to Jamaica and Penn Station before 10 p.m. So to ensure improvements in the future, we are reviewing our communications both internally and externally, and we're doing this with senior staff, and we're doing this with staff at all levels. I've discussed with our senior management the procedures for these instances, and we are deconstructing each level of internal communication to ensure more seamless communication across sectors so that our customers can receive more real-time information and updates that they deserve and that they expect. This is a critical part of the strategy that I presented last month and a direction that I will continue to give to staff. And when it comes to system repairs on the Long Island Railroad Forward, we are making good progress as promised. We've completed repairs on 2 key switches, and no failures have occurred since at those locations. We've added 2 additional switches, moving down the list of our most problematic components in the next 6 months that we plan to repair. Track circuit inspections at our busiest interlockings are underway, and we're making progress with PSE&G and have replaced 37 of the 79 poles that were identified for replacement and looking to accelerate for completion this year. We're also continuing to implement our system safety-wide initiatives with 150 grade crossings where delineators have now been installed throughout the system. This marks more than 50% of our 296, and we will be done well before the end of the year. And on June 7th, International Level Crossing Awareness Day, we launched a successful pilot with Waze, incorporating warnings as drivers approach our crossings to avoid accidental turns onto our tracks. We're receiving feedback from customers on how notifications are displayed and hope to optimize this program further. This is an important partnership as we aim to avoid dangerous situations with vehicles on our tracks. I'm also proud to report that since this initiative began in May, we've had no cars anywhere on our track system-wide, and I believe we have a brief video showing the warning notifications when drivers approach our crossings.
Watch out, hazard reported ahead.
We believe this will be a very critical component to aiding drivers as they cross tracks, being able to identify and more clearly point out to the motorists as they pass over our tracks safely. So the Long Island Railroad involves local school districts in promoting safety awareness each year as well by inviting students to participate in our annual Long Island Railroad Safety Contest. One winner is chosen from the elementary, middle school, and high school levels, and this year's high school essay winner was Wyandanches High, James Gustav, a 10th grader. We brought him in to shoot this public service video, which we are also happy to share with you today.
That's camera too.
Hi, I'm James Gustav of Winans High School, and welcome to today's Safety Focus. I don't have to tell you that we live in a very busy world, but being too distracted when you're near train tracks can cost you a lot more than time. It can cost you your life. The average train weighs about 200 tons. At 55 miles an hour, it can take up to a mile for it to come to a stop. People are certainly no match for a moving train, which is why the only safe place to cross the tracks is at a grade crossing. There are almost 130,000 public grade crossings in the U.S. That's a lot of grade crossings, but they are there to help you avoid disaster if you obey the warnings that they provide. According to the Federal Railroad Administration, there were over 8,600 railroad accidents last year in the U.S. While that number may be lower than the year before, it's still 8,600 too many. But getting that number down to 0 is possible, and it all starts with you. If the warning lights are flashing, and the bells are ringing, and crossing gates are down or are coming down, don't even think about driving around or walking under them. The Long Island Railroad partners with MTA Police to educate the public at the crossings themselves. It's called Operation Lifesaver, and it's had some great results. But it can't reach everybody, which is why you always have to be mindful of approaching trains when you're near tracks. They're much bigger than us, much faster than us, and they always have the right of way. This is James Gustav for Safety Focus, reminding you that you only have one life. Don't cut a shirt by looking for a shortcut. Your life is worth the wait.
I don't know about everyone else, but maybe a future employee for us here. So while we're focused on operations, focused on safety, we're also focused on the comfort for our riders. Our enhanced car cleaning program has also received positive feedback from customers and will continue to dispatch more appearance maintainers throughout our system in the upcoming months. Further, 65% of our fleet now has GPS equipment installed, and our team is underway configuring the location data to better push out real-time information for our customers. I'm pleased to also say that the first in a series of customer appreciation programs that we plan to roll out has proven a great success. Through Summer Saturdays initiative, we increased family fare tickets by 29% on our first weekend. That's 3,462 riders. And on the second weekend, we saw a 64% increase in the second weekend. This weekend's ticket sales will be available soon. And as summer continues to heat up, we expect riders will continue to take advantage of this program for getaways and hopefully leave their cars at home. In addition, we've also received very positive feedback on the Atlantic ticket. As of last Wednesday, we've sold nearly 5,000 tickets. And then this month, we've launched our Customer Conversation Series, hosting one forum in Nassau at Adelphi University and one in Suffolk County at Islip MacArthur Airport. Commuters had the opportunity to meet our senior management from all divisions, ask questions about capital projects, safety initiatives, operations, and public affairs strategies. We heard some great feedback from riders at each of these forums, and we're working to address concerns across the board. Beginning next month, we'll begin our Meet Your Station Manager program. Our customers will have a dedicated time to meet their station and branch line managers to answer questions and provide feedback at a more local level. This is a great opportunity for both customers and community engagement. And as I set out last month, we continue to base every decision we make on our riders' safety and convenience. This is a guiding philosophy and will continue to govern our work as we restore the system and make it worthy of our customers. Thank you.
Are there questions? Commissioner Mordler.
First, I'd like to congratulate you on the Atlantic ticket on behalf of Bronx Borough President Ruben Diaz. We look forward to a Bronx ticket on the Metro-North Railway. You're lagging. I have one question for you, Mr. Eng. How are you doing on the repairs and the refitting on the Hicksville station?
Those repairs are progressing. We've been working to try and finish them earlier. Right now, they're scheduled to be done, I believe it's this fall. Chris, is that correct?
That's a slippage from the original June date. When is it scheduled to be done?
August.
I guess I lost that bet. I had stayed with the representation that you were going to meet your goal, your predecessor's goal. I guess we aren't. Thank you.
I thought the PSA was great, and that partnership with the local high school and middle schools is fantastic. Do we have a similar partnership, Kathy, with Westchester schools?
We do. Our TRACS program, I mean, I used to work at Long Island, so I want to give a shout out to Long Island's TRACS program. Long Island's had a TRACS program for years, and we put ours into place a couple of years back. And a good portion of it relates to partnerships with schools. So we go to high schools, driving schools, preschools, schools of all levels to try to teach students very young about the importance of rail safety. We don't have a comparable contest, but our program also partners with schools really at every level throughout the territory. And we're always, happy to hear requests for us to come out. That's what the program does, is go out to different kinds of settings to be able to teach young students about the importance of rail safety.
Yes, Vinny.
Not really a question, just more of a comment, if I could be selfish for 30 seconds. I want to give a shout out to the workforce. President Eng talked about all the events and how busy we've been, and it doesn't seem to be letting up. And, the workforce has been really working tremendously hard, both providing all this additional service. 5 days a week is no longer enough for a railroad worker on the Long Island Railroad. If we relied on 5 days a week, we'd have big problems. They're spending a lot of time away from their families, and while we're moving all these people to the U.S. Open, we're still doing important work in Harold to move projects along. And I'm proud of the workforce and their dedication and their sacrifices. I want to give a shout out to Dave Kubicek for keeping labor in our organization in the loop with all of the progress and all the information relative to the events as they're going on, which is helpful to us to get word out to our members and keep people motivated to work, because that's it gets harder and harder, especially in the summer, to keep people motivated to work, and right now they are, and we're eager to keep working. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinny. It's a good reminder to the entire board. Long Island Railroad has had an incredibly busy time and handled it incredibly well, so thank you. Additional questions? Hearing none, we'll have the safety report. I do want to acknowledge that I thought the public safety announcement was terrific, except for that one shot with the person on the tracks that just took my breath away. But that young man is to be congratulated.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Our safety report can be found starting on page 45. And just to build on the remarks earlier from President Eng, we do have a picture of Mrs. Spinella's first grade class from West Islip. Their banner is actually hanging in the Babylon train station. The slogan that they came up with through the contest is "Look left, look right, it might save your life." And just below that is a picture of Janine Saracino, who is an 8th grade student graduating from St. Aidan School in Wilston Park. Her banner is hanging in the Mineola train station. Don't be safety blinded, be safety minded. So again, we appreciate all the cooperation. This is actually our second year of doing the school safety contests. So we have a little more longevity than Metro North, but we work very collaboratively together and are working together to build the programs on both properties based on shared experiences. So we look forward to them also being able to do this contest hopefully in the future. So for the reporting period ending April 2018, our average reportable customer injury rate decreased 42% over the same period prior. I do want to invite everyone to our next customer safety awareness event, which will take place Thursday, June 28th from 3 to 7 p.m. at Penn Station. As we've discussed in the past, looking at our customer safety and our performance, Penn Station continues to be a challenge for us. And by partnering with Amtrak, New Jersey Transit, New York City Transit, during that time period, we all send the same messages to our customers about how important it is that we safely travel together. So that event will take place on June 28th with all agencies participating. Our community outreach and education partnership with MTA Police reached over 31,000 participants through the end of April. There was a 1% increase in the average reportable customer lost time injury rate over the period that we're reporting on. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions? No questions? In that case, we'll move on to capital construction. Mr. Lieber.
Good morning, Chair Metzger, members of the committee. We have a CPOC. We appear on the CPOC calendar this month with Metro North to Penn and the Long Island Railroad expansion, aka third track. So I'm not going to talk about those. We'll deal with them at length. I want to talk about a little bit about East Side Access, but first of all, in response to your comment, Ms. Testor, and others, I need to tell you that the railroad's workforce is going 24/7 on the double track project, on the Long Island Railroad double track project to Farmingdale to Ronkonkoma. And the signal team that's working on that is doing it at the same time that the railroad is very effectively supporting us on East Side Access and on the third track project, and is really stretched thin. And under Phil's leadership, what was already a pretty good collaboration. And I want to say thank you to Chris Calvagna and to Elisa and Dave. We're really working very, very well together, and the intensity of that effort is just extraordinary, driving towards an August finish date. So just wanted to underscore that and acknowledge the work. Let's get that PowerPoint up, and I can do this quickly. East Side Access. Long Island Railroad and East Side Access forces have completed the necessary testing of the central instrument locations and signals for Harold interlocking. Over the course of this coming weekend, June 22nd through the 24th, and the July 4th weekend, the new Harold signal system and the permanent mainline 4 tracks will be put into service. This is a very significant milestone, not just for this project, but for all of us who have been looking forward to the improvements in terms of flexibility and reliability that East Side Access can and will deliver. And, you know, it now for the first time enables us to move from any Long Island Railroad line into any of the tunnels, and that flexibility will have real benefits in terms of reliability. And as I said before, at the risk of being repetitive, I just really want to acknowledge the railroad's team in accomplishing this milestone. It took a lot of planning and making sure that when we lost weekend outages to Amtrak work and otherwise, that the railroad would adjust, and everybody really is working together very, very well to make sure all of the projects go forward. So, which brings me back to Amtrak, topic of some controversy in recent months. I think the euphemism my staff gave me was in recent months we've increased our engagement with Amtrak. I think we've been talking turkey about some of the challenges we face with Amtrak's staffing of the East Side Access project. But perhaps as a result of talking about it a little more publicly, we have gotten some better results. We went from, you know, a 30 or 40% show-up rate with Amtrak workforce. In May, we were at 40% in the work that Amtrak has to perform for the project, and 60% of the access and protection workforce for East Side Access from Amtrak showed up. So that was an improvement. And in the first 2 weeks of June, we've had a significant uptick. So we're in the 80s now in both categories. So whether it was just Amtrak's own internal process or some of our public truth-telling, I think it has had an effect.
Jana, we talked about the legal staff going back. I'm glad things are working better. That's terrific news. But we also talk, because we've had tremendous expenses here over the past time, lost work, all kinds of extras that we've incurred. We talked about going back, our legal team, and reviewing in detail, I think, Phil, the original operating agreements between the LIRR or the MTA and Amtrak, and I wondered if that's taking place and where it stands, and if it has been done, which I certainly hope it has, that what was found there.
Well, because it's a legal matter, I think we are ready to talk to you. It's probably best that we deal in a kind of an executive session function setting.
But have we reviewed this?
Yeah, the work's been done. The work's been done. We can do that at a time that's convenient for the committee.
We'll do this in an executive session, and I'll see to it that it's arranged as soon as possible.
Right, because I think this is very important as fiduciaries that we see because of the expenses that we've entailed over the years.
Jano, these much improved numbers in terms of Amtrak participation?
A month's worth of much improvement.
A month's worth.
Yeah.
But are they trending into a place where, to the extent they play into your own projections, you're starting to gain a little bit of increased comfort? I know you still had some reservations, and I understand you gave us projections with some meaningful caveats, both related to Amtrak and other things.
Yeah.
But I also don't think your projections presumed all of a sudden Amtrak would have 100% adequate participation, and we didn't want to talk about sort of publicly where you needed them to be for fear of only achieving that. But are we getting to a point where we start to firm up with the comfort level?
Yeah, if we're able to sustain the kind of numbers that we achieved in the last month, I think that it's an important factor in us being able to achieve the critical path date, which we have, again and again said that we're organizing around, which is that 2022 date. So it does give me some increased hope, but we need this to play out over a much longer period than 4 weeks.
Okay.
But to that point, what we're able to accomplish in the few weeks since this thing turned in the right direction is we actually are getting 85% of the tasks done, and it was over 80% in June as well. So what you're seeing is, for the first time in a long time, as far as I know, we're actually getting all of the scheduled work done in Harold that depends on Amtrak workforces. And that's been true for Long Island for some time. They are reliable in showing up and delivering what they've committed to, but now we're seeing it from Amtrak, and that's good. Change orders. One of the things I talked about in my report to the board a few months ago was the backlog of change orders, and I'm happy to report we are making some progress. The backlog was reduced 21% in the past month. We got some new change orders, which is not, I emphasize, proof that there are problems on the project. There are always going to be change orders on a project of this magnitude. But the fact that we're actually reducing the backlog of stuff that's been lingering, I think, is a positive sign. And we're going to keep pushing on this. As I mentioned to the committee, we created a group to focus specifically on change order management. A project of this size, sometimes you need a group that is going to grab the change orders and drive them through the process, albeit a simplified one, and we're doing that. Yeah.
So it's not only obviously about cleaning up the backlog, which is very important to keep the job running properly, but how are we doing on the pricing of these change orders? Can you comment on that?
The process is we use an estimate, we use our own estimates, and we're consistently coming in and keeping with or close to our own estimates. The key, Andrew, is, when things go awry and the change orders take a long time to resolve, frequently it's because there hasn't been good work done on the scoping of what's in a change order. Then, if you don't do a good collaborative scoping exercise, then you end up with both sides going off, doing an estimate. The estimates are miles apart, and then you spend 6 months arguing without really focusing on what are the expectations of that, of the work needing to be performed. So one of the things that I'm doing is saying we have to make sure that there is a real collaborative discussion between the contractor and us about what's the scope in a change order. Don't just go off and do an estimate and then, when you find out you're 100% apart, go to your separate corners. So we are doing things that are, I think, causing change orders to be resolved more effectively, more quickly, and hopefully at a better number. But we haven't had a problem on change order numbers exceeding estimates. As I told the committee I did the projection about budget and schedule, we're going to have to spend some money, and that's why there's a contingency to resolve these change orders. Yes, and there's a process. Yes, absolutely. We have an executive change order committee, and anything that's at the right amount has to come through my approval in that change order committee.
Additional questions? Yes, Mr. Mordler.
Could we at some point that looks convenient to you get some data on the increased cost by reason of the change orders that have been dealt with over the past several months?
Absolutely. Well, I'll do a roll-up in the next, probably best to have it another month if you want a real perspective. Fine. So another month or so, I'll do a roll-up and submit it to the committee for review and discussion.
While I have your attention, on page 52, there appears to be an increase in the lost time injury rate. Can you tell us why that has happened now?
I can't. To be honest, if you're talking about East Side Access, it's consistently been below the standards. Bill, is there somebody who can speak to the lost time injury rate? Peter?
Good morning. There has been an uptick in April on 2 contracts, and we are looking into it. We have met with a contractor and driving initiatives to reduce it again. However, overall, the project has been consistently below the BLS national average. So we have had a very good run starting since 2014 all the way out. So
that's exactly why I wanted to know what's happened that changed that.
So there's a change of operation. We have some we have local tree working on one of the projects, and we have some finishes that are going on. So the prime is less involved, and we have more subs involved, and the culture is slightly different. So we're working on trying to get them to subscribe to the prime's safety plans, and we're meeting with them. We have actually had a meeting last week with Tudo Perini, with that executive management to address these things.
This may provide a useful opportunity to take a look at why, with an excellent work record, excellent record on lost time injury, suddenly there's an uptick for you to figure out what is it, if anything, that was specifically responsible for it, and get back to us. It may provide you an opportunity to take a good hard look at fundamental causes, if there are any.
Will do. We do a lot of trending, and I certainly can give you that answer.
Thank you.
So since we're on the topic, very quickly, we have instituted in the last couple of months a couple programs to address the most frequent causes of injury in this particular phase of the job. A ladder program that makes it very tight control of the use of ladders, which obviously frequently, if they're misused or accidents do happen. So we require ladders to be signed out, for there to be people who are supervising the use of ladders and so on. And the other is cleaning up the walkways, which, believe it or not, frequently the most frequent cause of injury are trips and falls in the walkways that are used by the workforce. So we have done a lot that's specifically directed at the most frequent causes of injury in the job as it stands now.
I understand all that is perfectly acceptable. The only thought I had was you have this hopefully aberrational 1 month that might give you an opportunity to focus on and determine what are the kinds of things that cause it. Hopefully it will reverse.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Jamie?
John, a question for you. When we do statements of work on meaningful change orders, is it generally true that the contractor is not getting paid for the upfront sort of scoping exercise to craft that statement of work?
Yes.
Have you given thought to, I will tell you in my own professional life, that was how business was conducted most of the time. And I think what you find is you get a statement of work that reflects the clients, the MTA's requirements and needs as they perceive them. And then there's often a gap even to that change order and statement of work because we don't know what we don't know. And in industries where I've seen that have moved to, even if it's modestly paid, high-level design efforts to scope at SOW, it engages the customer in a way that that teases out the requirements in a much more solid way. And I imagine optically we might collectively be opposed to paying a contractor for the creation of a statement of work, but maybe on complex ones, it's something to think about, because I think in the long run, what I've seen is it in fact saves money. I'm not trying to find new ways to compensate contractors, but I would hate to see us cut off our nose to spite our face, and it's something to at least be considered on a complex statement of work.
It's an interesting point. We are using the principle that you're talking about, which is don't ask people to do a lot of work for nothing, because frequently you'll suppress competition if you do that. We have been, on the third track project, for example, we gave them a stipend for the preparation of their bid. Mm-hmm. So in the effort to increase competition, but you're raising something that's about a job that's already awarded, and we need to look at it.
Yeah, I mean, in my own professional life, as I've said, I think we've found, and I'm on the vendor side in that case, but we found that we're actually, on the whole, sticking to statements of work then on behalf of the clients much more so. And we've also been co-opted into it. So we now bear responsibility contractually, but probably also sort of from the relationship standpoint, much more so than when we just took the unilateral requirements the client gave us and said, well, that's what you asked for. And then to Commissioner Saul's point, I think it's right. We need to go off and look at some of these things with Amtrak. But I also think we should be a little careful, and I think I was in the same sort of mind frame with him a few months ago in the heat of this, of being extremely frustrated and wanting to demand some compensation, and we should certainly look at it. But I also think the staff, Jano, you, the presidents of the railroads, should be thinking about maybe more collaborative ways to resolve that economic compensation that we might demand. Are there value adds going forward that we can partner with Amtrak on? Because it certainly does dawn on me with a cooler head. This is a 100-year project, and in 50 and 100 years, those who use it won't remember that we ran over by this, and I'm not saying we shouldn't, for this generation, stick to budgets, but it doesn't serve us so well long-term to be in an acrimonious position with Amtrak, and I'm sure there are real value adds we can find in how we interact with them and offsets and things we do with them that can probably bring more value to the customer in some cases than even getting a check back. And so we should try and be creative, I think, as a board and as a staff and how we ultimately resolve that.
Okay.
Absolutely. I agree. I'd like to point out that I think the committee, both committees, have been looking at agreements across the region, and so this is a good time to look at all those agreements.
So the final thing, I don't want to take up too much more time on a busy agenda, but the final thing is just to let you know one of the procurements we're bringing is to install the signal system throughout the tunnels, and it's a complicated contract. Dave Cannon will present it in a few minutes. It's going to require coordination among 5 contracts during the installation and the testing phases. We had an original bid, and there was only one bidder. I mentioned this to Mr. Saul in light of his interest on that issue, but the original bid, originally it was offered as we priced it as a change order to the existing contract, and the number was $85 million. Then we bid it, and although we got only one bid, JV between Comstock and 5-Star, the bid was $60 million. Then we negotiated down south of 53. So while it's slightly over budget, I'm satisfied that we did a good job and addressing the committee's concerns about single bidder situations. I think we made some progress. And this is an important contract because this is the last systems contract that leads us to completion. And there's one more contract in the works. I think we've mentioned the BC tunnel approach, but then we'll be done with contracting and all the risks associated with procurement. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Anything else that the committee wishes to add? Yes.
I think since Jano's taken over here, we now have real answers, very professionally handled, and I'm speaking for myself personally, Jano. I have tremendous confidence in when you say that things are being done and you're looking at these things, that it's really being taken care of with the interest of the state of New York and not God knows who else. And I want to compliment you. I think this thing is really, I'll be very surprised if you don't bring this thing to a successful conclusion now, as messed up as it's been all along. And thank you for the hard work that you're doing here, and I know what time you're putting into this thing.
Thank you, Andrew. I share your opinion. May we have the police report, please?
Good morning. As President Eng stated earlier, the last 10 days has been a very busy period indeed. I'd like to personally acknowledge the outstanding work performed by members of the police department and the Office of Security in working alongside our partners in the railroad, resulting in some very positive and safe outcomes for all. Crime system-wide for the month of May, felonies are down by 11. 16 versus 27. That's a decrease system-wide of 41%. For the Long Island Railroad, the railroad experienced a decrease in felonies of 30%. For the month of May, that's 7 versus 10, or down by 30%. 2 of those 7 were closed by arrest. And in Metro North experienced a decrease in felonies of 65%. For the month of May, that's 6 versus 17, or down 11, or 65%. And 3 of those 6 resulted and closed by arrest. For the hate crime report, year to date, there are 11 versus 12 hate crimes for the year. The details of all those crimes are in the book. And that concludes my report.
Questions for the chief? Hearing none, we'll move on to joint information items.
The first joint information item is the PTC report.
Debbie, will you be doing the...
I think we're going to do a tag team like we did last month.
Okay, good.
So the format of the report is the same format that we've been using for the past several months. So we've got this summary slide at the beginning. I think last time we did this, we didn't get past the summary slide, and that was okay. The good news this month is that really no significant changes from the last time that we delivered the report, really no significant changes since last month. So both railroads are highly comfortable that we'll be in compliance with all federal requirements. Integrated system factory acceptance testing is in progress. We talked at some length in the April presentation about some of the software fixes that needed to be developed for critical safety variances. Those are in the works and are under test. However, they're not all done. This is still a work in progress, so several core variances are still out there, and we're still working on fixes for those core variances, and they will not be available until August. RSD applications for both railroads, I'll just remind the committee, RSD means Revenue Service Demonstration. It's one of the 4 compliance markers for PTC compliance in the regs and in the statute. We are both confident that we will be submitting our RSD applications around Labor Day. That's the case for both railroads, and again, that has not really changed over the course of the last couple months. To the extent that we are still looking to try to place all lines in PTC operations by the end of the year, just given where we are at now in terms of some of the software issues, that remains significantly at risk. In terms of percentage completion, roughly the same. Long Island is at 75%, Metro North is at 73%. The budget is roughly $1 billion for both railroads, and Long Island's $40 million increase was approved as part of the capital program amendment that went to Albany however many weeks ago that was. So since this is the slide that has a lot of information on it, I'm just wondering if we have any questions before we sort of plow ahead.
I see none.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Nice to hear that we're pretty much on schedule as we
had
planned.
I said, the good news is, you know, unlike some prior months' presentations, there's really not a lot new to tell you all, and that's actually good news when it comes to PTC. So this is the dashboard. So the dashboard hasn't changed all that much either. We've both had our spectrum for some time, though we will be coming back to this committee possibly as soon as July with a request to purchase additional spectrum. This is not strictly necessary. It's really more as a protection against interference. It just seems prudent to protect against radio interference to the extent that we can, and we had identified some spectrum that will help us. So we will be bringing that to the committee for approval shortly. Installation of hardware, roughly the same. Long Island is at 86%, Metro North at 83%. Percentage of employees trained, Metro North is a little bit ahead. We expect to be finishing up in July, but Long Island is also in pretty good shape. In terms of the various things that we are doing to get our RSD segments ready for RSD, we are in the testing mode, both of us. So again, we're roughly the same. Long Island is at 48% and Metro North at 45%. 0 for both of us in the last, because that chart will be filled in as soon as we start cutting in the other segments into PTC operation. So that those segments will begin to be filled in once we're through RSD and we get the green light from FRA to cut in additional segments. So again, these slides, you'll see this slide, you'll see a comparable slide from Metro North in the presentation. These really haven't changed all that much. The green shows when we will have sufficient hardware installed to be able to meet our FRA targets. So you see that those markers are for Long Island in September. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Deb? Okay. And then going ahead to Metro North, ours will be done in October. And then west of Hudson, which we've talked about, that we are reliant upon New Jersey Transit to get the hardware that we need to install on the wayside. And based upon the conversations that we continue to have with New Jersey Transit, they remain confident that they will be able to provide that hardware in time for us to be compliant on the Port Jervis as well. I'm going to actually kick this over to you, Jen.
Okay. So since our last report, we, like Kathy had said, we're in the middle of integrated system FAT. And the good news is that we actually resolved many of the critical variances that we had informed you about a couple of months ago. However, we still have a lot of work. We are still testing. We're still finding some, what we consider issues related to the core functionality. However, it hasn't stopped us from proceeding with factory or field testing. And a lot of the variances that we actually fixed during the last month, we were able to actually test it in the field, and we found that the corrections actually work. So that's a good thing. We achieved the final design review milestone, which was important for us both contractually and also to make sure that the designs of the hardware are subject to no changes. There might be some minor tweaks, but the hardware that we're actually installing should not change within the next few years. We continue to do our installations, our programming of the installation of the software on our trains. We also, for Long Island Railroad, we completed the first phase of our installation of our PTC cable in the Atlantic Tunnel. That's been pretty challenging considering there's been a lot of events over at Barclays Center. So we've been working a lot of weekends and outages throughout the weekends. One of the key things that we're working on to try to catch up to Metro North is our employee training. We did have a little bit of hiccups on our West Hempstead training line, which we've actually overcome. And I think within the last few weeks, we've actually ramped up our training. So we should see those numbers go up pretty significantly within the next few months. And lastly, one of the things that my team has been really working hard at is putting the RSD application together. And we actually had a page-turning meeting with the FRA. They gave us some really good feedback on how we can finalize it, but I think we have a pretty good plan to proceed to get us through RSD.
So Metro North, we've spoken to the committee before about civil speed enforcement and how we've cut that in as an interim safety functionality. So the good news this month is that last week we began running the M3s with CSE. So we're continuing our onboard equipment installations for the M3s at the Arch Street shop. We are working out on the RSD segment, which is between Tarrytown and Croton Harmon. We've completed installation and configuration of the RSD segment and done pre-site performance testing there to demonstrate some of the core functions of PTC, which are temporary speed restrictions, positive train stop, accurate stop. We've been happy with the results. So it's good that we're actually seeing good performance on the RSD segment. We've begun our integrated system FAT. We're continuing to install radio cases and poles on the non-RSD segments. We too have achieved the final design review milestone. We're working very closely. I think you'll recall a couple months back, you approved a contract with Dayton T. Brown. They're assisting us in doing our RSD application. And like Long Island, we've been working very hard on the RSD application so that it's actually ready to go in August. And we're continuing to work with FRA to get a better understanding in terms of what they will be requiring as far as testing to be able to support the RSD application.
So the next few slides just shows the schedule. It hasn't changed all that much. You'll see certain activities, Metro North is a little bit ahead of us, and some activities we're ahead of them. But in all, we're working pretty closely together. We have 2 independent test teams. We're working every week. We have people there witnessing testing. We're running right now double shifts to maintain the schedule and also to improve the test time that we have and trying to uncover any other variances that may be in the system. So the target, as Kathy had said, is to submit our RSD application in early September and have our pilot lines in RSD, Revenue Service Demonstration, in mid-October, early mid to October. And also depends on when the FRA will review and approve our application. So far we have a commitment from them to turn around those applications within a 30 to 40 day period. So I actually just attended a FRA symposium on Friday, which was on the statutory requirements for 2018. So the FRA put together, invited all the railroads. We attended. They gave us a lot of useful information on how we can get there. One of the key discussion points was the alternative schedule. What does that mean? Like we had told you before, most railroads will be required to submit an alternative schedule because to have full PTC implementation, that requires not only all of your entire network in operation, but all of your tenant railroads to be also in PTC operations and also to have interoperability. So that's going to take a little bit longer. So some of the...
Oh, so sorry, go ahead.
Okay, sorry.
No, this is another...
I was going to go through the risks.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So the first slide is pretty familiar. I mean, the only change here is, like I said, we are running double shifts right now. We put a lot of pressure on the contract. Unfortunately, they told us they didn't have enough resources to support 24/7 days of testing, which we told them we were ready to do, but they don't have enough resources. They actually added about 9 testers between the 2 test teams, which right now of course they have to ramp up their new staff on the program, and it's going to take them a little time to learn the system. The other thing we did was when Kathy was and maybe she wants to talk about it, but she negotiated where BT would provide a set of servers over to Siemens to improve their testing of the OBC software, because that's a really vital piece of the system where we had a little bit of problems. And we're hoping that in parallel to the integrated system testing that we're performing in the BT integrated lab, that Siemens will also be able to fortify their test lab in order to improve the test environment so that, some of the variances that we had uncovered in the integrated lab could also be discovered in their lab as well. Kathy had already said, to mitigate some of the problems, we expect to see in the field, contrary to what maybe Amtrak and the other railroads, because of the density of operations that we have, we're in the process right now of reviewing proposals for the additional spectrum that we plan to acquire. Most of this stuff is the same from the last report, but we are working, we put a lot of pressure on Amtrak, and I do see some movement in their responsiveness. So we're actually, I know Metro North already signed off on their LOU, letter of understanding with Amtrak, and Long Island is shortly going, our target is to get those, that LOU approved within the next few weeks. And as far as the rolling out of the rest of the segments, we anticipate doing our best to deliver as many lines by the end of the year as possible. But that all relies on the success of our integrated system, FAT. So right now what we're doing is we're planning, you know, whatever track access we need, the additional resources in order to bear down on everyone so that we can try to deliver as many lines in revenue service demonstration by the end of the year. And right now, we are also, you know, depending on how well we do with the integrated FAT, we'll plan that out and we'll be able to present that probably in the next few months.
The last item on there is the Port Jervis Line PTC installation. Again, that all depends upon New Jersey Transit. We remain in close touch with New Jersey Transit about this. It's a compliance issue for both of us. So they are as motivated as we are to make sure that it's installed on time. So, you know, we've had recent conversations with them. They remain confident that they will be able to get us this material in time for it to be installed by the end of the year. But we continue to monitor that as a risk issue.
I already see a question from Jamie.
I saw earlier that the vendor is providing a cloud-based RTM tracking system, which is great, and that's probably the standard in many, particularly where you have software now as a big component. I would suggest to you, though, that you look at and make sure you account for the fact that when you have that RTM, it probably ties to use cases and specifications that will include technical details of the software, which I imagine in this case is amongst the biggest security risks of this long term, are the software itself. Once that's cloud-based, you need to understand the security paradigm that they're putting around that RTM ever more so as opposed to if you had it in-house and you know the security paradigm that surrounds it. If you have technical details in the RTM, which you must, that you would not want to have out there publicly and present a security threat, their exposure. So I would just encourage you to think about that.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why it hasn't really taken off completely. We actually still getting static updates. We had hoped to get the cloud-based solution up and running by now, but like you said, part of that is also making sure that the networks are secure. And we're, you know, most companies don't like to have cloud-based solutions if they have to share across their different companies.
Okay, as long as you're thinking about that. Thank you.
Point well made. Additional questions? Yes.
Regarding, well, it's actually regards Amtrak territory that Long Island Railroad operates over. I suppose once our crews are trained and our equipment is all equipped, we'll be running with PTC between Harold and Penn Station?
That's correct.
On all our trains?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So all our trains, that's probably for, I guess, December or January.
Yeah. The Harold area will... is part of our interoperability requirements, is not required for RSD. So when we do the demonstration for the end of the year, it won't include that area.
But in fact, we will be operating with PTC because it's Amtrak's territory, and
well, Amtrak has PTC designs that still need to be completed for F Tower area over there.
So right now, that area does not have PTC even for Amtrak equipment.
No.
And when do they plan to have that?
We're working the details out. I don't really know what that is.
But I assume by.
But we all both have to be in compliance by 2020.
Okay, because they're making a lot of noise.
So that's part of our alternative schedule. That'll be laid out, and this is why we're actually, that's actually a work in progress right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to comment that I'm encouraged by the amount of interaction that you're having with the FRA and also the interactions that you're having with your various contractors. I think it's helping us to reach the goal.
I think that's right. The one thing I did want to comment on, I guess actually I wanted to comment on both of those things. I think we've gotten good cooperation and guidance from FRA recently in terms of what support they're going to be able to provide as we get closer to the end of the year. So I think that, you know, as we continue to interact with them, we get a little bit more in the way of information with respect to what we can expect in terms of their support. The other issue is one that we've spoken about a lot, and it's I think it's the previous slide, but it doesn't even matter, this issue of resources. We've been pounding them pretty hard in terms of the adequacy of their resources, as Debbie indicated. You know, they're now working weekends, they're working double shifts, and the other thing that we mentioned, I think, in passing, but I want to reiterate, is that we have people who are there all the time. We're sending our own people out there all the time. There are people who basically are living full-time in Pittsburgh now, and we sort of rotate people in and out depending upon their specialty and their expertise. So we are providing our own support as well as our, you know, retaining our own consultants to provide additional support, and the SI is retaining consultants to provide additional support. So there's a lot of different ways of beefing up the support on this project, but because of our recognition of how important the project is, you know, all those resources are being made available, and it's still, you know, a lot has to happen between now and the end of the year and beyond, but you know, we're doing our best to mobilize the resources necessary to support the project through the end of the year.
There are some photos in your book.
There's a couple of slides on the look ahead, but basically the look ahead is for both common to Long Island Railroad and Metro North. So the next few months will be in integrated system FAT with hopefully with a new baseline set of software. So that's targeted somewhere in the July period, and will take about roughly a month to complete. So we're really pushing the limit as far as getting our RSD application in by September. But we have a lot of testing to do both in the factory and then taking that software into the field. So we're looking at ways right now to mitigate the schedule because we know there's certain requirements to meet RSD, and then there's certain things in the contract that are not necessarily required. So we'll look at that and see what we can do. But right now, I'm pretty confident. You know, I believe that both railroads will be in compliance by the end of the year. The question is how many lines will we be able to place into extended revenue service demonstration by the end of the year as well.
It's going to be a very busy summer.
Any questions? Thank you.
In that case, do you have any Metro North specific information items?
There's one information item, the license agreements for ATMs at Metro North and Long Island Railroad stations. It was added to the agenda so that the Joint Committee could be informed about the proposed license agreement with Access One Solutions to locate ATMs at 8 Metro North stations and 7 Long Island Railroad stations with the option to expand to other locations. And this will be on the agenda at Finance. It's strictly an information item for these committees.
Chuck? Your mic is not on.
Please record me as abstaining on the license agreement.
Yeah, we're not voting.
That
we're
vote
not
will
taking
be
a vote.
taken in
It's
finance, and it'll be discussed there. Metro North specific? None? President Ng?
There is one Long Island Railroad information item in the book this month, and that's the June-July track work program. Many of our key initiatives continue to progress, which require outages, mostly off-peak, but with some AM and PM peak impacts. For example, beginning this Thursday evening, track work related to East Side Access signal pre-cutover will take Main Line 4 out of service between Harold Interlocking and Woodside from Thursday night through Monday morning, June 25th. As a result, there will be AM and PM peak impacts on Friday, June 22nd as well. 2 AM peak Montauk branch trains that normally terminate at Hunters Point Avenue, Long Island City, will instead terminate at Jamaica. In the PM peak, the 6:16 train from the Penn Station to Oyster Bay and the 6:02 p.m. from Penn Station to Far Rockaway will instead originate in Jamaica, with customers taking other trains from Penn Station to connect. In addition, the 6:31 p.m. train to Huntington and the 6:30 p.m. train to Hicksville will be combined. And there are other off-peak impacts associated with this project as well. The staff summary in your book has more details on these. Thank you.
And you're communicating this information
Correct,
to our
yes,
riders.
absolutely.
Thank you. Could we move on to procurements? Anthony Gardner has Metro North this month.
Yeah, good morning. There are 5 procurements this month for Metro North, totaling $8,619,908. There are no non-competitive procurements. The 5 competitive procurements total $8,619,908, and there are no ratifications. The first request is for the RFP process for design, build, delivery, and installation of DC traction switchgear at 9 Metro North Hudson and Harlem line stations. The RFP process is specifically being requested to afford Metro North the ability to select a contractor with the technical expertise to design, fabricate, test, and install DC traction power switchgear that is integral to Metro North's existing infrastructure of switchgear. The second competitive request for proposal process is for the design and implementation of rehabilitation and improvements to Metro North's Hartsdale and Scarsdale stations. Metro North has identified Hartsdale and Scarsdale stations as 2 stations that require immediate rehabilitation and improvement work to bring them into a state of good repair. The third competitive procurement contract award is to Conductix in the not-to-exceed amount of $3,619,908 to design, fabricate, test, and deliver third rail fiberglass brackets. The project consists of design, manufacturing, and delivery of fiberglass third rail brackets for use on Metro North's territory. And the 4th and 5th contract awards is a combined award. Well, a combined award. It's a dual award. There are 2 contract awards to the firm TRC Environmental Corporation and Environmental Planning and Management, Inc., in the total not-to-exceed amount of $5 million. That's $2.5 million to each firm, to perform on-call system-wide asbestos, lead and air monitoring and testing services on an as-needed basis. TRC and EPM have ample personnel, resources with a diverse range of experience, which encompasses the full span of services specified in Metro North's RFP. As this board of authorization shall not guarantee any one vendor a fixed amount of work, the overall budget may be reallocated as necessary to ensure most efficient and timely asbestos and lead air monitoring and testing services. May I please have a vote on these procurements?
I move these procurements. Is there a second? Thank you. Question, Mr. Mordler.
With respect to the Scarsdale and Hartsdale agreements, while you are doing this major work, have you given consideration to exploring the potentiality, the availability of transit-oriented developments at those sites?
I'm not aware that we've been approached by either of the localities in those areas with respect to TOD, but we can get back to you on that.
Let me make my point substantively. While you are engaged in doing major work at stations, is a good time, I would think, to determine whether or not TOA makes sense. It may not, but it seems like a good time to do it rather than do it after the event.
Careful. Here comes Mike Schiffer to the rescue. He's got some information about Scarsdale.
We did meet actually just in the last couple of weeks with Scarsdale about their large development on the large parking garage site, the Freightway parking garage site, and we're staying in touch with them. to coordinate so that we can make sure that any improvements to the station are complementary to what's going on in the community. And in general, in places where we don't necessarily even own the land, we still work very closely with those communities to make sure that we're building the relationships necessary to make sure that our customers have the best possible environment to be able to connect with.
Thank you.
May I?
Yes.
Let me be clear. When I speak of transit-oriented development, I'm talking about the potentialities for housing. I'm talking about the potentiality for economic development and the like. Assuming you have the ownership or control of the area immediately adjacent to the train station, that would be the time to take a good hard look at it at the time you are redoing the work. Transit-oriented development is something that is essential, it is something that is timely, and it is something that is becoming a real fact of life throughout the entire country. Indeed, in Long Island, they have been doing it together with the Long Island Railroad for some period of time.
Yes, and we've had great success. For example, the Harrison TOD is moving along. We're working with a number of other communities.
And all I'm asking you to do is, where you are planning to do work at the station is about as good time as any to do a good examination of the issue. It's efficient and time and money saving.
We understand.
Will do.
That's a
Thank you.
good point, and I'd like you to add that to your list of issues to raise when you have such a, okay. Additional questions? Yes.
On B, the permission to go to RFP, I just note that in the background discussion, the first sentence there seems to suggest that maybe there aren't too many contractors that do this work. I'm not sure, but that's my question. Do we know if there's a lot or few or maybe only two? It's for the DC traction equipment.
That is correct. There's a limited pool of vendors that can do the design and build an integration that's required.
How do we know? I mean, I assume we know them, and how many are there?
I would have to get back to you on that. I don't know this.
Okay, that'd be good. I mean, in advance of this, because sometimes we see things and we see that there were only two responses, or maybe even only one, and it'd be good to know in advance before we see this that that's the case. Of Hartsdale and Scarsdale, I know there was a previous station rehabilitation, renovation, or whatever we want to call it, where we had selected the contractor. One of the main factors was because they had experience on Metro-North stations. I don't think that should be limited as a factor, but I do think it limits competition, especially in the future going forward with other contractors. And they're going to look at this and say, why should I bother submitting a bid if so-and-so already has the in? And I just think that's a bad way to go. If at all possible, let's try to bring in as many as we can.
Oh, absolutely. No,
Yeah.
we've gotten that message loud and clear from
Okay.
this committee. And this work's a bit different. We're actually taking these platforms to the ground. So this
Right.
is a little bit different from the
Yeah.
work that you had seen earlier, I guess late last year.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Kathy, if you remember when we did the big station renovation, you had a information meeting, I guess you called before, and you had told me that you had, I don't remember the number, 25 contractors from upstate that showed interest in the job. And apropos of this discussion that you just had, unfortunately, none of those, if I recall, were people that actually submitted a bid even after they spent the time coming down to the information meeting. So I think this point is a very, very important point, that we don't have that happen again. We need to get new contractors in here, and anything we're doing here to stifle or make them feel that they're going to not have a fair shot at the bid is really a bad thing. So I'd err really on the side of caution here on what we're doing with these stations, because this time we should get some new bidders, and some of those people that came to that meeting, that information meeting, should be invited back again.
Yeah, I don't recall whether the people who came to that meeting were from upstate, but I certainly agree with you, and I agree with the committee as a whole, that we need to do more to ensure that we have a broader pool of proposers from whom we select when we award work of this kind. I mean, these are the first two platform replacements and what is going to be a series of platform replacements because of some issues that we're having in that area. So I'm very mindful of the desire of this committee to increase competition among the people that we're selecting. So we will take that back. No, I completely understand.
These have been moved and seconded. May I have a vote? Those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you.
Dennis will cover our procurements for Long Island Railroad.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. There are two items in this month's procurement package in the total amount of $15.3 million. There is one item in the non-competitive section in the amount of $961,000 and one item in the competitive section in the amount of $14.3 million. There are no ratifications this month. For the item in the non-competitive section, the Long Island Railroad, on behalf of itself and Metro-North Railroad, requests MTA board approval to award 2 3-year sole source contracts to Knox Kershaw in the total amount not to exceed $960,725 for replacement parts required to operate and maintain various pieces of Knox Kershaw equipment. This equipment includes 18 tie cranes, 12 ballast regulators, 2 snow fighter ballast regulators, 1 tie inserter extractor, and 1 cribber adzer. Knox Kershaw is the original equipment manufacturer of Knox Kershaw equipment and sole distributor for their replacement parts, as they do not have independent third-party distributors or manufacturers' representatives. Knox Kershaw holds all proprietary rights to their drawings, specifications, and other technical information for their equipment. Knox Kershaw equipment is used by the Railroad's track maintenance department, who are responsible for the maintenance and repair of rail infrastructure assets. Long Island Railroad's maintenance away repair shop maintains all equipment purchased from Knox Kershaw and requires these parts spare and replacement parts. Long Island Railroad continues to seek competition for all of its procurements. To that end, Long Island Railroad advertised its intent to award a sole source contract to Knox Kershaw in the New York State Contract Reporter on January 16, 2018, and in the New York Post on February 1st, 2018, to seek additional potential vendors capable of providing equivalent replacement parts. No other vendor expressed interest in competing for this procurement. The item in the competitive section, Long Island Railroad requests MTA board approval to award a competitively negotiated contract in the amount of $14,325,000 to T. Moriarty and Sons, Inc., to construct, furnish, and install a prefabricated traction power substation to replace the Meadowbrook substation, which has exceeded its useful life. This contract also includes an allowance for the removal and disposal of contaminated soil classified as hazardous waste to an approved off-site disposal facility. The Meadowbrook substation is located on Long Island Railroad's Babylon branch in the town of Freeport, an area with dense train traffic, which places a greater demand on traction power system. The Meadowbrook substation was identified as deficient in the 2005 traction power load study and the power asset condition assessment. With the existing M7 fleet and the introduction this year of the new M9 fleet, energy requirements will exceed the capacity of the existing traction power infrastructure. Under this contract, T. Moriarty will design, fabricate, deliver, install, integrate, and test the modular substation, including the building enclosure, equipment, cabling, and supervisory control systems. Additionally, all site work will be performed by T. Moriarty, the modular substation building being assembled and installed on foundations constructed by them. Long Island Railroad forces will install and terminate all cable connections required for interconnecting the substation into the power infrastructure. Replacement of this aging substation will improve both system reliability and customer satisfaction. These items are submitted for your consideration and vote.
I move these items. Is there a second? Chuck, discussion.
On the Kershaw item, you indicate that you are continuing to seek competition for all procurements. And my question to you is the following. As far as I can tell, all that happened here in order to seek competition was an advertisement or some release to the New York Post and a publication in the State Contract Reporter. why is it that the Long Island Railroad does not follow the procedure consistently followed by New York City Transit, which is to seek out and communicate with potential competitors?
Those conversations do take place between our engineering department and our procurement department. There are certain instances, however, where it's known industry-wide that certain manufacturers and providers of materials are the sole proprietary owner of those drawings and specifications for the specific equipment that we own. When we have these conversations with the marketplace, the investment that some companies would need to make in order to provide the parts that we have is not worthwhile for them in order to make a profit. So their entry into the marketplace is somewhat limited based on their ability to have on-hand capital to redesign, tool up to manufacture the parts for purchases that happen on a rather infrequent basis. Large-scale opportunities for other manufacturers where there's a better opportunity for them to make an inroads into the marketplace, those conversations get more detailed. But in these situations where we're spending, under $1 million over 3 years, the investment that a company would need to make in order to get entry into that marketplace is somewhat prohibitive.
When I joined this board some 8 years ago, the then vice chair of the board made the point repeatedly that sole source contracts are great where you have to have them, but where you can stimulate competition, that's a good thing. That is exactly what New York City Transit has been doing, and it's exactly what the Long Island Railroad has not been doing. And that's an issue that is the subject of, or going to be the subject of, the procurement task force. It just doesn't make sense. It's paternalism at best, and it's a destruction of an opportunity for competition. It seems to me that just because you've done business with these folk for the last umpteen years doesn't mean they're giving you the best deal. It doesn't mean that there isn't a better deal available somewhere. It doesn't mean that we cannot increase competition and thereby get a better deal. And my point is that while I will vote for this, it seems to me that it is in the public interest to try to stir up competition. The likelihood that somebody's going to see it in the New York Post is somewhere between 0 and minus. But the fact is, if you reach out, as New York City Transit does as a matter of habit and has for some time, to see if you can find people who might be interested in it, that's how you get competition. And I strongly recommend that you try to do that.
Additional questions? Yes, Ira?
Yeah, just briefly on the award for T. Moriarty and Sons. I noticed that there were 3 responders to this RFP. I suppose that's the same people going to respond to the Metro North. That's probably the.
Yeah, that's probably correct. That, and we'll also do further outreach to see if we can drum up, as we were just discussing, more interest.
So I mean, this is essentially this is at least partially the answer to my question, I guess.
And just as information, T. Moriarty.
Thank you.
As information, T. Moriarty is a new player in the marketplace, so we are getting new competition.
Anything else? In that case, those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. David?
Good morning. Capital Construction's procurement package this month totals $61.9 million and begins on page 120. There are no non-competitive items. There are 3 competitive items this month. The first item requests the board approve the award of a contract to the joint venture of 5-Star and LK Comstock in the amount of $52,990,000 for signal installation and testing for the East Side Access Project. In June 2017, the board authorized a request for a proposal for the work under this contract. The RFP was publicly advertised in various periodicals and on the MTA website. One proposal was received, and that was the proposal from 5-Star and LK Comstock. MTACC performed a market survey to determine why there wasn't more competition on this procurement. The primary reasons received was that the technical and contractual interfaces with the work adjacent with the work of adjacent ongoing contracts, added layers of complexity, and given the schedule and access restraints, made the contract extremely challenging and risky. MTACC reviewed the proposal by Five Star and LK Comstock and found it acceptable. Negotiations were held, and the negotiations resulted in a reduction in price from the original proposal of $59,397,200 to an agreed-upon cost of $52,990,000, a total reduction of $6,407,200. The agreed-upon cost is within 6.7% of the MTACC's estimate of $49,650,000. The second and third items request the approval of modifications to the East Side Access GCT Concourse and Facilities Fit-Out Contract to increase the allowances for asbestos and lead abatement and structural steel repairs. The total for these items are $1.6 million and $4.4 million, respectively. These three items are submitted for your consideration and vote.
I move these items. May I have a second? We'll work our way up. Chuck.
Thank you. I'm focused on the Five Star and Comstock thing. I note that both of the contracting companies have a significant adverse incident report indicating misconduct over a period of relatively recent years, and that one of them, Five Star, had imposed on it by the former president of Capital Construction, a independent assessor or monitor, but that there is none for GCT, pardon me, for Comstock. Can I ask why?
Jano, who would like to answer that?
This is before I got here, so I'm going to have to defer to David. Why is there no monitor? Evan, is there no monitor on Comstock?
I can't tell you why there is no monitor on Comstock, other than that a responsibility hearing, if required, would have been held and one would have been selected. I can also just add to you that LK Comstock works on our other ESA contracts, that ESA as a program has monitors in place, or we have a contract in which we employ monitors to review all of our contracts. So Comstock is being, for the work that they're doing on ESA, they are being checked. There's no separate monitor.
Let me be clear. The report specifically says that there is none here.
There is none specifically assigned to LK Comstock. I'll come back to you and tell you
Evan,
why that decision was made.
Evan,
I think we need a full report on who gets monitors, who doesn't, and what you're doing in addition to specific monitors. I think we're becoming confused.
So when the MTA becomes aware of significant adverse information, we typically have a responsibility hearing for that contractor, in which New York State Transit's vendor relations department, again, this is with our MTACC contracts, participates with us, and we make a determination in that case whether or not a monitor is required. I don't know about LK Comstock. I can only assume, and that's a mistake to make. I will come back and tell you what happened there. But when a monitor is required, we implement one. If we determine that it's not required, we don't. And then we have the secondary precaution of having our own sort of watchdogs look after them.
Evan, I'm not arguing with you on it. All I want to do are two things. A, understand when, how, and why. And secondly, I want to monitor for these because Dragados' record is one that merits a monitor, and Dragados owns Comstock.
So let me look at the situation, and then I will get in touch with you and let you know what's going on there.
I think the overarching thing here is helping us to understand what criteria result in a monitor or do not result in a monitor, and that needs to happen offline.
And I'll get back to you on that.
Thank you. I think Veronica was next, unless you have something else,
I have a
Chuck.
question. Is GCT on the table now or not? I mean,
Yes.
are we talking about it? I have a question on GCT. I can yield gladly to Veronica if she has an issue on the other one.
Go ahead with
Why
GCT,
don't I be
please.
a gentleman for a change?
Oh,
Thank you, Commissioner. In April, this joint committee approved modifications to GCT contract constructors totaling $1.85 million. And there was a prior modification of $14 million at that time. And this committee, we're being asked to modify 2 more contracts to GCT and then ratify another modification. Why is the scope of work changing so much? How many modifications is this at this point? Why is there yet another series of modifications for us to approve for this work?
If I can just generally, I think Dave will answer on the specifics, but you know, the GCTC this is the concourse contract, right? And I said when we did our review and talked about it that we were dissatisfied with the progress on the contract, and some of that was backlog change orders, which had resulted in stop work orders of one kind or another. Some of those mods needed to be negotiated. Some of them just need to be pushed forward. There are different mechanisms, but the bottom line is you are going to continue to see changes to this contract because I am trying to push through all the issues that are holding this work back. And some of those are change orders that, in fairness, are going to cost money, and we accounted for that in the budget and project. It's really a forecast that I gave you a couple months ago. So, Jason, we'll get into the specifics, but you are going to see changes, AWOS, mods on these contracts because that's part of getting this job done and going and resolving the issues.
So, David, in your answer, can you let us know how many modifications we're up to and then what the projected cost increase, Jana, that you just spoke of, the projected estimate you envision for this work?
Let me just jump in.
I suspect the projection is something that they will need some time to figure out.
Right. So I can the modifications that you're seeing this month for GCTC, there are really 2 of them. One is some additional allowance items to address asbestos and other hazardous materials that are sort of wrapped around pipes and within the concourse. This is a former train yard. We didn't do complete surveys of those areas prior, and so we're encountering conditions that weren't expected. The other allowance item is to increase the ability to make repairs for leaks within that facility and to repair structural areas that had been damaged by water. Again, within the train shed, there were not complete surveys done before this contract was awarded. So these are not fixed numbers, but as they encounter damage or water leakage, they go in and they repair them. That's what you're seeing there. The other mod is for the 45th Street entrance. That's the old building that the MTA used to occupy. It's now being redeveloped. I think there's a deal with Boston Properties, and part of that development package is to have an entrance, a transit-oriented entrance into that building. We've had to make some modifications to our structure to allow that to happen. So that's one, a modification that was really not anticipated at the time, not ready at the time of award. We have a bunch of different types of modifications. The ones you saw last month and the month before were structural steel modifications that were necessary to deal with conditions within the yard that were, again, not anticipated. So we can get back to you on how many there have been. Not sure we can anticipate the total cost of all of them going forward, but we can give you an idea of what's coming in the future.
But there is, just to underscore, I showed it in the slide earlier, that 300 backlog change orders just for this one contract. So you're going to see continued, as we pass through all of this month by month, you're going to see a lot because we're resolving issues. And, you know, as as I discussed before, a lot of these backlog change orders were ineffectively scoped. People do different estimates, and then they say we're a million miles apart, and then they go back to their corners and don't resolve it because they disagree. We're forcing a resolution, and that's necessary to move the project forward.
Currently,
As far as cost, let me just say that there were responsible assumptions made in the projection that I gave you, which is $1 billion more than the budget had been, for the cost it will take to resolve all of these issues. I don't know how much. I don't think it's probably appropriate to get, at least in a public setting, to get into how much was assigned to which contracts, but we had made appropriate provision for resolving those issues.
Jenna, the expectation is that you will maintain the budget that you presented to us.
Yeah, and that is, as I said, the resolution of these change orders is in that budget.
With regards to your comment, Evan, about asbestos surveys not being done, is that not standard operating procedure for those sorts of surveys to be done as part of this work?
So it depends. I mean, that predates me, but I can tell you that Madison Yard was an active train shed. And so whether or not they had the access at the time, I mean, I can only speculate to do the kinds of surveys that would have been necessary. We were not aware of all of the asbestos and hazardous materials. And we've done, on the leak allowance, we've as the board knows, we've experienced water infiltration issues on other projects that has led us to go back and make sure that doesn't happen again. We've done more complete surveys now, and we're finding more areas. And again, Madison Yard was not a watertight structure to begin with, and it's now going to be a beautiful concourse, and so we're very concerned about protecting that area. So we've gone back and done additional surveys, identified additional potential areas where we prevent leaks, and so the estimate is a little bit higher than had originally been included in that contract allowance.
Commissioner, the amount of change orders right now is 164. As General said, there'll be more coming. Some of them are issues that will turn into change orders. Some of them might go away. As far as, again, as Evan mentioned, the access, did not have access to all the areas to do the surveys for the asbestos and lead. So that's why the number is higher than what was originally anticipated.
Chuck.
Let me follow on what Veronica has said. And I'm looking at mod number 162 in particular, which is the yards. Clearly you had access to your own yards. But let's look at the number and understand where we are. This started out at $404 million. Nickel here, nickel there, and you're talking about real money. It then goes to 428, and it's now up to 446. We're talking about $40 million worth of orders. My concern is the same as Ms. Vanderpool's. It seems to me that one of the things that Commissioner Reckler's task force has been looking at and is looking at is how you anticipate these kind of things to the extent you can, how you can do the surveys. Madison Yard is clearly something that's under the control of the MTA.
Commissioner, when I say access, they didn't have access to all the locations within the yard because of equipment and other things that we were not able to get into those areas as we are now because everything has been moved out. As far as the amount of change orders, the 404 was the original contract award amount. However, there was $24 million worth of options also that were included as part of the contract, but were not exercised at the time for various reasons, access reasons, could have been funding reasons, but the board originally approved the $428 million for the original contract.
Still $20 million.
Understood.
All right. My point is very simply and solely this. I can't say today what someone should have done X number of years ago, but it seems to me that one of the things Commissioner Reckler's task force I know has been looking at and ought to focus with this as an example is the extent to which we can do work in advance that is more thorough to determine what our potential exposure is in terms of cost. And it seems to me that this provides a good example of what shouldn't happen in the future.
I think you have an issue.
Yes. As you know, I've been very concerned with some of the contracts previously that have been sent on East Side Access to the board that were clearly marked as competitive, but in fact they really weren't competitive. At least substantial part of the contracts were not competitive. And one of the people obviously was Five Star that we had talked about many times at previous meetings. So I want everybody to get a heads up. I am going to call for an investigation by our inspectors general of Tutor Perini's contracts, Five Star contracts, and other contracts that were sent to the board that were marked as competitive but really weren't competitive. And unfortunately, I don't know, but there was a very unfortunate article in the New York Post on Sunday on just this item this past Sunday. So at the board meeting, I wanted to give everybody a heads up. I'm going to ask for an official investigation by the Inspector General of these contracts that have occurred in the past at East Side Access. As far as this contract here, I've spoken in depth, the one that we're going to vote on now with Jano Lieber. We've gone through all the details of the contract, and I am prepared with some reluctance to vote for this contract because I realize that I think this has been negotiated pretty fully, and we don't want to hold up the project, East Side Access. But the past here has to be investigated and looked at. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. In the event that there are no other issues, I would like to have a vote. Those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. Now, the monthly reports.
Commissioner, we still have 2 ratifications.
Got too excited here.
There are 2 ratifications this month. The first requests ratification of Ahmad in the amount of $1,990,000 for the East Side Access GCP Concourse and Facilities Fit-Out Contract to revise the LIRR concourse layout to facilitate the future construction of an entrance at 45th Street. The second requested ratification of Ahmad in the amount of $1 million to the midday storage yard for East Side Access for the construction of a raised platform, gate, and access stairways. These items are submitted for your consideration and vote.
I had intended to move all of these items, but I'll move it again. Is there a second? Those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you.
For both railroads, the monthly reports on operations, finance, ridership, and capital programs are in the book, if anyone has any questions on those.
Hearing none. Is there a motion to adjourn? Oh, I see. Yes, indeed. Those in favor? Thank you very much.
You're going to the front, right? Yeah, yeah.
morning. Meeting of the Transit and Bus Committee is called to order. Mr. Marino, are there any members of the public who have signed up to speak?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. We have 11 speakers this morning. The first speaker is Tabitha Decker from the Transit Center. Ms. Decker will be followed by Howie Birnbaum.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tabitha Decker from Transit Center, and I'm here to express our support for New York City Transit's proposed redesign of the Staten Island Express bus network. Staten Islanders today have some of the longest commutes in the country. We welcome the proposed changes, which will bring them faster and more reliable service. The redesigned routes better match riders' needs. For example, by dropping them off either downtown or in Midtown, instead of traveling through the congested streets of Manhattan, through which very few riders board or alight. Now, rather than being stuck in Manhattan traffic, those buses will be providing more service in between the boroughs. Riders will also benefit from updated stop locations and spacing. Buses that stop 27 times on average before leaving Staten Island, as they do now, do not actually provide express service. The redesigned routes will get the riders through the borough and to their destinations more quickly. What this means is that Staten Islanders will have a little bit of extra time to spend with their families, to run errands, or just to relax when they otherwise would have been stuck in traffic. While planning for this particular redesign has been underway for years, it's now part of the Fast Forward plan and will be among the first major elements of that plan to be implemented. Bus riders throughout the city are awaiting similar upgrades, and we commend New York City Transit for its commitment to making those upgrades. We therefore urge the board to vote yes on moving forward with the plan to bring faster and more reliable bus service to Staten Island Express bus riders this summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Decker. The next speaker is Howie Birnbaum. Mr. Birnbaum will be followed by Jason Pinheiro.
Good morning, and thank you. Okay. Good morning. I'm here today for the behalf of the TWU Local 100 member I am, but the Guaya Depot is that on the holidays on the SBS Q70, they ride for free, and how come we can't do it on the SBS on the Q53 also? And also, the wheelchairs on the local lines don't pay, and the people are getting fed up waiting online outside, and those fare boxes are too old. It's time for them to place them with the smart cards as soon as possible. Thank you for your time and a wonderful day.
Mr. Birnbaum. The next speaker is Jason Pinheiro. He will be followed by Pedro Valdez Rivera.
Good morning on the day before my birthday. Couple of things. I'm delighted that the Staten Island Express bus have technically reborn, but providing more direct service to those who live in Staten Island. Second of all, I'm in favor of extending the BX27 bus to the Soundview Ferry Terminal that benefits residents from my old neighborhood of Soundview section in the Bronx. And I'm more than delighted to see the report this afternoon on CPOC. And that's all I have to say for this month.
Thank you, Mr. Pinheiro. The next speaker is Pedro Valdez Rivera. He will be followed by Gene Ryan.
Good morning. My name is Pedro Valdez Rivera, and I'm a private citizen from Bedford-Stuyvesant. Today, I'll talk about my critiques on the two demonstrated express buses that I see in the past couple of months, one in April and another one this morning before I came to this building. I really love the MTA, especially New York City Transit and MTA regional bus operations, to make drastic changes for the future of the whole express bus network, especially in the future way into the 21st century. For example, the double-decker bus I see back in April is magnificent. The MTA tried it a decade ago, but it's a complete failure because we never see this before on use double deckers on a commute basis. But now, more than ever, people ride express buses more than ever in the past couple of years, especially in Staten Island. When I check out the Staten Island, the test runs on the Staten Island, people liked it. They really loved it, especially to attract more people. And also, it also attract people, the new kind of wheelchair accessibility to get to the new demonstrated bus. I hope I look forward to see them in the future. Recently today, I went to see the new bus, the new demonstrated bus by MCI. The manufacturer made a relationship with the MTA since 2001, and I'm really proud what the MCI delivered, especially the new system for people on wheelchairs to get in and out of the reserved section of the coach bus. And also, now it has 2 doors, one for able-bodied, one for wheelchairs. And also, they can fit up to 2 people with wheelchairs. As a great technological advances, and I can't wait to see for testing and see for delivery in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jean Ryan. Ms. Ryan will be followed by Adina Gerva.
Hi, I'm Jean Ryan. I'm from Disabled in Action. I've taken 5 express bus trips since the last meeting, and it's stressful to have it take 10 to 20 minutes to get on to the bus and maybe have it take 10 to 20 minutes to get off. Everybody's off, but not me. The drivers have not had hands-on retraining. Training is inadequate. All passengers on the bus, including me, plus all riders waiting down the line are affected. Most drivers cannot learn the lift. The schedules get out of whack, and no wheelchair users want to ride. I don't ride in the morning because I can't deal with untrained drivers and passengers who think I should not ride. I can't get places. I understand there will be the pilot of the new express bus. I hope it's way better. A new design is needed. I see very little improvement since 2004. There's a problem using express bus lifts on Shore Road in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. Coming from Manhattan, the bus pull-in spaces are too small and wheelchair users cannot safely get out onto the small concrete curb median and then cannot safely cross the street because of bad or no curb cuts and no crosswalk or lights at some of the stops. It's diabolical to expect us to stay on the park side. There's also a problem of 14th Street and Broadway with the 27s and the 28s because of the newly uneven sidewalk. And then I have something about the signs in the buses, which now say, wheelchair priority seating. You must give up these seats if a wheelchair passenger boards. For about 10 years, I've been trying to get the MTA to say when a wheelchair passenger boards instead of if. But I've gotten promises and zero change. The other thing is Access-Ride. 2 riders I know were driven around, one on oxygen, one for 4.5 hours, and one 84-year-old was refused entrance to the MV1, and it took her 6 hours for Access-Ride to get her home. That's cruel and unusual punishment, but it's not unusual. I don't know all the people who ride Access-Ride, but those 2 people, just on May 23rd and 24th, had experiences like that. And nobody should ever have an experience like that on Access-Ride. But there's no way to get help when you're already on the vehicle or trying to get on. You're just trapped where you are, either in or out. So maybe you could do something about it, but I highly doubt it.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan. The next speaker is Adina Gerva. She will be followed by Jim Wright.
Thank you.
Good morning. I am here representing Uptown Subway Advocates, a Facebook group with over 4,000 Uptown Manhattan and West Bronx A and 1 train riding members. We appreciate your willingness to hear the following 3 requests. 1, please provide adequate alternatives when there are planned closures. Please run more shuttle buses on Fort Washington and Broadway when the A trains aren't running north of 168th Street, and improve communication between train and shuttle employees so that shuttle buses are present and ready to go when trains arrive at the station. It's frustrating for passengers, including myself, to be waiting 10 to 15 minutes for an A train at off hours and then another 10 to 15 minutes for a shuttle up Fort Washington Avenue at 168th Street. There used to be better communication and the timing used to be better. I'm not sure what happened. Also, when the 168th Street 1 train platform is closed for a year for elevator replacement beginning this December, please run additional A trains and extra M4 and M100 buses in addition to the planned shuttle from 157th to 168th Street to accommodate all the displaced riders. 2, better communication so that we can all make decisions, especially when there are unexpected problems. The information that is available to the public via the MTA's Twitter accounts and Notify NYC app and other apps should be conveyed to passengers over public address systems in a timely manner, whether they are sitting on a train or waiting in a station. This will help riders make decisions about how best to proceed, especially in the case of sudden unplanned service disruptions, such as I experienced last Tuesday evening on the 1 train, when there was no service between 96th Street and 168th Street, at the same time that the A train was having fast tracks, so there was no A train service north of 168th. I desperately checked what and when I could via my smartphone, but I forgot about Twitter, and so I bailed on the 1 train at 103rd Street after sitting in a stop train for half an hour to take a taxi home just before the train started running again. If I had remembered to check Twitter, I would have seen the problems have been solved, trains will be running again. I would have sat and gotten home faster and without paying for an extra taxi. 3, please restore A-train service to the more frequent 1980s levels. A-train service has disintegrated over the past 30 years, and with increased ridership above 168th Street, we ask the MTA to return the A-train to its former frequency. I should be able to board a downtown 175th Street downtown A train at 175th Street during the morning rush hour, but not have to let one go by until the second one comes that I can get onto. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jim Wright. Mr. Wright will be followed by Ellen Shannon.
Good morning. My name is Jim Wright. I am representing AIA New York, which is a professional organization representing over 5,500 architects dedicated to the quality of life of New York City's residents, workers, and visitors. Recognizing the importance of access to high-quality, reliable, efficient, and equitable mobility for all users, we support the region's public transit systems as necessary to the vitality of the city and the region. The goals of New York City Transit's NYCT's recently released Fast Forward Plan align with the guiding principles of AIA New York's Transportation and Infrastructure Policy Framework issued in 2017, which addresses the issues of mobility, placemaking, sustainability, building better, and funding and financing. In June 2017, Governor Cuomo declared a state of emergency for New York City's subway system, citing a debilitating increase in train and equipment breakdowns and resultant service. This follows a decade-long fall in bus ridership, a 2-year decline in subway ridership, and 14% loss in overall MTA ridership since 2007. In response to the governor's declaration, the MTA created the NYC Subway Action Plan, outlining a strategy for immediate repairs due to disinvestment and deferred maintenance. $836 million in emergency funding was allocated for short-term repairs shared by the state and city. While the Emergency Stabilization Plan did produce incremental improvements in the past year, it did not directly address long-term needs, including the modernization of the outdated signal system, replacement of obsolete subway rolling stock, lack of universal access to most subway stations, lags in communications and fare technologies, normal maintenance and repair, and endemic cost and schedule overruns on capital projects. In May 2018, Andy Byford, the new president of NYCT, addressed these long-term needs with the Fast Forward Plan, which outlines improvements to the bus and subway system over 10 years. To meet this ambitious time frame, more frequent weekend and evening service disruptions will be required. Coupled with management and service improvements as well as efficiencies in procurement, this proposal has the potential to renew the city and region's transit systems in the decades to come. AIA New
Mr.
York
Wright,
supports...
please summarize your remarks.
Sure. We call on the public and business impacted by public transportation, government agencies responsible for the maintenance and operation of the networks, and government bodies tasked with securing the necessary capital funding to cooperate in implementing the plan within the 10-year timeframe. We commend the MTA on its willingness to engage in a forthright analysis of its needs and look forward to the release of further details on the cost, schedule, and funding mechanisms required to achieve this bold plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. The next speaker is Ellen Shannon. Ms. Shannon will be followed by Murray Bowden.
Good morning. I'm Ellen Shannon, the Associate Director for the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA. We've been in talks with Transit for several years regarding how the delays are reported in the committee book. And we very much appreciate the efforts and changes that have been made to the committee book. We are also very appreciative that efficiencies have been made so we can see the May numbers this month and not wait until next month. That helps us a lot in assessing how the system is doing. But not only that, in looking at what's in the book this month, to see so many trend lines going in a positive direction. It's substantive. Weekday and weekend major incidents are down. The mean distance between failure 12 months is up. Elevator and escalator performance is trending in a positive position. Service delivery for both weekday and weekend is improving. And thank you for the greater schedule adherence. We appreciate that. And while the schedule revisions were required to make this happen in the short term, we're still hopeful that the timer analysis that's underway may be able to help improve some of the track speeds to get those run times shorter for all of us riders. We're also looking at system resiliency as some of the numbers that are important after an incident. And while the average train per incident is still struggling, you've managed to decrease the time it takes to recover from an incident over the past year, and that's not insignificant. We're hoping that the the trains involved may follow that number shortly. Thank you for all the work Transit has been doing to improve the passenger experience. Fast Forward is underway, but further operational and capital investments will be critical to keeping the momentum going. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shannon. The next speaker is Murray Bowden. Mr. Bowden will be followed by William Henderson. Mr. Bowden.
One reason that buses don't go as fast as they can go is because the bus lanes are blocked. New York City DOT, Transportation, does not correctly mark the road lines. Prime example is the West FDR Drive and the 63rd Street exit. The exit lane is required by the manual on uniform traffic control devices to be marked with a dotted line, so drivers know that this lane goes somewhere else. New York City just repaved that section, just a week or two ago repainted it with broken lines. Broken lines are the lines that go between lanes that continue forward. I have communicated with their chief engineer, and he doesn't understand that he's supposed to follow the law. That's an easy example to see where New York City does not follow and make it easy for buses to get through. Because if traffic doesn't get separated early enough, the buses can't get past the cars going in the wrong lane because they weren't properly informed. So I recommend that this committee go to the Department of Transportation and have them replace their chief engineer. I know him. I've worked with him for 10 years. He doesn't get it. He thinks what's in his head is in the driver's head, and that's not true. You can see bicycles, city bikes, when they're on the left side,
The left side is yellow, not white. He has them all striped with a double white line on the driver's left. That's illegal, but it's convenient for him. It's certainly not telling the driver the truth. If you want the driver to let the buses go faster, you separate traffic earlier so they don't block the buses. It's difficult to say you have to fire the chief engineer of the Department of Transportation of New York City. But the sooner you do it, the sooner you'll have faster buses.
Thank you, Mr. Bowden. The next speaker is William Henderson. Mr. Henderson will be followed by Marcel Dejean.
Good morning. I'm Bill Henderson, Executive Director of the PCAC, and speaking on behalf of the New York City Transit Riders Council. I'm speaking in strong support of the Staten Island Express Bus redesign project. Redesign is the first step in reimagining the city's overall bus network. These improvements are long overdue, and we'd like to thank the talented staff at NYC Transit for their hard work and their proactive community engagement over the course of this project. We also want to thank our elected leaders, and in particular, Borough President Jim Otto of Staten Island, for their strong support of the project. Much of the Staten Island bus network has been in place for over 50 years, and in that time, the express bus network grew through ad hoc additions to the buses that were available. Many express bus routes are indirect and include lengthy on-island travel before heading nonstop into Manhattan. By more effectively and efficiently using existing resources, the recommendations put forth here today are operationally and physically feasible. Some of the benefits that the redesign brings include reducing the average length of travel in Manhattan from 3 to 1.5 miles, creating more direct routes by reducing the average number of turns at intersections, increasing route mileage spent running nonstop on highways, and increasing the distance between bus stops to keep the buses moving. We understand that these changes may inconvenience some riders. In fact, one of the pilot projects is reducing a express bus that was removed from my neighborhood in 2010. But in exchange, express bus users will receive increased bus speeds, improved reliability, a more efficient network, and ultimately more daily express bus trips with present level resources. Further, by making travel more efficient, these changes will strengthen connections between various parts of the city. Although the work on the redesign started long before the development and release of the Fast Forward plan, it provides an excellent foundation for redesign of the bus network throughout the city. While it won't be easy, in the end, we'll have a more cohesive, efficient, and reliable bus network, and for that reason, we urge you to approve the Staten Island Express Bus redesign. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. The next speaker is Marcel Dejean, who will be followed by Stephanie Burgos.
Hi. So several times in this room, I've heard that in order to get the bus lanes enforced, you'll need cameras, and in order to have cameras enforce bus lanes, you'll need Albany's approval. But it's possible for you guys to enforce the bus lanes without Albany's approval because there are already systems in place. You've said that the main people blocking the bus lanes are, the cabs, the Ubers, the Lyfts, and since they're under the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission, it's actually possible for the MTA to generate a complaint every time that a camera spots a taxi blocking a bus lane, doing an illegal pickup or drop-off in a bus lane. And so you could implement those cameras and generate those complaints, and it would change behavior. It wouldn't raise any revenue for the MTA, but it would change behavior and improve the experience of riders. The other major blockers of bus lanes are city agencies, and going to Albany won't help enforce that because you can't write tickets against city agencies. And also delivery vehicles. And delivery vehicles have sort of they they dispute all of the tickets that they get to them in bulk. And so it's less efficient to have camera tickets against them than it is against general drivers who make up only a small fraction of bus lane violations. So what you can do, though, since delivery vehicles spend a lot of time in a single place, you could actually dispatch an MTA police officer to go and write that ticket. So I think that you have the resources available to you right now to implement bus lane enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dijon. The next speaker is Stephanie Burgos.
Good morning, everyone. How? My name is Stephanie Burgos-Veras, and I'm a senior organizer with Riders Lines. Happy to hear that so many people are talking about buses, and I didn't organize them, so that's so awesome. But I'm here today to talk about the Staten Island Express Bus Network redesign. The Riders Alliance is part of the Bustron campaign and the coalition who has been calling for better buses for the last 2 years. And today is a very special day because everyone here gets to vote on the Staten Island redesign. And that's so important because for decades, buses haven't gotten any attention. And this is a step forward. This is a step in the right direction. This network redesign is going to improve the lives of Staten Island bus riders and give give bus riders, more reliable service. But not only is this important for Staten Island bus riders, but this is important for the entire city, because this is the first step to modernizing our entire bus network through every single borough, in every part of the city. And this means that we're going to upgrade and modernize our system to meet the needs of bus riders today in the 21st century. And this is, really important, and although there will be some resistance to change, we have to keep in mind that innovation and change is always important for growth. It's important for bus riders that depend on them, for the communities that are growing in New York City. It's important for the growth of the entire city for economic development, and it's also very important for the growth of the MTA to make sure that buses are serving of riders, right? Because that is the duty of the MTA. And we want to say, thank you to New York City Transit for taking this lead, for taking this very bold move to improving Staten Island and giving a new network redesign. And we also want to say thank you to the leaders in Staten Island, the elected officials who listened to their riders, their bus riders, and said, this is important for our community, and let's bring it. And we look forward to working with New York City Transit and the elected officials to bring network redesign through all the boroughs by 2021. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Burgos. Mr. Chairman, that was the last speaker.
Thank you all for your comments. Minutes of the meeting, committee meeting of May are in your book. May I have a motion to approve?
So move.
Second. Are there any changes or comments on them? Hearing none. All in favor of accepting the minutes?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining. Minutes are accepted. Mr. Mulligan, are there any changes to the work plan?
Yes, Chairman, we have a change to the work plan. Beginning in October, the committee book will include a new quarterly report submitted by Strategy and Customer Experience. This report will present customer satisfaction ratings for transit, bus, subway, and paratransit services and the trends over time. Subsequent quarterly reports will be presented in January, April, and July of 2019.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the change in the work plan? Second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye. Congratulations.
All in favor, opposed, abstaining. Change is approved. Now I'd like to ask President Byford to make his report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Right, first up, I would just like to say that today in my report and throughout what we talk about today at the committee, you'll hear lots of reference to this, which, as you know, is our Fast Forward plan that was launched at the last meeting. In fact, it was the last board meeting. So there'll be lots of references to work being undertaken as part of that framework because we are not wasting time. We're getting on with it. There's a real sense of momentum around the property as we push on across all aspects of our work and across all departments. I think the second thing I was struck by listening to the public speakers today, which is always insightful, the thing that encourages me is that listening to those speakers, there were a couple of items that struck me in particular. One, the very valid points that were made with regard to the A-train shuttles during closures, getting the basics right. Well, we're very much focused on basics. So rest assured, this isn't all about big ticket items. It's about relentless improvement. And it's about getting those basics right of customer communication, cleanliness, friendly service, punctuality, reliability. Working on any transit system, I sometimes say it is like Groundhog Day. You set out to do the same thing every day, but you should do better than you did the day before by learning from what happened, seeing where you fell short, and doing something about it. So that struck me. The other thing that struck me was the very valid point that Ms. Ryan made about accessibility. So just hold that thought, please, Ms. Ryan. I will come back to that as my final comment today. So lots of work happening, and I'd like to thank my team for the effort that they've put in over the past few weeks. It seems like yesterday we launched Fast Forward. Already, we're putting together a master plan, which will pull together all of the myriad work streams that formulate the plan. Obviously, the big ticket items, but the many small initiatives as well. Each will be assigned a project manager in terms of a group of activities, and for each initiative, there will be a named accountable person who's actually responsible for delivering on that item. We've held kickoff meetings around the property across all of the various groups to make sure that we push on, and particularly that we make progress in those areas for which additional capex is not a requirement. Obviously, we need that. I hope came through loud and clear previously, but there's a lot that we can and should be getting on with right now, so that's been very much our focus. But having said that, obviously additional capex is necessary, but there again, we're making progress. A number of us went to Albany just a few weeks ago, and we started what will, I suspect, be a long campaign to persuade legislatures that this plan is worthy of funding. And I thought it was pretty good. We were respectfully received, and people were very interested in what the plan will deliver. So that was the funding front. On the bus front, I went down to have a look at the new bus today, Darrell. I thought it was excellent. It was great to have so many people having a look at that new bus. And I'm very excited about the Staten Island Express that we're about to launch. It's very much, as one of the speakers said, a forerunner for the complete revisiting, reimagination of the entire bus network. And I thought, as an example of how to go about constructing a redesign, how to consult, talking to operators, talking to customers, and talking to electeds. And again, I'd shout out Staten Island BP Jimmy Otto. That is a role model going forward. So very excited about moving forward on the bus front. On subways, you're going to be hearing from Sally, the SVP for subways, about further progress in that space. Group station managers are coming. They're on the horizon. We aim to have them at least selected by next month, which is a very compressed time frame, but these are the people that will transform not only customer service on stations, but also the look and feel, the ambience of the stations and maintenance. So we'll keep you posted on that. Thank you, Sally and team, for the further progress on delay capture. Part of a three-phase push, a three-phase methodology, which is capturing in the first place those delay minutes, properly analyzing and attributing them, and then acting upon them, again, via that push on basics. So I'll let Sally talk to that. We're pushing ahead on signal contracts. You'll see in the board report in the procurement section, which Steve will take you through, there's a piece in there about the B division that we need to progress. We are accelerating the work that we're doing on Culver and 8th Avenue, and we're also going to set up a suppliers conference next month to see what else is out there. How can we deliver even more quickly on the signaling challenge that we've set out within this document, the Fast Forward document. Progress on customer service. Sarah, Chief Customer Officer, will today for the first time have a voice at the table. She will be doing a report. She's developed new metrics. Even internally, we held the first of what we call our Meet the Exec sessions, whereby no more meetings at head office. I don't want to do that. We go out in the field, and we had an excellent Meet the Exec the other day. Thank you, Darrell and Craig, at Michael J. Quill Depot, where we still had our meeting, but we walked about and we met the troops and we walked the floor, and that was very well received. So lots happening. The final point I wanted to talk about was accessibility. And if you just bear with me, I will go to the back of the room and I need to use the mic back there. Slip that it's your birthday tomorrow. So this is a signed copy of the Fast Forward plan. You should be very careful what you say at these committee meetings. And the second is, I said I would come back to the final point, the big thrust of Fast Forward, not just signalling, not just buses, important though those are, accessibility. And I said that one of the first jobs for me was to appoint an accessibility advisor, someone that would be appointed to my executive, someone that would report directly to me, and that person's mandate will be to pull together all of the various accessibility work streams, to be the voice of people with mobility and other accessible impairments, to work across all of the various projects that we have going on, and to work across all of the groups. So to give us relentless advice, informed advice on the accessibility cause. So I think actions speak louder than words. We're not messing about. We have conducted a comprehensive search. We had an excellent field, and I'm very pleased to announce that today our new accessibility advisor, who will start with us actually next Monday, but has come as my guest for today, is the former program manager for accessibility issues at the TLC, and that is my new colleague. Welcome to Transit, Alex Elegudin. Thank you, Alex. And next month, Alex will rightly sit at the front with me at the top table. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, President Byford. You certainly know how to make an announcement. Now I'd like to ask Senior Vice President of Subway, Sally Librera, to make her report.
Good morning. So as President Byford said, we have been hard at work on our ongoing delay causation analysis, and later in just a few minutes I will show you a preliminary version of a revised Chart 20 for your book, the delay causation chart. Another benefit of the system integration that we've done is that we've been able to reduce the lag time, as Ms. Shannon pointed out in the public speaking section, so that now we can report on all of our indicators in the meeting that follows the month of performance. So you'll notice in your book today you have double reports for MDBF, for bottom line delays, and also for on-time performance. So as we heard this morning already, there's many bright spots in the performance report for subways for the month of May and April to a certain extent, to the extent that you have doubled up reports in your book. We see a lot of positive indicators in our customer-facing metrics. We see positive movement in MDBF, in elevator and escalator availability. One area does stand out in the report as needing improvement, and that's the area of major incidents. And so I want to spend some time talking about that this morning. We had 85 major incidents in the month of May, which is a very high number and a number that we are committed to bringing down. One of the key drivers of that high number of major incidents is that we had a particularly high number of major signal incidents over the course of the month. We had 35 major incidents for signals in the month of May in 2018 compared to 25 last May of 17. We also had 15 major incidents on the 7 line alone, which is a high number for the 7 line. What we see when we look at the 7 line major incidents is that a good share of them are attributed to the legacy signal equipment on the 7 line, which will be phased out with CBTC, the full CBTC cutover later this year. And also, when we look at all 35 major incidents that happened for signals over the course of the system in May, we see that the single biggest indicator, the single biggest driver of the failures is track circuit failures. So track circuits are the backbone of the fixed block signaling system. As we move to CBTC, we dramatically reduce the number of track circuits in our system. We'll do it on the 7 line this year, and we'll do it on the other lines, the rest of the system, or the majority of the system, with a fast-forward plan at an accelerated rate. When we do that, we are essentially engineering out this point of failure, this significant point of failure that track circuits are causing in terms of the signal failures that we see in the system. It's just one reason of many that we see tremendous opportunity for reliability improvement with the Fast Forward plan. Another note that's important to make with respect to the major signal incidents in May is that even though major signal incidents were up for the month, total signal incidents weren't. In fact, their rate was comparable with recent months and even down. It improved 5% compared to May of last year. So again, this gets to the point, and we discussed this a bit last month, that a major driver of the major incidents is where and when these incidents happen, which is informing our maintenance strategy at this point. This month, we had a greater share of our major signal incidents happen during the peak. We had 4 major incidents on the 4 line in the peak, 4 major incidents on the 7 line in the peak. Those lines with that type of service frequency in the peak hours, even a small disruption or a small delay can balloon and ripple into a big impact for customers. And so we're committed to bringing those incidents down. The way that we're doing it is that in addition to looking at assets that are poor performing for additional preventative maintenance, we're also introducing more preventative maintenance at locations in the system that are critical. So we're identifying where those locations are, and we're rolling out enhanced preventative maintenance in those areas. Moving on to cars, we continue to see an improvement in car MDBF. The month of April, we had MDBF over 137,000 miles. That's the highest it's been in 2 years in terms of a monthly statistic. The month of May was lower. It was 121,535 miles. The 12-month average ending in May is 4.2% above where it was 12 months prior, again reflecting a continued steady improvement in MDBF of the fleet. Elevator and escalator availability is each up this month at both the monthly level and the 12-month level ending in May. I'm pleased to report that the first new vacuum train is on the property and is in testing, and we expect to put it into full service next month. It will be joined by 2 other high-powered new vacuum trains that we expect to have on property by the end of the year. These 3 trains will complement all of the extensive track cleaning efforts that we have had underway and continue to have underway through the Subway Action Plan. We've recently completed an extensive subway track cleaning throughout the entire system, and these trains will enable us to maintain that state of cleanliness and also the reduced incident of track fires that we're seeing right now. So I would now like to talk a bit about the revised delay chart and ask that you...
Can you just,
sure.
Before you go to the revised delay chart, which I look forward to, I have a couple of questions just about the report that you just gave. And one is, just to your point, I've never been that much of a fan of what the major incidents really reveal, given the fact that it could be for 12 minutes, it could be for 2 hours, we don't know. But when you talk about the number 7 train, I'm surprised to hear that there are that many major incidents related to the number 7 train, since it's a single line and doesn't affect other lines. And as I understand, a major incident is defined as 50 trains being delayed. So number 7 train delays actually affect a 50 train delay frequently? Is that?
This month, yes. So the 7 line is undergoing a lot right now with the CBTC cutover and with the legacy equipment. Remember, the 7 line was selected for CBTC because of the age and condition of the equipment on the line. So the legacy signal equipment is some of our most problematic in terms of performance. And we certainly will benefit in terms of performance once we fully cut over. But managing the 2 systems as we roll CBTC out, but not yet fully on the line, has created some additional challenges in terms of managing the service. But generally speaking, the 7 line, because the service frequency is so high, even though it's a short line and we don't have the merges and diverges with other lines, even a short duration incident can easily result in a major incident with 50 or more trains delayed.
And then my second question is with respect to miles car without delays. Why, given how many cars there are, why is it so varied from month to month? Can you explain the formula for that? Because if it's 120,000 miles without a delay 1 month, and then it shoots up to 137,000 miles, and then goes down again, what causes such a, seems to me like a huge variance from month to month?
So I'll do my best to explain, and then I'll probably follow up with a more detailed explanation of the calculation. The revenue miles does change month to month, but
sorry.
The revenue miles does change month to month, but it's a relatively consistent figure. What affects MDBF is a much smaller number of actual train troubles, and so that's how we calculate MDBF. We take our total mileage and we divide it by the number of train troubles that cause a delay in service. And that number can fluctuate significantly because it's a much smaller number, because it's just the train delays themselves, the incidents that are delaying trains.
So, and that's an accurate reflection of the reliability of each car, even though it varies so much from month to month?
So we don't, it's not our preference to look at just the monthly indicators of car performance because there is that fluctuation, because again, the train trouble number can go up and down. We prefer the 12-month average because it smooths out not just month-to-month, normal month-to-month variation, but things that are impacted by seasonal variation. Right now, going into the hot season, we are much more challenged in terms of HVAC equipment on our cars than we were a few months ago. So what we like to do is look at the 12 months so we smooth out those seasonal variations. And when we look at the 12 months, we see a steady improvement in terms of MDBF for the entire fleet.
And then my final question was with respect to fires. I know that fires for this year are down marginally. They're still up significantly when compared to, I think, 2016. And given that the Subway Action Plan was among its highest priorities were to deal with track fires, and I would think that that is something that, with attention, is largely within management's control because it's so related to, I assume, trash on the tracks and the like. And we've had given it such a high priority over the past year through the Subway Action Plan. Why isn't there a much greater impact on track fires than what we've seen?
I would have to look more closely at the data that you're comparing it to from 2016. But what we do see is that the track fires are down as a result of the extensive Subway Action Plan
pretty
activity.
Small, like 30 fires of 916 compared to 950 or something like that.
But much of the debris that causes track fires isn't necessarily debris that's been accumulating over long periods of time. It's debris that can regenerate over just a short period of time. And one of the things that we are really looking forward to with the Group Station Manager program is an attention to detail and attention to litter and cleanliness in the system. As the stations are cleaner and as we put more of an emphasis on detail with respect to the appearance of the stations, we not only will identify conditions where we have trash in tracks maybe for longer than it needs to be, but we'll also be setting a new baseline for what the appearance of the station is. And our hope is that disincentivizes folks from littering in the system, which is really what we want. Certainly the new high-powered vacuum trains will be adding to our effectiveness in terms of keeping the system clear. In terms of recent years and challenges with recent years in terms of track cleanliness, yes, we've stepped up efforts in terms of having more track workers walking and cleaning tracks. The most efficient way to clean tracks is to have well-performing vacuum trains running throughout the system, and we haven't had that over the last handful of years. Our existing equipment really was well beyond its useful life and was not very effective. So now that we have these new trains out, we expect to see not only just a continuation of our improved performance, but a further reduction of those fires.
Thank you.
Yeah, one quick question. How fast will those trains be moving? I remember the original ones were very slow-moving affairs.
5 miles an hour.
All right.
Mr. Merdler.
Perhaps you can help me before we update the delay causation. I'd like to look at what we have at the moment. So if you will look at page 31, and as you will see in a moment, I'm confused. On page 31, let's look at the number 4 line. It's doing about 30 seconds better than it did last year. In other words, you only have to wait 53 seconds before a train comes along, according to that. Now you look at page 45, and you see that only 29% of the trains get from point A to point B on time. So somebody must be waiting in the middle of a tunnel or somewhere, if it's not on a platform, to get there. But let's go on for another step, if I may. If you look at the subway weekday weight assessment on page 42, you see that it's 67% of the time, or 2/3 of the time, you're not waiting just a second or two or 60. You're waiting a substantially longer period of time, 67% of the time, according to this, you're not on time. And then finally, if you look at the weekend terminal, you see the same kind of results. Now, I know that different people can manipulate different statistics in different ways, but these do not jibe. And if you're going to build on that, more of this second kind of reporting, all you're going to do is compound that inaccuracy.
So I think that's actually a good segue into what I wanted to say about the delay causation process, and that is to, again, review the objective of why we undertook this analysis. And this analysis has been underway for some time. The objective is to ensure that we best understand what is causing incidents and delays in the system, and then use that information to develop strategies to go after those causes and bring the overall quantity of delays down. Now, what I'll talk about is not just the process by which we've done this, but also one of our objectives is to get to more clear language than you see on your chart 20, which I think may answer some of your questions. So what you have here is a preliminary version of what we will be replacing chart 20, and this will be the same format for chart 21, the weekend delays. And what we've done is we've indicated the trains delayed per weekday, so it's normalized by the number of weekdays in the month, and then the % of the delayed trains for each of these categories. And this is May data. So what we first do on the chart is we separate out incidents and delays for track and signal failures. Currently, in the chart 20 in your book, those are included in the category of ROW right-of-way delays. Also, in that category, right-of-way delays, you see what we're calling here other unplanned disruptions. So those could be infrastructure defects or station platform edge defects that are affecting train service. And by infrastructure, I mean maybe something that's on a tunnel wall, some sort of cabling, something along those lines. The The fourth category that's currently in right-of-way delays is where we have a train that has its brakes activated, but we don't identify the cause. We can't identify the cause based on the investigation that we do. Right now, that accounts for, in terms of May, that's about 1% of the delayed trains. So what we've done is we've taken that former category of ROW delays and separated them out into those four categories: track, signals, other unplanned, and train brake activation. And for track and signals, it's worth pointing out that we're not talking about just the initial incident. If we have an initial incident and then we go in to remediate the repair, we're putting all of those delays into that incident. We have broken into multiple categories the subway car category, which is currently in Chart 20 as just one line item, subway car. So we've split out door-related propulsion and braking to get to more specificity in terms of what's driving the delays. Service delivery is what we are now calling issues that are associated with performance. And by performance, I mean not just train operation or door operation, but also folks just being in the right place at the right time, which is obviously very complex in our system. So that could be relating to the performance of train operators, conductors, tower operators, train service supervisors, dispatchers. Next, we have listed all of the external factors together, calling them out separately to again, add specificity and clarity to the categories that have been in your book in different capacities. Just last month, Commissioner Vanderpool, you had asked the question about police action versus unruly customer. This top category would pick both of those up. So again, the intention is to add clarity and to make the terms more clear so that we understand what the drivers are. One very important point about this chart is it's not finished yet. It's an iterative process. We're going to put it in the book next week or next month, and we'll be using it, certainly moving forward. But we expect to add more detail as our business process gets stronger and we are more confident in the subcategories of each of these categories. That's the intention. That's why there's a big note that says work in progress. And the other big note on the page is the next category: operating environment. So we've spent a good amount of time talking about the category that's currently on Chart 20 that is overcrowding, insufficient capacity. And there's another category on your page, which is unassigned delays. In both of those categories, we typically pick up trains that are delayed at the terminal, but not for an obvious incident. In some cases, these may be that the running times and the schedules just aren't aligned because of changing ridership patterns. It may be that there's excessive dwell going on at isolated points in the system. It may be that we have train performance issues with particular crews, and that could be on the train operator side or on the conductor side in terms of the speed that we close the doors. We also may have some running time issues associated with the safety modifications that we've made to signals that aren't yet reflected in the underlying schedules. We recognize that that number, 39% of delays, is too big a category, and we want to get to a more detailed description of what the drivers are in that 40% category. I will point out that we're trending in the positive direction with respect to this. If you look at the data that's in your book for April and you add the insufficient capacity number and the unassigned number, you actually come up with a number that's 43% of the delays in April. If you do the same thing for March, it's 47% of the delays. If you go back to February, it's 49% of the delays. So we are doing a better job of assigning trains to parent incidents that might fall into other categories. But we certainly have more work to do here, and we're committed to doing that.
I know, Commissioner, you want to come in. I'd just like to add to that, and thank you, Sally, for that. The headline from me is, we said back in January, my first meeting, that we intended to do something about this whole issue around delay attribution. And not as some sort of academic exercise, but because ultimately it's a proxy for the customer's experience and because it reflects that our service is not as good as it should be, and therefore we need to do something about it. And it's not as quick a fix as you might think it is, for a number of reasons. A, the quantum of minutes. B, the complexity of the subway, whereby where if a line was self-contained, it's fairly well, I wouldn't say easy, but it's quicker to understand what might have delayed a train. Where trains are merging and where they themselves are the victims of a delay, that does make it more complex. So the methodology that we're applying is threefold, 3 phases. Number one, capture the data in the first place and do so in just one source of data, not 2 that we previously had, neither of which were perfect. They were actually fairly rudimentary, and now we've got one single source of data capture. So that's job 1, done, and we now have that single source. So you capture it. Number 2 is to then attribute and analyze that data, and that's what Sally's been talking about. And I think this is a much more granular way of analyzing it, such that number 3, you can move to the 3rd phase, which we are progressing, which is to reduce the number in the first place. That's the whole point of this. As I said, it's not an academic exercise. It's meant to make things better ultimately for our customers. Even that reduction is, it seems to me, divided into 2 parts. One, the big fixes, which are resignaling the subway, which is the biggest, most transformational opportunity, but also things like rewriting the schedule so that they properly reflect reality. But then the second part is just getting better at the basics. It is making sure, as Sally said, that people are in the right place at the right time, that dispatch from terminals is timely, that dwell times are properly managed, particularly at the big locations, you know, that the railway, the subway is run like clockwork. That's what you should be aiming to achieve. So this is a work in progress. My point, answer to you, Commissioner Merdler, would be that at face value, you're right, there seems to be a disconnect there, but those are 2 different things that you highlighted. One, additional platform time is effectively showing what the delta is between what the time you should have had to wait and the average time you did have to wait, whereas the other was an absolute. It's an arrival on time at a terminal, and it may be that you can improve the latter by bypassing bypassing stations, and that would in itself prolong the wait time at intermediate stations. So they are connected, but they're not connected in such a way that they should be exactly the same. I hope that helps.
Merdler.
Congratulate you for trying to reconcile the data and provide as much as you can. But let me be clear. If you have set up a schedule that a train is supposed to leave at 1 hour and get to a destination at another hour, and it doesn't get there in anything approaching the time, there must have been a delay somewhere along the line. To say it took on a given hypothetical platform 1 minute less or 10 seconds less of waiting time, that really begs the question, because somewhere along the line, or at least in the tunnel, there was a delay. And I find, for my purposes at least, the schedule that is A is at least opaque, if not misleading. Secondly, I have the following concern. It is very clear to me, and I think to the general public, that you are determined to and have the ability and will to turn this situation around. I have no doubt in my mind, and I don't think the public has any doubt in its mind, that it's going to take you a considerable period of time to achieve that result. But in the course of that, it seems to me that you have to focus on the fact that we have to tell the people the facts as they are. And to try and camouflage it with, and I don't suggest that that is the effort, but to in any way obfuscate it by not indicating that it is taking longer to get from point A to point B and that people are having a problem, does you a disservice, in my view. Let me make my point in tangible terms. The people who are traveling during the indicated period on the number 4 line were not getting adequate service. There's no excuse for that. If that train was coming in 29% of the time on time, in other words, less than a third of the time on time, and if they were waiting on the number 4 approximately half the time to get there, and all of the other statistics show that there was delay, then the answer would be, in my view, that not only do we have to understand why, and which is what you're doing by trying to break the information down, and I congratulate you again for that, but also to understand what it is we can do to make that better. And I understand that your view is signals. I understand your view is equipment and the like. But in the process of doing that, I really would like to be clear that they need to know the facts.
Well, if I may respond to that, I entirely agree with you.
May I just add one other point, if I may? I noticed in this draft that you put overcrowding in the environment. Now, I understand a lot of people in a crowded subway create a lousy environment for everyone in it. Sardines you can only fit so many sardines in a can. But it is a separate subject, and it should be indicated as such. If you have overcrowding, people are entitled to know that that's a cause.
Right, so if I might respond, Commissioner, I entirely agree with you that the service is not as good as it should be. That's the whole point. We're on the same page. And in terms of making that data transparency and that reality clear to customers, again, we entirely agree. That's the whole purpose of this presentation and this exercise. It was precisely because I balked at the lumping together of a huge chunk of delays under overcrowding and whatever the other insufficient capacity, which to me was at best meaningless. That's precisely why we embarked upon this road back in January, and we've been progressively improving this ever since. But in order to achieve the end that we all want, which is better service, you have to have a single source of the data in the first place, which we've done. We now have, first time. Previously, we were using two databases, neither of which were particularly, I didn't think, effective. Secondly, properly analyze that data and break it down into categories that are meaningful and aren't a catch-all. And thirdly, then do something about it, which is why we're adopting this three-phase methodology that I just described. So you're absolutely right, not good enough. My team know that, and we're making huge strides to tackle that issue.
Mr. Albert, then Ms. Vanterpool.
Congratulations on the new metrics. I think this is really terrific because some of the categories that we had prior to this were just too generalized, and it didn't give you the information, the kind of information you need to make things better. Now we're going to know exactly what was it, debris, was it someone holding doors, was it a police action, was it a sick customer, where these things. I think that's terrific. But in terms of what Commissioner Merdler asked earlier, the legacy indicator of terminal on-time performance, are GOs taken into account when you're looking at those figures? Is that pre-GO or post-GO, those figures?
Those are post-GO. So the last category on this page, planned right-of-way work, those are delays that we experience above and beyond the scheduled diversions and the scheduled supplements that are put into place. So
the diversion itself would cause so much delay, and that you expected. So anything beyond that would show up in that category.
As long as it's loaded in as a supplement schedule, this is all done electronically. So this is taking the scheduled time, and if that's loaded in as a supplement, it's going to be looking at the actual versus the supplement. But the planned work category on this page will also pick up signal maintainers out doing their regular inspections, track workers doing their regular inspections. So a lot of work that's happening on the right-of-way that's not currently baked into our supplement schedules.
And a late departing GO would be shown in that category, or?
Yes.
Planned right away?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Vanterpool.
Thank you. And thank you for these very helpful metrics. I think as we continue to review our committee books, it's going to be so insightful to see the specificity of these delays. Have you given any consideration to the planned right-of-work category and further breaking that down to the extent of subway action plan or state of good repair or capital expansion or any other categories?
Yes, we certainly have. And And we will be adding to all of these categories as we get confident in the quality of the subcategories. So as Andy mentioned, what we're doing here is not just getting the data into one database, but we've actually built a new system with a new QA team around analyzing this data and making sure that we don't have, because in the former system we had dispatchers who were at terminals entering information into the terminal delay database that would produce the reports for you here. And so now, rather than having that done potentially in different ways by dispatchers, we have a centralized group who we are retraining at this point and who we are creating some consistent procedures for that will be looking at more consistent application of trouble codes to things that might fall under one umbrella like planned work. As we get more confident in the accuracy of those subcategories, we'll start adding them to the page.
And just a follow-up question, please, or a second question, rather. Sarah, how do you anticipate this level of specificity being reflected, if at all, in the way that we externally communicate with customers on social media?
Sure. I think that we are making significant strides in communicating more about our planned work. In the past, that's been sort of more passive communication through social. We've increased the number of tweets, as you can see from my report, which I'll take you through later, but also through new web applications and that are coming out shortly, we'll be able to do a more proactive job at explaining the service changes as well as the resulting delays as a result of those service changes.
Mr. Greenberg.
Yes, I maybe because I missed a couple of meetings, there's some legacy indicators that we're not doing anymore. There was a combination one which had weight assessment, on-time performance put together. Is there a reason why we dropped that? There was a combination one.
Those are all reported separately, continue to be, and that really didn't add value to the book, and we were just basically focusing on the new measures.
Okay, I like weight assessment, even though it's old, and I like the new ones too. It's just, as you can see from some of this discussion, it's easy to misinterpret what they actually mean and how to interpret them, because they're not all on a 1 to 100 scale. They show different things. I think Commissioner Myrtle's point is well taken there. Without some level of background for this, or even a basic statistics knowledge, it might be difficult to understand what's going on here. I congratulate you on this effort, which really shows, which is really more of a management tool to me than something for the public to see, which is more of these statistics like weight assessment or even additional platform time, additional travel time, which, you know, I think its emphasis, those are averages. I mean, people could wait 10, 15 minutes, and, you know, some people wait even less because of a delay, because the train's a bunch, whatever. That whole explanation, I think, needs to be made clear to commissioners and maybe even more to the public. I don't really know how you do that. Having said all that, I think it is interesting to note that the numbers for weight assessment are not good at all. They're improving. They've improved probably. I think we've bottomed out, I hope, and I hope to see them improve. And actually, we don't meet the goal we've established in our strategic operations plan, and that's a goal that we should meet, and that we should say we're not providing adequate service until we meet that goal, which we have not met. So that's the comment on that. But I think it would be good to get out there sort of ahead of the curve here and explain how these are generated and what they really actually mean. I understand it, but I'm getting a feeling many people don't.
Mr. Weisbrot.
I just want to congratulate you. From the moment I got here, I thought we were living in a fool's paradise and trying to improve a system when we didn't, and trying to reduce delays when we didn't have a clue really as to what was causing those delays, at least not statistically, and just doing it anecdotally. And I think this is really a very constructive development. I know it's not perfect yet, and perhaps it never will be perfect, but I just think this is a really important stride forward. And I thank you, Sally, you, Andy, and the whole team for transforming this in a very short period of time. So thanks.
Thank you.
Before we move on to bus and paratransit, Ms. Librera, is there anything you want to add to your report?
No, I'll just thank you for the remarks and for the questions and the good comments, and we'll think about how we talk about all of the statistics together. I think those are all very, very good questions and comments. One thing I just do want to note in closing is there was only a few years ago that we were still using paper and pencil at our terminal locations for all of our B division lines to be tracking the arrival times of trains. So even though we have a lot more work to do, we've done a lot, and there's a lot of effort going on, and a lot of folks within transit deserve credit for putting a lot of time and energy into improving the information that we have.
Thank you. Now we're on to Darrell Arick and the bus and paratransit reports.
Good morning. Before focusing on some quick win deliverables that the team has accomplished or will accomplish in the next coming months, I will touch on May's performance. Overall bus performance remained stable, but we do recognize that May was particularly a challenging month. While fleet reliability did improve by 2% over a 12-month rolling average against last year, we did incur a bit of a decline of 3% for the month of May compared to the same month last year. In addition, we did experience a slight decline in weight assessment by 0.3% on a 12-month rolling average compared to the same period last year, and by 0.8% in May compared to May of 2017. We've identified several operational issues and are currently implementing corrective actions that will improve performance as we move forward. As part of this process, we are revisiting the way we identify root cause and how we mitigate issues in real time. A key tenet of the Fast Forward plan is the complete redesign of our bus network. As Peter will mention shortly, in August, we will be implementing our first major redesign with the goal of improving the speed and reliability of the Staten Island Express bus network. The redesign incorporates extensive feedback from our customers and all key stakeholders. Also, as part of our Fast Forward initiatives, we will be increasing off-peak frequency on 2 MTA bus routes in September, the Q6 and the Q69. The intent is to encourage more ridership during off-peak hours where we see the potential demand and we have available resources and capacity. As part of our commitment to engage and listen to our customers and stakeholders, in May we held an open house in the Rockaways where we presented a plan to move buses faster and provide more reliable service along the Rockaway Peninsula. We are in the process of reviewing the valuable feedback that we received. We also continue to make operational adjustments to tweak our existing service to help make our buses more reliable. For example, we recently collaborated with New York City DOT to modify signal timing to reduce the queuing of buses leaving the St. George terminal in Staten Island. Preliminary indications are very promising. As part of our commitment to evaluate new bus designs, I'm happy to announce that we have a new MCI coach bus on display today across the street here at 2 Broadway. This bus provides improved accessibility with a first-of-its-kind low-entry vestibule and an automated ramp allowing for ease of boarding for customers with wheelchairs and other mobility devices. This bus will be tested for approximately 90 days. So I ask you all to come and check the bus out after this meeting. On to paratransit. Performance on a 12-month average remained stable overall in spite of a 13% growth in ridership compared to last year. One area we are proactively addressing is a slight decline in our broker performance, including the category of no-shows and on-time performance. Our eHail pilot program, which includes both advanced reservation, real-time on-demand service for paratransit customers, continues to exceed expectations as resulted in the ridership growth. Demand for eHail services has grown exponentially each month, with approximately 147,000 trips in April as compared to 6,000 in the same month last year. The on-demand portion of the pilot has over 1,100 customers enrolled, who have now taken over 48,000 on-demand trips since the end of last year. Making paratransit service responsive to our customers' needs is a key tenet of the Fast Forward program. We recognize the unprecedented flexibility that on-demand e-hail offers to our customers. To that end, we are working closely with the FTA to determine the best options for incorporating sustainable e-hail services beyond our pilot. Our vision is to expand the program while ensuring that it remains supportable as it continues to grow. A key part of shaping our future program is our comprehensive review and lessons learned from e-hail models in use at other paratransit agencies throughout the country. This concludes my report.
Thank you. Mr. Merdler, then Mr. Albert.
Darrell, somebody in the audience speaking earlier must have been listening into the conversations you and I have had for some time. The question being, people who park in bus stops. Has any thought been given, because we've been talking about this forever in 3 days, to my knowledge, Mr. Vitiello has been talking to the police department about it. Is there any thought been given to getting the MTA police to enforce it, since the New York City Police Department just cannot seem to get around to doing it, of buses that are parked in, of cars that are parked in bus stops?
Yeah, so I would say that all options are on the table. Discussions are being had right now, and that is one of the key considerations. I have a meeting, I think, this week with Chief Chan of the NYPD, because we do not want to walk away from NYPD and their responsibility to enforce traffic. But yes, part of the bus plan, as you recall, talks about traffic teams that we're looking to develop with collaboration with NYC DOT and also NYPD, and consideration of other police forces.
And if I may, the second part is the trucks that get the benefit of triple and quadruple parking and then just take all the tickets, put them in a large box, and go negotiate a number at Parking Violations Bureau. Is there any effort being made to have the City Council focus on this in terms of abolishing by law the right to do that kind of negotiation? If the automobile driver is subject to a fine for parking illegally or for any other traffic infraction, there should be no greater benefit to any one of the trucking companies that, as a matter of course, take for granted that they have 3 hours to park illegally anywhere they want to, and they do it. Is there any way of getting the City Council to pay attention to that?
I think it's possible. I think that portion of it will be a part of my ongoing discussions with the city. But I will tell you at this point in time that there's no effort around that right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Albert, then Mr. Glucksman.
Darrell, has a notice gone out to bus operators to let management know if there's a repeat problem on a particular route, whether it's double parking, people in bus stops, deliveries, construction issues? Has that notice gone out to bus operators yet, so that you can have the latest info?
So that's an ongoing process. I mean, bus operators report issues to the bus command center in a very contemporaneous way. There's discussions back at the depot. There's an ongoing conversation with the unions, weekly, monthly, daily, on a daily basis. But, and also our road operations are deeply engaged. As you know, this is a major issue for us, but it's a very difficult needle to move. But yes, the conversations happen on a regular basis.
And when a repeat issue has been raised, do you then go to the appropriate agency, whether it's DOT, NYPD?
Absolutely,
yeah,
yes.
You do that?
Yes.
Thanks.
Mr. Glucksman.
Yes, thank you. About 3 months ago, after a report came out about the number of summonses that had been issued 2 years ago and how it had dropped like 5,000, I asked the chief to speak with his colleagues in the city and find out if they couldn't do a better enforcement of this, and we never got a report about it.
Darrell, if I heard you right, you're meeting with Chief Chan? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Chief Chan's head of the Transportation Bureau. You know, they oversee the traffic agents and everything. So, I mean, I passed that on to Chief Chan. And then, as Darrow said, he's meeting with them, you know, so.
But it seems like a no-brainer. I mean, and they should just summons these offenders. I mean, we're getting beat up, as I said the last time, about delays in the buses, and it's stuff out of our control, but it can be fixed. Thank you.
Okay. If there's nothing else, are you concluded, Mr. Eric? Then we're ready for the strategy and customer experience report. Ms. Meyer.
Great. I'm pleased to report monthly activities for our customer feedback channels. First and foremost, I want to thank our customers for their patience as we work to stabilize the system. I'm committed to ensuring that every interaction with our customers is helpful and efficient. We're building processes for faster action-based results for issues that customers report to us in real time, and we're also trying to improve signage and alerts to give customers more notice and travel alternatives. As detailed in my report, there is a significant amount of volume in feedback channels, but when compared year over year, there have been significant improvements in wait hold times in our call center and response metrics, and a significant increase in online engagement. On social, the majority of our customers are tweeting about real-time service issues, and we know there's been a lot of work in the system, both planned and unplanned. But my team and I are personally advocating on our customers' behalf to make their travel faster and easier, putting out thousands of proactive alerts. We were pleased to see a 24% decline in help point calls year over year, now at 73,000 calls for the month of May. And I see this as an indicator that our significant expansion of the announcement program under the Subway Action Plan and the Countdown Clock installation program are giving our customers the information they need regarding service and arrival times. The strategy and customer experience team has also significantly expanded our efforts to meet with and connect with the public, both in person and online, speaking at 9 community board meetings this month, hosting 3 town halls, and conducting our first ever Facebook Live chat. Thank you, Andy, for doing that. In the coming months, we'll be reporting to you on plans and actions that will improve the customer experience. And to ensure we're on track, we'll be reporting customer satisfaction research scores in the fall. I know this is the first time you're seeing this data, so I am happy to answer any questions or make any modifications for future reports. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
I'm trying to find it now, but there seemed to be a huge wait time for people who called in with complaints. Like,
correct. We're averaging in May 3.2 minutes of hold time. That's a significant increase from last year when it was 6.5 minutes in hold time. And it's a question of budget. We have,
how many call operators there are?
I believe there are around 40, but I'll check with my team and confirm that. There's different times and staffing limits per peak hours. There are also some overnight call answers as well. So 50% reduction. I believe in the Fast Forward plan, we have another 25% reduction in hold times committed for 2018.
And most of those, when you look at those calls, are people actually calling from, or a large percentage of those people actually calling from a transit situation as opposed to just seeking information for the future?
Yes, so they're using our help point system when they're on the platform to ask for information, but we also have a number of people who are calling about escalator, elevator maintenance and service, correct routing if a particular area is blocked because of planned work.
Mr. Jones.
Yeah, pursuing that a little further, do people get a response when they get on hold of how long they're going to have to wait?
They do not currently, but we are upgrading our system and our technology with our partners at MTA to reform call center technology. But that is certainly a thing on my list as an estimated wait time, as well as reforming the call tree. Currently, in all honesty, it's confusing. Yeah. So we're working on clarifying the options that people can hit to get to a customer service representative, as well as updating to modern wait time technology.
I would also suggest that many of the for-profits are using a system where if you can't wait, you'll get a call back at a time certain.
Yeah.
I think everything we can do to give people a sense that you're not just ignoring them and keeping them on hold so you go away would be useful. And I think technology has moved here, and anything you can do that sort would help.
Yes, but our response times on social are significantly faster currently than they are at our call center. So even telling people that they can, tweet at us instead of waiting on hold is a significant advancement.
Mr. Merdler.
Mr. Mayor, am I correct that this is a different call center than the one for paratransit?
You are correct.
Well, then let me be sure to congratulate you. People are using it more. In my community board in the Bronx, they are specifically commenting favorably upon the improvement, and I thank you for that.
That's great news, and I'll pass it along to the team. They're extremely hardworking, so I will do that. Thank you.
Is there anything else you wish to add, Ms. Meyer? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
I'm
White.
sorry, I had one more question about a metric, which is well, I think all of us who use the subway every day are thrilled about internet service in the subway. It drops repeatedly, and sometimes more than others. Is there a way to track that with the provider? And
Sure. I will talk to our partners at Transit Wireless to see if they can provide us with that data.
and something to track on an ongoing basis.
Definitely.
Because
Definitely, but I also think it has significantly, just you can see the number of people that are reaching out to us through social. It's because they can now use their mobile devices while on trains and on platforms. And our customers are also an amazing sort of QA feedback loop for us in the rail control center and to give feedback to our partners at subways and buses and paratransit. So we welcome and ask our customers to keep reaching out to us.
Yeah, and since that's an outside provider, just the reliability of Wi-Fi service is really an important thing to maintain.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We do lose connectivity as we leave the station and go into a tunnel, right?
Yes, we do.
Well, that's good to remind ourselves of, because we're at the station for a relatively brief period of time unless something bad happens. And we're in the tunnel.
Well, that's the time when connectivity drops, you really get angry. When you're in a station and connectivity drops and something really bad has happened, that's exactly right.
For less than a minute, it's hard to keep track of, but you're right.
But it's also important, right? So with our partners at Transit Wireless, we're also talking about specific cell phone providers that are working on improving their cellular connections while in the tunnels. So it's helpful for us all.
Okay, we're ready for the safety report. Mr. Heyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to begin by offering condolences to the family of Siobhan Bethea, who had died at a tragic accident with one of our buses in the Bronx on May 26th. A full investigation is underway. To build on Andy's statement of working on the Fast Forward plan, the Office of System Safety has begun work on several initiatives. We've formed cross-departmental teams to work on a number of those initiatives, including updating employee safety training, better identifying root cause for employee injuries, engaging with employees and unions with regard to safety protocols, and launching a confidential employee safety hotline. Moving to the safety report, which begins on page 91, subway fires continue to decrease, with 99% of the fires over the past 12 months were of a lower average severity. Subway customer accidents increased in the 12-month period ending April 2018 relative to the previous 12 months, and we're continuing to work with Department of Subways to reduce these incidents in the future. Bus collisions and customer accidents continue to decline on a 12-month basis. However, bus collision injuries increased slightly when comparing them to the previous 12 months. Employee lost time accidents continue to show a steady decline as seen in the most recent 12 months. And with regards to our leading indicators, we continue to make progress to achieve our goals. And that completes our safety report.
Thank you, Lee. Mr. Birdler.
Mr. Heyman, some months ago, you and I had a series of exchanges as to my effort to understand and your effort to understand where accidents like trip and falls occur within the subway system. And the bottom line of that was a, to me, surprising statistic that they occur even in bad weather, more in the area of the toll booth, not the toll booth, the token booth areas and the turnstiles than on the platforms and on the steps. What, if anything, have you done to follow up on that to see how we can improve that safety concern? And secondly, to take that metric in terms of where does the accident occur, when does it occur, and try and apply it to other safety concerns.
We've been analyzing those numbers and trying to break them down a little bit more. We identify the top 25 stations and we take a look at those, and then we have our teams go out there and do audits of those different locations to see if there's defects that were causing those accidents. So we continue to look at that, and we will report on that as we find new trends.
I respectfully suggest that you might also give consideration to taking that concept and applying it where else we have accidents occurring, workers and the like. Where does it occur? When does it occur? And why does it occur? And perhaps we can do something about reducing that. Thank you.
If there is no one else, are you, have you completed your report?
Yes, I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heyman. Now we're ready for the crime report, and Chief Coogan.
Okay, good morning. I'm pleased to report that total major felonies were down within the subway system year-to-date with 55 fewer incidents as of the end of May. There were 954 crimes versus 1,009. As of the end of May year-to-date, there was 24 additional robberies with 193 versus 169 that occurred during the same period last year. For the past 2 weeks, though, we've decreased that. Instead of 24, now we're up 13 robberies year-to-date as of this morning. Grand larcenies were down 8.8% with 60 fewer incidents, and felony assaults were down 8.3% with 12 fewer incidents. During the month of May, crime was even when compared to May of last year at 212 crimes. There were 3 additional grand larcenies and 3 fewer felony assaults for the month. Year-to-date, 41% of the total major felonies occurred in Manhattan, 30% in Brooklyn, 16% in the Bronx, and 13% in Queens. I'll provide a brief update on some recent sex offense cases in transit. This past Wednesday, June 13th, our transit special victims investigators arrested 62-year-old Roberto Remedios for a pattern of public lewdness after 3 incidents in which he committed lewd acts aboard the train. The incidents date back to April, and we thank everyone who shared his photo on social media as we sought to identify him. Remedio has 12 prior arrests, including 1 for sexual abuse and several for theft of service within the subway system. Last Thursday, June 14th, Detective Marquis Cross, the field intelligence officer in District 4, observed 61-year-old Davis Williams using a cell phone to record under a woman's dress as she walked up the stairs at the 14th Street Union Square train station. During the investigation, subsequent to Williams' apprehension, Detective Cross obtained video evidence that captured him taking illegal recordings of 3 other women. Williams was charged with 4 felony counts of unlawful surveillance. It is also worth noting that Williams is a registered level 3 sex offender. Finally, on May 3rd, the Transit Special Victims Squad arrested 23-year-old Navindra Ram for a pattern of forcible touching. He was charged in 3 incidents, including 1 in the subway. Our detectives and the members of the 112th Precinct worked together diligently to make an arrest after quickly establishing there was a pattern of crimes pointing to the same perpetrator. Ram has 26 prior arrests, including assault, criminal contempt, trespass, and evading the subway fare. He was charged with 3 counts of forcible touching. A note of thanks to our MTA partners who continue to work with us to encourage and make it easier for victims of sexual misconduct on our subways to come forward and initiate investigations. With that, I welcome any questions anybody may have.
Questions of Chief Mr. Jones.
Chief, I don't think you'll be surprised. I'm coming back to an issue that I've been very concerned about since I heard a report that in at least 2016, there had been 140,000 stops and 30,000 arrests, over 90% of whom were Black and Latinos. I'm pleased to see in your report there seems to be a significant drop in those. But I have asked again and again about a breakout by station, the number of tab summonses and arrests. I have now been supported by this with new legislation that just was passed by the City Council requiring the department to provide the station, race, sex, age of individuals quarterly. The department has already missed its first 2 deadlines. I bring this to you here because as a fiduciary of a system where this inequality may be persistent, I feel we have a right as a board to have a full explanation of why we're not receiving information, why the public is not receiving information. I don't expect you to answer. This is a departmental issue. But I would like to go on record, and I will do this formally with the head of the department. This ordinance was signed, obviously, from the council, but signed by the mayor. This is now force of law. We need to have this information to make sure that unequal treatment is not being meted out in certain areas as opposed to others. Thank you, sir.
Chief Coogan, do you have a response?
The department, our Office of Emergency Analysis and Planning, is working that out with the City Council, so it's not in the Transit Bureau's hands. The information is there, but they're working it out.
All right. Mr. Murdler.
Chief, I'd like first focus on the hate crime statistics and then the summons activity. I note that there has been an unfortunate increase in hate crimes against Muslims. I note as well that there has been an increase of hate crimes against blacks, and I note that the trend in terms of sheer numbers, 8 of anti-Semitic incidents, continue. And I know as well that your folks are doing the best possible job they can in this area. My question is, to what extent, if any, are the prosecuting entities, after you apprehend these folk, doing anything at all to enforce the law? Or is this just another Vance abdication of authority?
I mean, as you said, we do have increases in certain categories. We are showing a decrease, from 30 down to 17 for the year. Like I said, we take these things very seriously. When an arrest is made either by us, or the Hate Crimes Task Force, if it's made by us, the Hate Crimes Task Force enhances the case, and we make calls to the prosecutors, obviously, to make sure that it's prosecuted vigorously. So it's taken very seriously by us. I feel that the prosecutors take it very seriously also.
Then let me move over to the summons activity. I noticed that in May, as compared with last year, the summons activity is significantly down. To what extent, if any, has that downward activity in any way been caused or impacted upon by the announcements by certain prosecutors that they're not going to do their job anymore? Has that had any impact?
I mean, the decrease is fare evasion. So the summonses, if you look at certain categories, the summonses were up. The decrease is fare evasion.
But all these summonses here are down, am I correct? Looked in the whole. Total arrests, total summonses, total TABs.
Yes, on that, yes.
Thank you.
But it's, like I said, it's mostly, if you look at the decrease, it would be fare evasion that, makes up that decrease.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't the department have a legal bureau where in years past the department used to prosecute crimes in the old magistrates and other criminal courts? Am I wrong?
There was, yes. No, you're right.
So that there is available somebody to fill the vacuum left by, for example, District Attorney Vance's abdication of authority.
That would have to be worked out by the department.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. If we're done on the crime report, I'll turn to Ms. Patel for the transit and Staten Island Rail finance reports.
Good afternoon. Preliminary April 2018 fare box revenue of $367 million was $10.8 million below budget. Operating expenses exceeded the budget by $20 million. Ridership totaled 191.4 million for the month of April, which was 8 million or 4% below the budget. New York City Transit has experienced different ridership trends among the different modes. For subways, years of ridership growth leveled in 2016 with declines in the off-peak and weekend periods, in part due to the competition from the transportation network companies. In 2017, the increase in construction for tunnel and station work and the partial closure of the Myrtle Viaduct impacted ridership for a decline. Preliminary data indicates the declining ridership trend has continued in the early months of 2018. Bus ridership has seen a longer-term trend of ridership declines and a 5.6% decline in 2017. Based on preliminary data, the negative trend has continued in the early months of 2018. Transit systems nationwide have been experiencing similar ridership declines, including Chicago, Boston, San Francisco, among others. As we implement the Fast Forward plan, we hope the initiatives will help increase ridership in a more positive direction. That concludes my report.
Mr. Glucksman.
Thank you. Staten Island ridership, we're only collecting fares at 2 stations, Tompkinsville and St. George. Is there any chance that we might get more ridership if the investment was made to put fare collection at other stations as well? It seems like a lot of people might be getting free rides.
I can answer.
Okay. I was going to say, I mean, so ridership versus revenue. We have the ridership. They are riding for free, which is the fare policy that's been in place since MetroCard was put in on those.
But not to collect fares at Great Kills or off the Kill. I mean, in these stations, I mean, are we losing? Would be there an ability to catch more revenue if we had fare collection in those stations?
So I understand that in the past the decision has been made not to install fare control areas because of the investment that would be required to do that relative to the revenue gain that we would pick up on Staten Island Railway. As we move forward with new fare payment, there may be opportunities for us to reconsider some of those analyses and decisions that were made in the past, although there's been no such decision at this point.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Weisbrot.
You know, ridership on the subways and buses has been declining for some time, and I'm just wondering if we're analyzing the reasons for that and comparing it to other major transit systems where, as I understand it, ridership has also been declining for some time. And it would just be helpful, I think, for the past year or so, we've largely assumed, or at least I've largely assumed, that ridership was declining, particularly on the subways because of the experience and the conditions on the subway, but there are larger forces, as we know, at play as well. And I'm just wondering to you, Mr. Byford, or to just generally maybe to Mr. Mulligan, what we are doing to analyze the decline.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And I'll take it, if I may. Colleagues are welcome to contribute. This is familiar territory to me. In my previous job up in Toronto, that same debate is very much alive at the moment because the TTC, after years of increases in ridership, plateaued in sort of 2016, the end of 2015, 2016, and has just experienced its first decrease. It's also on a more macro scale, something that is a phenomenon across certainly North America, with the exception of, from memory, Vancouver and Seattle. They've added a lot of service, certainly in Vancouver. So we're certainly not passive to this. This is something that is attracting attention at APTA because it is a phenomenon across North America. And certainly for transit,
my understanding, by the way, is London and Paris as well?
London, I believe, is. I couldn't answer for Paris, actually, unless anyone knows. Anyone know Paris? But anyway, the point I was going to make was we're certainly not passive to this, and we will be giving you a detailed presentation next month. That was already planned. July being the midpoint of the year, we will be doing a detailed analysis of ridership, what we believe the underlying trends are. We'll make sure to factor in some external analysis of what's going on in other properties. And certainly, we're not just going to content ourselves with that analysis. Again, Fast Forward is premised around understanding what is turning people away from riding transit and arresting that and reversing that. And that's certainly the primary premise of the bus part of the Fast Forward plan.
Before a question from Mr. Albert, I want to remind the committee we have a whole lot of agenda yet to go.
I'll be brief. I think that the reason for at least a fair portion of the weekend drop in ridership is all of the things that are going on the weekend, and many people just don't want to have to deal with what they have to do to get to their regular destinations. I think if we had better signage for all of the geos that are going on, if we had signage indicating when you entered a station what was happening to that particular line instead of a wall of notices, and then put a signage that said other lines or connecting lines or words to that effect, I just think it would be a little more welcoming. It is bewildering. I see New Yorkers, I see tourists with maps, but even New Yorkers don't really know what's going on the weekend in some cases.
Commissioner, we'd agree with you on that, and Sarah has that exact task in hand. And certainly I think that because we're having to do so much work on the weekend, that has an impact on discretionary travel. In other words, if you think you are just pop up to the botanical gardens, perhaps you won't, or you'll find another means. So we're alive to that. This will all be broken out in the presentation next month.
Okay, if we're ready to go on to MTA bus finance, Mr. Irick again.
Quickly. Preliminary April 2018 MTA bus fare box revenue was $17.1 million, or approximately $1 million below budget. Preliminary April 2018 bus operating expenses were below by $1 million. Ridership totaled 10.1 million rides for the month of April, which was about 300,000 below the budget. Average weekday ridership for the 12 months ending in April 2018 showed a decrease of 2.4% from the same period last year, and that concludes the report.
Thank you, Mr. Irick. I think we're ready to go to capital program. John O'Grady.
Thank you, and good afternoon. The capital program report. 20 projects were awarded during April 2018, totaling $514 million. This included repair of Superstorm Sandy damage and long-term resiliency protection at the 148th Street Yard, ADA projects or accessibility and elevator projects at Gun Hill Road Station on the Dyer Avenue line and Bedford Park Boulevard Station on the Concourse line, along with 12 traction elevator replacements at 3 deep stations on the Broadway 7th Avenue line, 168th, 181st, and 191st Street stations. During the month, we had 7 substantial completions totaling $75.3 million. This included mainline track replacement on the Jamaica line and a mainline track and switch replacement on the Dyer Avenue line, along with the acceptance of 8 R179 cars for the B Division. Next week, we'll be completing the Sandy repair contract in the Clark Street Tube. This was a $110.7 million project. It is progressing. It progressed under sequential weekend general orders, and it is scheduled for the final GO to finish up on this coming weekend, June 24th. This is a very successful project, completed on time and within budget. We solicited this project with a fixed diversion plan that guaranteed contractors would have access to the tube every weekend. This predictability simplified the workforce planning and phasing for the prospective contractors, and as a result, we received good bids. This approach also facilitated TA labor, personnel, support planning, as well as work trains and flagging. We plan to utilize lessons learned from this project in the fast-forward work that will require continuous weekend closures of line segments. The fast-forward plan, which just got started, here's your update. We are proceeding to develop ADA plans for all remaining stations, and we'll have 54 plans completed by the end of June. Designs for the first series of additional corporate plan ADA projects are also forecast to begin shortly. We are advancing the scope and design of the initial deployment of CBTC and interlocking projects on QBL East, as well as the Lexington Avenue line. That concludes the capital program report.
Thank you. Are there any questions on capital program report? Hearing none, I just want to announce that since we'll be receiving MTACC report on projects this afternoon's CPOC meeting, we'll save the discussion until then, and I'll now ask Steve Plachocki to present procurements.
Good afternoon. The procurement package, which presents New York City Transit procurements, includes 6 actions totaling $84.6 million in expenditures. I'd like to highlight 2 procurements in this month's agenda. In building on what Andy's earlier comments regarding accessibility, I'll highlight a request to adopt a resolution to utilize a competitive request for proposal process to develop a pool of qualified design-build firms to compete for awards of multiple contracts for the design and construction of ADA improvements, including the installation of elevators for New York City Transit stations. The stations to be considered under this resolution will be selected from the 2015 to 2019 capital program and any future changes to the program as amended by the MTA Board and Capital Program Review Board as required. New York City Transit is pursuing a more streamlined design and construction approach for certain types of capital projects, as well as alternate project delivery and procurement methods to deliver projects faster and more efficiently while achieving best value benefits. Pursuant to the Fast Forward plan, New York City Transit is committed to accelerate the pace at which stations are made ADA accessible. Priority stations will be identified through feasibility studies and advanced through the preliminary and preparation of design-build RFP packages. These station improvements will include full vertical accessibility at the stations through the installation of elevators or ramps, as well as other ADA-required improvements to architectural, structural, mechanical, and electrical components. We intend to utilize a 2-step RFP selection process with the most qualified design-build proposers being identified in Step 1 and selected to be part of a qualified pool to participate in multiple RFPs under Step 2. The development and utilization of a qualified pool of design-build firms will enable procurement and the project team to streamline the procurement process, thus facilitating a greater number of awards in a shorter period of time. While cost remains an important element in the selection criteria, given the complex and schedule-driven nature of these projects, the RFP process provides the best method to comparatively evaluate technical factors such as design, construction approach, technical ability, proposed schedule improvements, and other relevant matters to determine the proposal that offers the best overall value. In addition, the RFP process will allow New York City Transit greater flexibility to negotiate alternative approaches to the work and incentives for early completion. The process will also allow New York City Transit to introduce new types of elevator designs and installations and other innovations that will optimally accelerate delivery and shorten project durations. The second item I would like to highlight is a competitively solicited contract for the Integrated Service Information and Management B Division, also known as ISIM-B, Module 3, to ARINC Incorporated in the amount of approximately $68.5 million with a term of 53 months. The contract also includes 3 different levels of maintenance support for up to 14 years. I highlight this as it demonstrates a commitment to evaluating life cycle costing and ensuring maintenance coverage is available throughout the useful life of the system. pricing for the maintenance options, 3 of them, $30.8 million, $15.2 million, or $7.9 million, are not included in the total amount as a separate approval for funding, and approval will be sought prior to the exercise of the option. New York City Transit's rail operations are managed as 2 separate divisions, the A division with its lines and trains designated by numbers, and the B division with its lines and trains designated by letters. Much of the B division signaling system is not yet modernized, and therefore the source of exact train location information is not currently uniformly available. Service monitoring and control of the B division is currently performed in a distributed fashion at local field locations and at the RCC, or the Rail Control Center, which provides incident management capabilities. The purpose of the ISM-B project is to provide consistent and timely information regarding the B division service to staff and customers. Work under Module 3 at the RCC includes the installation of a 10-foot by 166-foot large-scale display, a data warehouse, and workstations. The large-scale display will provide train location information and visibility to the entire B division at the RCC. And the data warehouse will collect and make available information from 22 different systems to allow for analysis and report generation. The project also includes modifications to existing programmable logic controllers at approximately 26 field locations to provide additional indications to be sent to the RCC. The procurement was conducted as a competitive request for proposal, and 2 proposals were received, one from ARINC and the other from Siemens Industry Incorporated. Several rounds of negotiations were conducted with both proposers, resulting in both proposers submitting best and final offers. Best and final offers from ARINC and Siemens were reviewed by the selection committee in accordance with the selection criteria, and ARINC was unanimously recommended for award based on its superior technical rating and lower base and optional pricing. Throughout the process, the selection committee ranked ARINC technically superior to Siemens and determined that ARINC's proposal offered New York City Transit the best overall value. ARINC's pricing is considered fair and reasonable based on the competitive nature of the procurement, as well as a comparison to the estimate. I request your approval of all items in the agenda.
For any discussion, may I have a motion to approve? Second. Is there any discussion, questions, comment? Here? No. Of course. Mr. Greenberg.
Just on number 1, briefly, Steve. It's a 2-step process. Step 1 is going to goes. How often will we go through step 1? How often will it be opened up to other contractors?
Well, this particular process is designed to do a robust outreach to the contracting community and effectively just develop a pool that will last, for this project. We can refresh the pool if we feel that the pool itself cannot, I'll say, satisfy our demand in terms of the number of awards. But the whole notion of this is to be able to move swiftly through the procurement process by having a repeat process so that when the participants in the pool or the members of the pool receive multiple RFPs, they sort of grow the learning curve or climb the learning curve, and we're able to get it out. And what you see typically is a much more expeditious award process as you move through and utilize the pool.
Okay. No, well, so this will be for the remainder of the 2015-2019 capital program, all the projects for that. Then will we have another one for the next capital program, or are we going to extend this through that? Will we open the pool then?
Yes, we will.
Oh, so that's the idea, is for each the idea in long term is to look at each capital program and do this kind of thing. Is this only for ADA projects, or will it be for the larger station renovations?
We're deploying this. As you know, we utilize this a similar process for the ESI program, which was very successful in terms of, again, having the companies become familiar with the process. We also frequently debrief the participants to tell them what they can do better, and they really appreciate that. And we saw, and we expect to see on this, an improved submission of the proposals as they gain a greater insight in terms of what the committee would be looking for.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's nothing else, do you have something, Mr. Glucksman? Your microphone is on. Then we have a procurement package, moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? Procurement's moved to the full board. I'm going to ask Mr. Caffiero and Mr. Holmes to put off their moment in the sun. because this information is in the book. So without objection, we'll go to the Staten Island Express bus change, which does require a vote. It's in the book. As I said before, we discussed it before. Are there any questions, Mr. Albert?
I think, and you've heard from the public, this is a really good plan. I just have one question. Apparently, on the weekends, 3 of the 4 routes will continue to traverse the island of Manhattan and serve both up downtown and midtown. Are you going to be watching that to see how that progresses and if the buses are getting unnecessarily delayed as the weekday routes are?
We'll both monitor and work closely with New York City DOT on a number of traffic issues that we hope to address with this.
Thanks.
I believe we have, do we have a motion to, let me have a motion, please, and a second. If there are no other questions or comment, all in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? This Staten Island Express service change will then move to the full board. There are other service changes, City Transit, that are presented for your information. Are there any questions on them?
I have just a procedural question. When does a service change require a vote, and when does it not?
That's a very interesting question. Staten Island did.
That I can see, yes.
But would you like
So,
to
yes.
answer that question, Mr. Caffiaro?
Yes. So the board approved a policy a number of years ago that we follow that defines major versus minor service changes. Major require a public hearing and a board vote. Minor are presented for information. And what defines major are if more than 25% of the route is affected, which clearly was the case with Staten Island, more than 1 hour of span in terms of reduction, or a new day of service on a weekend, for example, which also was included in this proposal. And I think also 25% or more of the volume of service on a route, so frequency adjustments that were 25% or greater. So those are the criteria.
Forwarding guidelines.
Correct.
Remember this discussion years ago when I first joined the board.
Thank you. It reminds me of major modifications and minor modifications, something I believe, Mr. Chairman, you're well familiar with.
I've heard them once or twice. Okay. Then are we ready for follow-up reports from President Byford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 standard reports in this TA book, and they are the MetroCard report and the transit recidivism report for the first quarter of 2018. I'll just pause, see if there's any questions.
Henley, do you want to make the recidivism report? Do you want to add anything to it?
I think it's in the book. I think it demonstrates that there was an increase in arrests of transit recidivists in the system in the first quarter, which is helpful to focusing on addressing this problem in the system. Given the lateness of the time in the meeting, I will defer to my next report. Any additional comments?
This was a priority of this committee and of the board, so appreciate your efforts here.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Anything further to add?
No, and other than outstanding items, we're pretty much up to date with outstanding business. We track that very closely. We still have on the outstanding list the 1-year SAP progress report, which we will provide in September. And as I said earlier, we will provide the detailed analysis of ridership trends and the impact upon revenue at the next meeting, i.e. the July meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. We've completed the agenda. May I have a motion to adjourn? Second. All in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you.
got extensions, huh?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Bridges and Tunnels. Any public speakers?
Just Mr. Bowden.
If you've been paying attention to my emails, you know what I'm going to say. And what I'm going to say is I've requested to meet with somebody from traffic engineering at the Whitestone Bridge because the lines are illegal. Nobody has met with me, which leaves me no option to say that you need a new president at Bridges and Tunnels. And I know Cedric a lot of years, and if he's read my emails, he knew I was going to say this today. The law is the law. There's a yellow line on the left if there's an obstruction, and a plastic pole is an obstruction. You want me to follow the law? I want you to follow the law. You're killing people. I'm not killing anybody when I break the law. You are. Now, what does it take to send somebody down there and say, you can't cross this? Whether it's plastic and you know you can cross it, but the driver doesn't know. We're stupid. And the older I get, the stupider I get. If you put up a plastic pole, I don't know if it's plastic or concrete, because downstairs in front of this building, you have both, concrete and plastic. And how do I know which is which? If you put up a pole, I'm not supposed to cross it. And they're knocked over because people... Now, which is it? I should behave myself? Why? I'm not killing anybody, you are. Either fix it and put the correct line, which is yellow on the left, or get off the board and let somebody else do the job. It's time. I've done this for too long.
Thank you, Mr. Bowden. Anybody else?
No changes?
All right. We have minutes. Has everybody had an opportunity to read them? On the motion to approve, all those in favor? Contrary minded? Done. Do you have a report? Mr. Fulton.
Couple of quick statements. So back in May, we had a historic event. It's been predicted for a couple years now, but we actually had a million travelers on May 11th, which is an amazing milestone, and it's something that, given what's happening in the trends of traffic, we would expect to continue. We know that the economy right now is driving a lot of the increase in traffic. You'll hear about it later in staff's report, but clearly, thank goodness. I mean, given the increase in traffic, the ORT environment is facilitating at least our ability to move traffic through our environment and hence reducing congestions. So it's a momentous occasion. We're looking forward to continued traffic growth. And at this point, what I'll do is I'll turn it over to Dan, who'll take us through the operations report.
Thank you, President Fulton. The report on operations begins on page 18.
The following is a summary of traffic levels compared to the previous year. Total paid traffic increased by 4.6% in April. Preliminary total paid traffic increased by 5.7% in May. April was the 7th consecutive month of year-over-year improvements in B&T's collision rate, which Eric will go through. Also, for recent operational activity during the month of May, TBTA participated in Click It or Ticket, an initiative to promote seatbelt use in and around our facilities. From May 18th to June 3rd, Bridget Tunnel offices increased the number of seatbelt summonses issued by over 206%. Unless there are any questions, this ends the report on operations.
Questions? Ms. Vanderpool.
Cedric, with due respect, I am not looking forward to more traffic growth, even though I fully appreciate the significant support that we receive from this particular agency, or transit receives from this agency. But it sparked a question, which is there any way to capture the modal shift from potential transit users into their vehicles?
Difficult, but it aligns with questions we often ponder. Where are they coming from, and why are they coming? And so as we think about customer service surveys, both of our E-ZPass customers largely now, and the tolls by mail customers, these are some of the things that we're interested in. Where are you coming from? Where were you before? Part of it clearly is the economy, I would think, but I think it's also, we believe it's ease of travel across the facilities, which could serve as an inducement for people to decide that they would want to get in their car where ordinarily they might not have wanted to get in their car. I'm a firm believer that multimodal is necessary. Without the other modes of travel, the bridges and tunnels can't work. They have to work together, and there has to be a balance. And so I'm very interested in knowing more about that, and I'll work with Andy and his team to see if we can better understand it. We want to make sure we have the right balance of folks traveling around the city.
Norman.
Yeah, Cedric. Historically, I've been on the board quite a while, and they used to attribute quite a bit of the growth in traffic over the bridges to the price of fuel. You didn't mention that in your discourse there. I don't think that means you necessarily discount it, but have you ever tracked these spreadsheets against the price of fuel and tried to take that out of the equation? And plus, in the previous meeting, they were talking about this as a nationwide trend, the reduction in transit use. And I believe it's also a nationwide trend of more people driving. But if you tried to pull those sort of factors out and see if there's a way to look at our usage separately from that?
Yes, forever. As long as I've been in this business, we've always looked at correlation between gas prices and automobile usage. And in fact, we have boatloads of data that we've tended not to talk about in these sessions. We do have it, particularly with the gas prices being so low. So we knew coming out of the years 15, 16, when traffic was particularly low, that low gas prices could become an inducement for people to drive, and that's what we have talked about. As we're now beginning to see gas prices go up, it will be interesting to see what driver behavior is. But again, it does relate to other modes of travel that are available to people, and the choice, because time counts. People value their time. When it's all said and done, it becomes one of the leading indicators as to the choice that people make about how they're going to travel, and each one of us do it. And so I think that the elasticity associated with gas has always been something that we've tried to incorporate into forecasts of what travel or what traffic is going to be. when we were approaching $4 a gallon, I think we were beginning to see some pressure down on the choice to drive. At $3, my sense is people will continue to drive. But we do have the numbers if you're interested in some of the historic trends. We can provide that.
Yeah, at the transit meeting also, this was not, well, the decrease in transit ridership was discussed, but it wasn't discussed the impact of Uber and Lyft, which has been in the papers and the like, and taxis. If you look at their pricing, it's actually competitive with transit. I'm not going to say it's as good as transit, but a lot of people use it. Do we have any way of tracking how often an Uber or Lyft comes over as opposed to just a passenger vehicle? Can we track that? Do we track that at all?
I'll get back to you on that. We know accounts, and so we can take a look at it. At the same time, we're going to be increase our conversations with the TLC to understand a little bit more about what's going on in their world to help us as we're managing ours as well.
Anyone else? Okay. Safety.
Safety report begins on page 31. The following are highlights of performance indicators. Customer safety metrics indicate some significant improvements. 12-month average collision rate has decreased for 7 consecutive months. For the 12 months through April 2018, the total collision rate was 7% better than the previous 12 months. The injury collision rate for the most recent 12 months is unchanged from the previous 24-month average. Employee and contractor safety metrics are positive. Both employee accident reports and lost time injury rates have improved in the most recent 12 months compared to the previous 12 months. And the construction injury rate for the past 12 months is 10% better than the previous 12 months and 34% better than the 12 months before that. And that concludes my safety report.
Yes, hello. The April 2018 report on cashless tolling begins on page 37. April highlights are on pages 38 and 39 and include our overall EasyPass market share, which is at 94.4%, up 6.5% from the year before. Our revenue collection rates by facility through April 2018 are shown on table 6 on page 42. In total, the combined collection rate for all facilities that went live through October is 101.6%. Our customer outreach efforts continue to yield positive results. An important goal of these efforts is to sign up customers for mobile alerts so they can be notified if their EasyPass balance is low and of other important account issues. More than 56,000 customers have enrolled in mobile alerts program since March, which is an 18% increase. This concludes the report on cashless tolling.
I notice if you will look at page 40 that there has been a decline in the amount of tolls by mail. I assume that is coextensive with the increase in the use of EasyPass.
Yes, it is.
Do we have a number on the amount of non-pays?
Of what?
Non-pays, where we have issued a mail request, a second mail request, a third, and they haven't paid at all.
We do have a table that has the violation statistics as well. I believe page, I'll just go there. Page 43. So we have the toll processing metrics, wherein we do have by tolls by mail program and EasyPass, and you have the number of notices that are issued. What is not included there is the violation rate of payment, which we do have, but it's not on the table. So we do have them by the programs, by EasyPass program and by the tolls by mail program.
At a convenient time, could you put together some form of an update which would show the committee the extent to which matters have gone past the violation stage to some regulatory or enforcement entity, and they have levied fines and the like, so
Okay.
that we know what the other end of it is like.
Okay, we'll do that.
All right?
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Jones.
Yeah, along that same line, it was my understanding that after a certain number of violations, a license suspension occurred.
Yes.
I was told also that there was an attempt to get other states to buy into that. Has that gone anywhere?
Yes. Peg, do you have an update on those?
Yes, Commissioner. We have reached an agreement for DMV reciprocity with the state of Massachusetts. In Massachusetts, they do not suspend vehicle registrations for toll evasion. They put a registration hold on it. I believe Massachusetts will soon be sending registrations of New York owners who violate for their facilities to our DMV. And sometime in the fall, as we work out the logistics through our customer service center, the New York toll agencies will be doing the same.
And what about Connecticut and New Jersey?
Connecticut does not have tolls at this time, and so they don't have the statutory power to suspend registrations for toll evasion. The same thing is true for New Jersey. New Jersey's Attorney General's office has taken the position they don't have the power to enter into reciprocity agreements for toll evasion, although New Jersey does, of course, impose tolls. We are in preliminary discussions with the state of Pennsylvania for entering into a comparable reciprocity agreement. I believe Pennsylvania has been working with Delaware, so once they have a reciprocity agreement, we can reach out to both states to enter into agreements of our own.
I'm just going to ask the same question. What does New Jersey do to New York residents who don't pay New Jersey tolls?
They do what we do for New Jersey residents. We impose violation fees. They have the right to sue our residents. We sue their residents for failure to pay. But it's a much less effective enforcement mechanism than suspending registrations.
Of course.
New Jersey would need to enact a statute, as New York has done,
right,
to authorize its motor vehicle commission to enter into reciprocity agreements.
Okay. I know this is not the agency generally does. Have we gone to the legislatures of both New Jersey and Connecticut to see if we could get legislation passed?
We have not. In Connecticut, in particular, is a heavy lift because you don't have reciprocity unless both states are doing it. And I know there was a push in Connecticut this summer to enact legislation imposing tolls, which has failed at least so far. With New Jersey, we've been working primarily through their Department of Motor Vehicles Commission, the comparable to DMV, rather than approaching the legislature directly.
I think, David, and I would, because, listen, TBTA is not going to end up doing that. The only way that's going to work is if the governor's office decides this is an issue important enough to go to the governor's office in New Jersey and work this out. So, the MTA board may want to consider a recommendation to our governor's office to make that happen, because then at least we're on record. It's not fair to them. They're not going to do it, okay? We have to do it. We have to say this issue is important enough to ask our governor's office to go to their governor's office and say, let's solve this problem, because it goes both ways. It's our drivers there and their drivers here, and both states are losing money from violators, and so that's what I would recommend is that we talk to the chairman about doing something in that regard.
Let me ask a question. Under the tollless mechanism you have in place, can that equipment read a license plate to determine whether there are outstanding infractions or violations on the license?
What we have done, Commissioner, in connection with vehicles whose registrations have been suspended for toll evasion, we develop hot lists, which include toll evaders whose registrations have been suspended by TBTA, the Port Authority, and the Thruway. And with our license plate readers, both the fixed readers on the gantries and the mobile readers in our patrol vehicles, we stop the driver, summons them, and tow their car. Because it's illegal to drive in New York State with a suspended registration. It is a remarkably effective enforcement mechanism. I would say about between 60 and 65% of the vehicles whose registrations have been stopped, summoned, and towed have cleared their registration suspensions by paying their tolls and and a portion of their outstanding violation fees.
So let me ask you this question. Sam Smith lives in New Jersey. He has had a record of many violations, has done nothing about it. We have no mechanism to suspend him. Can the equipment be technologically programmed that should Sam cross another bridge, he would be, or the local police officer would be programmed to stop that car?
Well, what we do for out-of-state vehicles, we issue exclusion orders under one of our existing regulations where they tell them if they don't clear their tolls and violation fees within 30 days, they're excluded from our facilities. In that case, however, at least for the first-time offenders, we stop them and summons them, but we don't tow them yet. We're undertaking the legal research to determine that we can do so for multiple offenders because we believe that towing the vehicle is more effective than
Then why
summoning
aren't
them.
we doing it now?
We're in the process of doing it.
Soon, I hope.
Yes.
The problem is, that is a violation of a TBTA regulation. It is not a violation of state law, correct?
Correct.
And that's the problem.
Well, but
I mean, I'm not arguing you
Yes.
don't have the authority,
Yes.
but it's not as clear cut as those cars which are registered in New York or registered in some other state, which are a violation of that state law.
And the summons for violating the vehicle and traffic law for driving without a registration is returnable in criminal court.
Right.
Which is, even then, a
Right.
heavier method of enforcement.
Yeah.
And violations of our regulations are not.
Or not, right. Right.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You could today program the electronics so that if Sam has these accumulated violations and he is a New Jersey driver with all of these violations, that his car would be stopped and towed. Is that correct?
Well, currently we do not stop and tow simply for prior violations. In the past, we've only issued summonses for failure to pay the toll, for a failure to pay that is observed by the officer.
But what is passed is prologue. And what I'm advocating to you is to take a look at if this, as the next step, when Sam comes across and he's gotten X number of violations, which you would administratively determine, he's going to get towed.
We would have to determine that we have a legal basis for doing that, Commissioner.
Will you
but
check
we
that?
absolutely will look into that, yes.
Will you check that?
Yes,
And can you report back at a future meeting?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Greenberg.
One last, what does the Port Authority do? Or what do,
The Port Authority is in a different position. They can, in fact, except for at their one cashless tolling facility, if, for example, you're going through one of their E-ZPass only lanes without an E-ZPass tag, they are witnessing your violation. So they have their Port Authority officers stationed in the lanes to stop, summons you, and sometimes charge you criminally. If you are on our facility without an E-ZPass tag, at that time you are not a violator, you are a customer under the Tolls by Mail program.
But you still are violating our regulations, right?
Not at that time until you fail to pay your toll bill.
No, but if you do have an accumulated record of non-payment, isn't that a violation of our regulations?
No.
Don't we need to amend the regulations?
Sir, well, if we determine we can stop, summons them, and toll them without doing so, then we won't need to. But if we can't, that is one area
would
we
you
will
please
look at.
take a look at that? Right.
Yes.
So let's do it.
Sir, and we do have them doing it, jumping the
Well done,
turnstile in their
David.
Mercedes.
All right. Financial report.
The financial report for April begins on page 45. We are comparing results against the adopted budget. Total revenue year-to-date in April was $602.9 million, which is 3.2% or $18.5 million better than budget. Traffic year-to-date in April was 98.7 million crossings, up against budget by 4.3%. Preliminary numbers for May indicate that traffic is at 28.2 million vehicles, or 6.1% greater than forecast. Preliminary toll revenue for May is $173 million, which is $7.4 million, or 4.5% above budget. Total expenses were $159.2 million through April, which is about $22.8 million, or 12.5% lower than planned. Our support to mass transit was $354.5 million in April, which is $47.6 million, or 15.5% better than planned. This concludes the financial report for April. Thank you.
Questions?
So basically, TBTA is upholding the financial plan of the MTA at the moment. Because almost all the other entities, to some degree, are, I don't want to say losing money, not meeting budget is a better way to put it. And TBTA is covering their deficits.
That's why we like traffic.
I understand.
That was the intention.
I understand. I'm not arguing the point. I'm just making a statement of fact. Understand.
Capital program.
Report on the capital program begins on page 58. In May, B&T awarded 13 commitments totaling $41.4 million. The most significant commitment made in May was a $30.9 million design build rehabilitation of the Harlem River lift span, electrical and mechanical systems at the RFK Bridge. In May, there was one major completion for the Queens Midtown Tunnel Superstorm Sandy restoration and associated work at a value of $326.4 million. This project was completed 11 months ahead of its originally scheduled completion date. E&T is on track to meet our 2018 completion goals of $1.43 billion in planned completions. So far, with an aggregate of 4 completions achieved through May, totaling $746 million, which is 52% of the 2018 planned completions. Unless there are any questions, that concludes the report.
Questions? Procurements.
Procurement start on page 66. There are no ratifications. There is one non-competitive amendment with the New York State Department of Transportation for the reconstruction and maintenance of an approach ramp to the RFK Bridge. As background, in July of 2017, the board authorized $23 million for this project based on the estimate. Proposals have now been received by the DOT, and additional funding in the amount of $2.43 million is required. Next, there's a request to use the RFP process to declare competitive bidding to be impractical in order to pre-qualify firms for miscellaneous construction services on an as-needed basis at various authority facilities. There is no funding committed at this time. There are 3 additional competitive procurement actions. There's the award of a competitively solicited personal service contract for the construction, administration, and inspection services for Project TN49, the replacement of the roadway deck and the suspended spans at the Throgs Neck Bridge, and the negotiated amount of $19.7 million. There's a modification to a personal service contract to add construction support services for Project TN49, and the negotiated amount of $7.98 million. Lastly, there's a small business mentoring program modification associated with curtain wall rehabilitation at the RFK Bridge, and a negotiated amount of $492,000. The total amount committed for these actions is $30.6 million. Unless there are any questions, these procurements are described in detail in the closed staff summaries.
Let me ask you this question. The outfit called Lero Engineering was about $1.5 million less than this. Now, does Lero have lesser qualifications in your view than Greenman Peterson?
Well, I think the two comments I would have is that it is a best, it is a best value selection, right? So it's technical and cost. But in the selection committee, I think felt that the Lero underestimated the level of effort required for the project. So it really comes down to hours and how many hours they put forth on the contract. So I don't think it was an apples to apples comparison.
Let me see if I understand what you said. So Lero has a lower cost, but it is second to Greenman because it has lower hours? I don't understand that.
Is your question regarding the cost of the project?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the main reason they were lower was that they had less hours. So the selection committee didn't feel that they adequately addressed the level of effort that was required to perform the services that were needed for the project.
So is the answer to that question that because they had lesser hours, there was therefore lesser effort or with a lesser result? Is that the conclusion?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? On the motion to approve, all those in favor? Contrary minded? Done. Do you have anything else? I think that's it. On the motion to adjourn, all those in favor? Aye. Done. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to start the Finance Committee meeting. So I'd like to call the Finance Committee to order, please. Doug, are there any public speakers?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. We have 3 public speakers this afternoon. First one being Marshall Shemito, followed by Jason Pinero and Murray Bowden.
Okay.
Pinero, I'm sorry.
Is the first speaker here?
Is there a Marshall Shemito up here? No. So next would be Jason Pinero. Thank you.
Good afternoon to the Finance Committee. One thing to consider, since that last month you guys passed the Atlanta ticket, we should consider doing the same thing for those who live on the Hudson line between Riverdale and GCT, because these commuters, they only have very limited transit options. So I think that the Finance Committee should consider doing a field study with the PCAC to see how feasible it is to have this type of ticket who benefits living between Riverdale in the Bronx that has to commute to Grand Central. But other than that, I'm looking forward to see how the budget is going to be running, and I hope that the money is spent wisely. That's all I have to say for this month.
Thank you. Murray Bowden next.
At the Metro-North Committee meeting this morning, I said that they have to immediately replace the president for cause. Cause being that the law is being ignored, safety is being decreased, and specifically at the Mount Kisco Roaring Brook crossing, they have a red box there, which is illegal. They won't accept it. The law is the law, and they won't follow it. Beyond that, traffic lights at that intersection would prevent people with a red light camera from crossing. It is completely legal to go around the gate when flashing red lights. It is not legal to pass a red light. And it can be done legally. I am super sensitive about following the law 100%. You make me do it, I want you to do it. The simplest one is the red box. They won't fix it. They continue to blow the sound the train horn at 125th Street, and there is no requirement to do it. It was done by New York Central Railroad. How long is New York Central before Penn Central? 50 years ago? And you're going to invoke a 50-year-old regulation and enforce it today? At New York City Transit, I asked that the chief engineer of the New York City DOT be replaced, and I know him very well because I worked with him for many years. The law says if the line is on your left, it's yellow. Can't get it through his head. At the 63rd Street exit on a FDR
Mr.
drive.
Bowden, please conclude your remarks. You're running out of time.
I've run out of time in my life. I'm about to check out because I'm 85. You guys are going to be around a long time. Our grandson just came to stay with us for a month because he got a new job in New York City. I got a lesson about the generational gap. These young kids have got to take over. My generation has to give up. We've been around too long. And you know, you don't like me. What are you going to do, lock me up again?
Please,
the MTA already
locked your remarks.
me up. Of course, I'm trying. I'll be around not much longer. Maybe some of you ought to get out of here, too.
Thank you with that. Is that it for the public speakers? I believe, yes. I believe.
Okay. Next, we have the approval of the May 21st minutes. And may I have a motion, please?
Correction.
Okay.
Yes,
Commissioner Alpert.
on the paragraph just prior to Finance Watch in the minutes, where it's referring to a comment I made, there's a misprint there. It should say, may come in separately instead of may come it separately. Other than that, I move to approve the minutes.
Well, we'll make those changes.
Have a second? All those in favor? Opposed? Doug, can you take us through the work plan now, please?
There are no changes to the work plan. So next on the agenda is Budget Watch for June. And in this month's Budget Watch, we're going to focus on May preliminary operating results and subsidy cash results through June. In a familiar story, passenger revenues in May were $10 million unfavorable for the month, and that's increased the unfavorable year-to-date variance to $66 million. A lot of that is a continued downward trend in subway and bus ridership. Partially contributing to the overall variance is commuter rail revenue has been running a little bit lower than budget. The good news is on toll revenue, we were again favorable, $7.5 million in May. That's raising the total year-to-date favorable variance to $26 million. And that offsets about 39% of the passenger revenue loss through May. Moving to expenses, for both the month and year-to-date, they're very close to budget. There's timing variances swinging both ways. We're seeing vacancy savings, higher overhead credits from reimbursable project activity, savings from Easy Pass customer service center efficiency savings, that's at B&T. We're seeing some overages and overtime overall at the agencies, especially transit, other maintenance costs, and those include the Subway Action Plan and startup costs for the LIRR's Forward Plan, which is, like I said, just starting up. With regard to the SAP, we feel that, or we're confident that the projected costs, including any overtime overages, will be provided by the additional funding provided by New York State and New York City this year. Moving to debt service, those costs were favorable for May and year-to-date due to the timing of deposits, and we've had lower than budgeted variable rates. To subsidies, subsidies in June were favorable by $51 million, bringing those results in line with the budget. The urban tax is doing pretty well, actually. That was $15 million favorable in June, and that's increasing the year-to-date favorable variance to $66 million, partially offset with MRT receipts, which they were on budget for the month, but unfavorable by $22 million year-to-date. Included in those year-to-date subsidy results were unfavorable timing impacts for MTA aid and the payroll and mobility tax. We got a little slightly favorable timing impact for MMTOA. Adjusting for timing, overall year-to-date subsidies would be basically on target, maybe slightly favorable. So I've given you a lot of ups and downs. I'm going to try to summarize the overall picture that we see. Overall, we're pretty much on target, maybe slightly favorable. On the favorable side, we've seen favorable toll revenue, real estate revenue, and debt service. Offsetting that is the lower passenger revenue and PMT and MTA aid, although we feel a lot of that is timing. Going into the July plan, we're seeing the below budget receipts and passenger revenues that continue to be a matter of concern. We see costs for maintenance and IT that are expected to increase in later months as those programs ramp up. And we'll be addressing all those issues in the July financial plan, the mid-year forecast for 2018. Any questions?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
The way we characterize the Subway Action Plan sounds like it's not technically part of the budget, but is going to be added to the budget?
If you recall, in November and December, we had a fully funded assumption on the Subway Action Plan. Going to February, we did not have any assurances of that funding that we were hoping for. So we had what was called a scaled-back Subway Action Plan, which was the basis for the budget. Subsequent to that February plan, the legislation that was passed by New York State included additional funding by New York City, basically giving us the funding that we had hoped for, which is consistent with the operations that I've been running. So while we're reporting over budget SAP results, the July plan will include those new subsidies, and we're pretty much in alignment then with that with the fully funded SAP, the 2017 to 2018
I realize,
plan.
I guess my question is really a technical one. Do we have to amend the budget to reflect the
Well, the last budget
subway
was
action plan?
the last budget was February, and that was actually approved by the board. July is it's a financial plan that isn't approved by the board, but we will in fact amend the mid-year forecast, so it will be in alignment with those subsidy projections.
And then my second question, which I assume is incorporated into the operating costs, is that our budget contains a significant amount of money in sort of operational savings. And are those savings, that savings program, is that on target?
So if you recall, we had a pretty aggressive savings target for this year, $214 million. It was captured below the line in the February plan. As we get ready to do July, we take those targets and we distribute them amongst the agencies, and we also hope to accomplish some savings ourselves. While those have not been finalized yet, we're doing pretty well overall in that. So again, though, just by hitting those, we need to hit those targets just to remain neutral to where we expected to be. So it's very challenging, and then even beyond this year, we have greater targets. But I think the agencies understood the seriousness of the targets and the need to achieve those. I actually applaud them for the efforts taken so far.
So just to be clear on that, because as you say, we have even more aggressive targets for next year.
Yeah.
And that, unlike other operational costs, these savings this year's savings provide a base for realizing next year's savings. So we monitor those separately, or they're just incorporated?
Well, they get embedded within the budgets, but in all our budget, what we always do in our budgets, we always show changes from the prior plan. So one of the changes is an agency is going to take those savings and put it into what we call a BRP, or a budget reduction program, which lowers their baseline, but that means we're taking out the savings from below the line. If in the course of a budget plan, they realize that maybe a budgeted program to save isn't happening, they're going to have to take that out. So that's an additional category of reconciliation change. So not only we have increases, decreases, we call them BRP adjustments. That's where something might actually achieve greater savings, so it would be a higher savings. But we definitely track those, and we track we track them all, but in terms of an official basis, we track on a quarterly basis all those programs that have savings that annualize to over $1 million. And I send to the State Controller's Office a report quarterly that they monitor as well.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Finance Watch is next with Pat McCoy.
Good afternoon. Finance Watch appears on page 20 of Director's Desk. Just a few transactions to report. Last week on June 14th, we took bidding on $1.6 billion in bond anticipation notes in 2 tranches. The first tranche, the B1s of $800 million, matures May 15th of 2020. We had 73 unique bids. The second tranche of $800 million matures May 15th of 2021. We had 64 unique bids. Multiple firms took notes from this transaction. We were very pleased with the results. The all-in TIC, true interest cost for the notes, was 1.95%. The average life is 2.4 years for the life of the notes. So that will close tomorrow. And the proceeds will be used for existing approved transit and commuter capital projects. We have 2 transactions coming up. I'll just report these as one item. These are TBTA, general revenue bonds, that are currently in the variable rate mode. We're affecting a change of the liquidity provider from the incumbent provider, Bank of Tokyo Mitsubishi, to State Street Bank. Those transactions are well underway, and they're scheduled to close on June 27th. And again, this is just part of our, as a bank facility comes up for renewal, we solicit pricing and capacity from the bank community, and we were pleased with State Street's proposal and are working with them on this. Lastly, on May 29th, we executed a diesel fuel hedge for 2.8 million gallons of ULSD. The winning bid was submitted by Goldman Sachs J. Aaron, and the all-in price was $2.16 a gallon. Happy to take any questions if there are any at this point. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Moving to MTA headquarter and all agency items, we have an action item that's to move the MTA HQ. The 2018 State Public Work Enforcement Fund Assessment. The 2018 State Public Work Investment Fund Assessment, PWEF staff summary appears on page 30. We are asking the board to authorize a sum of $1,651,000. $2,908,107 represents the state assessment on the MTA and its constituent agencies for the Public Work Enforcement Fund for the calendar year 2018, less a 2017 overpayment of $1,256,980. The number is calculated at 0.1% of the value of public work construction contracts entered into. Monies are used by New York State to enforce the prevailing wage law.
Any questions? Have a motion, please? Second? I hear a second. I'll second it. All those in favor? Any opposed?
We have 3 report and information items. The first is a contract change order report for the first quarter of 2018. That appears on page 31. Included is the capital contract change order, which is also reported to the CPOC committee. And next item is the information technology report, which will be presented by Sid Jeleno. That report is on Director's Desk, Exhibit Book, and can also be found on the MTA website at mta.info.
I'm sorry. Thank you for the opportunity to update the Finance Committee on the major system initiatives and strategies that IT is going through today. First, IT continues to drive savings by using our resources more efficiently across the agencies. This is a progressive report. As you see in 2015, we took cuts 16. 17 and 18, those cuts mostly came from outer years on the cuts we took earlier, so we budget out 5 years. And also, we restructured through the help of procurement some contracts where we took, perfect example of an Esri GIS contract that all the agencies had one. We consolidated, had one MTA global EAL agreement with Esri. So total savings since the inception is $171 million. Where IT stands, basically looking at other transportation organizations across the nation, percent budget spent on IT versus the corporate budget, we're again in the second quartile, which is good. We're at 2.3%. The average for the industry is 3.6%. Number of headcounts versus total employees of the MTA, again, we're in the second quartile at 1.7 versus 3%, the medium. And actually, IT spend versus per employee, again, we're in the second quartile at $5,600 versus $8,700. One of the major and biggest initiatives we're working now is IT rationalization. In 2017, we took an inventory. We had 920 applications. 584 of them are in scope for rationalization. So out of that 584, we identified 298 that will fit into projects that we have underway. And the bottom right is some projects that we're working on, new fare payment, as you know about, the EAM. So the numbers you see, there are 28 different fare payment applications out there today. We're hoping to get that down to, 1 or 2 with the new fare payment system. Enterprise asset management, I have 76 different asset management systems out there. Using EAM, we're going to get them down as much as possible. Kronos timekeeping system, and it goes on and on. So my major responsibility now is to try to reduce those number of applications and get that done as quick as possible so we can realize additional savings. And this is just a timeline. We want to illustrate to you the size and complexity of these projects. So enterprise asset management, as you see, we've got out to 2022. And what we're doing is looking at all the asset management systems across the agencies, trying where possible to come up with common business processes, and then moving them over to the new product, the Infor product that the MTA purchased. We're taking manageable bite-sized chunks. We don't want to go with the, eat the whole apple at one time and risk failure. We're manageable pieces. The same thing we're doing with new fare payment, which you know about. The other big one we're working on is a content management system. And what that is a document management system. We've got plenty of them out there today. We pick the product. We're in procurement to help a vendor come in and help us do the in-store. But again, this takes years. The New York City Transit's law department and materials department, their document management system is humongous. It's just huge. And then we're working on the Kronos timekeeping system. Some other multi-year initiatives we're working on is we're updating all our file service from Windows 2003 to Windows 2008 or 2012. We're in the process of upgrading our desktops to Windows 2010. We've got 25,000 desktops in the environment. We've got about 8,000 done so far. Data center optimization, we've got 5 major data centers. We're looking to modernize those data centers where possible, where we have to, and in some cases actually getting these systems out of the MTA proper and getting them into the cloud. We have a cloud-first mentality here now. And another major one, another major initiative is we're finishing up at the end of the year the upgrade, the modernization of next generation network for New York City Transit. Next up will be Metro North and Long Island Railroad. Accomplishments for 2017. On the IT side, we install ServiceNow, which is the nervous system for IT. It does asset management, change management, inventory, and help desk functionality. We're always upgrading cybersecurity platforms. We try to stay ahead of the curve as much as possible. We deliver dashboards internally for PMO tracking and non-PMO tracked work that we're doing. We're upgrading the identity management system, so we want to have each employee has one electronic identity across the enterprise. On the agency side, we completed the B Division countdown clock rollout. We continue to look at SCADA security and ICS security systems. We've created dashboards for the operational agencies. We have Long Island Railroad's PCI compliant, which is brand new. This is the first time we've done it. And we renewed New York City Transit and Metro North PCI compliance. And out at Long Island Railroad, we did the onboard ticket selling machines. Goals for 2018. Continue to upgrade our cybersecurity platforms. We're doing a hardware upgrade on the PeopleSoft and additional disaster recovery up in Albany. Continue the desktop rollout of Windows 10. And a new mainframe support contract. We had a contract with IBM that came due. Last month, I believe the board approved a one-year extension. There's an RFP that I guess we're getting ready to award anytime day now. On the agency side, complete the New York City Transit network, begin the upgrades to Metro North and Long Island Railroad's network. And one real important thing is to complete the proof of concept of UWB CBTC. Proof of concept 2, and that's just getting the UWB system and communications talking to the back-end CBTC system. Continue rollout of enterprise asset management, and we're purchasing a mainframe for redundancy of AFC. We've had some issues with, on the AFC side, it's a 20-year-old system, so we're buying an additional refurbished mainframe to give us greater redundancy. Concerns that we have, we always have concerns about getting qualified people in and how quickly we can do that. We've done job fairs. We're interviewing on weekends in partnership with HR. We're advertising the MTA IT brand. And we continue to try to develop the current staff. I call it retooling, getting them up to speed on the new technologies and programming needs. And we're assessing, we continue to assess with the hiring restrictions meantime. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, I was happy to hear Mr. Gelano's statement that we were going to a cloud-first posture on our IT, and I think that puts us where the rest of the world has been for quite some time. So I'm happy to know that. However, I'm seeing that we're talking about a new procurement for mainframe redundancy. How does that make sense?
Until AFC is replaced, and I believe that's the later part of 2022, debit credit is the largest application running on our IBM mainframe. As we make changes to move to a new bank and as we get ready, we still have to support that. Our riding customers require or depend on the debit credit system. We have quite honestly had some failures over the last couple of months with that system going down. So this is really to make sure that we can ensure that our existing debit credit environments up and running and out there for our riding customers.
Do I understand, trying to put those two statements together, do I understand that the Business Service Center will be looking to ultimately abandon its reliance on mainframes and rely more on the cloud?
The Business Service Center, the PeopleSoft environment are not running on the mainframe. Right now, running on the mainframe, we've got Talon, we've got MapStore, pension checks, and the largest system on there is AFC today. So the plan is eventually, once AFC is renewed, we can retire that mainframe. So that's our plan, long-term plan.
Any other questions by any other board member? I appreciate the presentation. I just want to, in the work and the progress you've made, is that you need to keep pushing the envelope with your staff to reduce the number of applications and to eliminate the era where every agency sort of like did its own IT thing. There's one centralized IT operation. It's one strategic plan. It's one system, not 10 or 12 systems. So whatever we can do to continue to rationalize the applications and continue to reduce redundancy and do IT in a smarter way is going to lead us in a better place, both in terms of cost savings, but in improving the efficiency of the overall agency.
Yes, I understand that.
All right, thank you.
Okay. David Ross is going to present update on the procurement consolidation.
We're having an IT problem.
The presentation to come up on this.
What happened to warp speed here?
Okay. Thank you. I'm glad to be here. So first, I'll start with some of the key accomplishments of the. Why is this not responding? Okay, first I'll start with some of the key accomplishments of the past year. Besides my coming on, we moved and integrated 39 people from New York City Transit, and that completed the bringing on of the people that could do non-core procurements, and all of the non-core procurements have been routed now to the BSC, so they're going through the BSC. We've also expanded the marketplace tremendously. We have the Staples Advantage program. Staples is on the marketplace. MRO with Grainger products is on the marketplace, and we have IT software and peripherals from CDW. We expect to bring Dell on shortly, And next year, I expect when we award contracts pursuant to this very large RFP we have on the street for MRO products with 14 different categories, that should be a very substantial expansion of the marketplace where people can go in and find the items that they want in a hurry. So we're really leveraging the PeopleSoft technology there. I can't move slide. Okay, so the next slide you'll see is the procurement organization. I did make some changes, so I'll describe them to you briefly. If you look at the bottom line, you'll see that 3 of the 5 major groups in procurement are actually doing procurements, meaning they're doing RFPs and they're doing bids. They're grouped based on the services that they involve and the commodities that they involve. So people are familiarizing themselves with areas, for example, in the first group, technology and communications, the second with facilities and real estate, and the last is doing professional services procurements. They also have a common client base. So it's largely the same people they're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. So we're trying to cultivate a working relationship with the different client departments and have regular meetings so that we can plan procurements in advance and not bring retroactive procurements, of course, to the board and then still anticipate things in advance and have new contracts going in the proper time. There's a 4th group there, the operations and support group is the group that manages technology and batch functions within procurement. So they man the bid desk, and they're managing our PeopleSoft technology and providing training both within procurement and outside in leveraging the technology that we have for procurement. The last group was kept whole when we moved it over from New York City Transit. It was originally envisioned that it would be dispersed somewhat through procurement, but we've kept it together, and I think it's very important to do it that way. These people manage contracts on a day-to-day basis, so there's a handoff from procurement to the people who manage the services, and this group manages an array of previously New York City Transit-wide procurements that are going to evolve over time into MTA-wide contracts for uniforms and for credit cards and shoes and boots. And they also, very importantly, have provided a training function within New York City Transit that, again, we're expanding to be an MTA-wide function so that people know their responsibilities when they're managing contracts on a day-to-day basis. So I'll talk about that in a few moments. The next slide offers order throughput and velocity. So I know there was a lot of discussion last year about the inventory of procurements that were waiting for completion at the BSC. So what this slide does is it shows what's happened in the year since. So comparing January to May of last year, 2017, with this year, you'll see there was a 79% increase in throughput at the BSC. That many more transactions going through the Business Service Center. And also comparing the green with red, if you look at the red there, we're showing 6 times as many procurements going through using the strategic sourcing method, which is leveraging technology to conduct our procurements. So we're doing more procurements than we were last year by 80% and 600% more leveraging the technology that we have. And of course, the result of that, despite the fact that we're doing so many more transactions, you'll see that we've reduced the time it takes to process a transaction by 34%, from 62 days to 41 days, and I expect in the coming year we're going to do better than that. So I think no matter how much you measure it, we're doing more using technology, and we're doing things more quickly than we were a year before. So I'm very pleased with our team on that. The next slide shows the open requisitions in procurement. So you'll see the numbers stabilized over the past few months, but what those numbers don't reflect, of course, is that the volumes are much larger and the things that are with us are moving through more quickly than they were in the past. The next slide is one that shows you the MTA procurement projected savings, both in the current year from the procurements that we've done and through the years going forward. The next 2 slides, I think are important slides and give you a sense for what our direction is and our emphasis is. And they show you 4 different initiatives that leverage technology to eliminate steps that don't add value in the procurement process. So I'll just give you the first one, and I'll leave the rest for you to read on your own. But the first one, the auto dispatch, when we receive a requisition now, it automatically generates a PO for those contracts where we have a contract already in place and where there's budget. The principle is there's nothing more for procurement to do, so there's no need for procurement to have gone through the manual step of creating purchase orders. And without going into a lot of detail, that's what each one of these processes attempt to do, is eliminate non-value add steps where we have an existing contract, we have an existing price agreement, there's a budget. We don't need to process a procurement transaction the old way. These things can happen electronically. Then if we skip now to slide number 9, these provide a fair amount of narrative, so I'll just give you some context for them and let you read them, and if you have any questions, you can certainly ask. Slides 9 through 12 show key contracts that were awarded during the past year. Most of them actually came to the board, so you've seen them before, but it's a summary of what we've done in the past year, and slides 13 through 15 show some of the key planned procurements that we have for the coming year, so you'll expect to see me in the next several months bringing those contracts to you. Most notably the maintenance materials contract, but some other important contracts and initiatives as well. And I'll close by just referring to slide number 16, which I started with a little bit earlier when I was talking through the procurement groups that we have. And that's the system-wide, I'll let him catch up. So these are all the different initiatives that we have going, what's next to the different procurements that we're doing in the coming year. We can go to, so the last slide. So this is the contracts management group that we've kept whole, and the principle here is that they're providing training throughout the MTA to people who manage the contract relationship. And that's a very important discipline that I think often gets overlooked. The day we award a contract, that contract is handed over to a client department, and they're expected to manage the contract, know what they're supposed to be doing when they validate invoices, know what the insurance requirements of the contract are, make sure that the MTA is getting full value out of those contracts. And there's been training in New York City Transit on that discipline, but not as much throughout the MTA. So we are now having very regularly scheduled classes and reaching out to all of the MTA family agencies to invite people who are managing contracts in, and we go through a day-and-a-half program in what their responsibilities are for managing contract, and we have various speakers from different places. Someone comes in from risk management, does a piece from there. We have somebody from the IG's office comes in and speaks on those responsibilities as well. So not only are they expanding on the contracts that they are managing system-wide, but they're also providing training in contracts management throughout the system. So that's it for the presentation. Back to you, Doug.
Any questions from any of the board members?
Do you want to just keep going with the procurements, David?
Sure. So I'll start for headquarters. There are 9 procurement actions for a total of $24,023,630. There are 4 non-competitive procurement actions for a total of about $4.7 million. 2 are preferred source purchases. 1 is a personal service contract, and there's a modification to an existing personal service contract. There are 2 competitive procurement actions for a total of about $3.7 million. 1 is a personal service contract. The other is a modification to an existing agreement. There are 3 procurement actions for ratification pursuant to Executive Order 168 and its extensions for a grand total of about $15.6 million. All 3 items are for New York City Transit.
Questions?
Yes, I had a question about the PWC contracts. No matter how many times I read it, I had no idea what was going on, and I admit I'm an imbecile when it comes to IT, but could you just explain what that's doing?
It's the PWC. It's the Enterprise Intranet Portal. I guess I should start by just saying that the contract is to design and plan what will ultimately be used for a procurement to redo the portal. Maybe we'll elaborate on
So again, when I was earlier talking about retooling the skill sets within IT, we don't have the skill set right now to go through and make a determine what's best breed when we look at internet portals and stuff. So we just wanted an outside firm to come in and set us in the right direction, help us set up these new techniques for designing this stuff. So that's what this contract's about.
I'm sorry, it says $800,000 to do exactly what?
So it's the redesign of the total intranet, which is internal to us. That is also going to be put out in the cloud, so there's probably ongoing maintenance associated with that. The goal is to, again, unify and modernize the MTA's corporate internet solution. So it's also cloud-based and 6 months of personal service agreements to help us design that.
And we're leveraging a New York State contract for this services.
Guys, I'm going to make a suggestion. I probably share Carl's confused. It's still a little confusing in terms of what we're getting for this contract, how this is going to improve agency efficiency, reduce costs, put us in the 22nd century. So I'm going to make a suggestion, unless you tell me that the world is going to come to an end if we don't act on it this month, that we pull it and have time to get some questions answered so that everyone understands in more kind of lay term English what it is we're actually voting on. Does that make sense to everybody?
Okay.
Is that okay?
That's fine, yeah.
So we'll pull that one from the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't object to it. I just don't understand
No,
it.
but
That's all.
I felt your pain, and I thought it would be worthwhile, since you were the bravest one on here, to ask the question.
To show my lack of knowledge.
Let me just add one thing. Again, this would fall under rationalization also, because in today's world, each agency has their own intranet site look and feel. Again, we're trying to bring it together, but we'll get to...
I understand, but nobody really understood what that meant anyway. So we need to understand what it all means in English. Commissioner Paley.
On the Long Island Railroad audiovisual paging system, which we all agree is essential, can you explain how this contract fits in with the advertising contract we already did and are going to be incorporating at the stations? How the two work together?
So,
man, I'm not objecting to this. This is something which is essential. I know we did that already. Just trying to figure out how the two are going to work together.
So I'll offer what I do know is that the system provides real-time, on-time performance information, train status, and customer service orientation messages to passengers at 123 stations. It has a few major components, including head-end AVPS utilizing servers and associated servers and circuit interfaces, user workstations capable of making live and pre-recorded announcements, schedule messages, as well as automated exception messages to Long Island Railroad stations in the AVPS. There's a back-end AVPS utilizing station computers, digital audio processors, amplifiers, ambient noise sensing microphones, speakers, and visual messaging displays, associated station AVP equipment. If you're looking for more than that, I would have to ask someone from
I don't want to hold this
LIRR
up.
to offer more.
This is so important. It should have been done 10 years ago. And the staff summary says that to some degree. But if before Wednesday we could get an understanding of how the two systems work together, Mr. Chairman, that might help those of us understand that context, if that would be okay?
Yeah, let's make sure that happens, otherwise we'll end up pulling it from the...
Which I don't want to do.
The agenda at Wednesday's meeting. I think that's fair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So with that all, so we're going to pull the one item and leave the rest on and contingent on getting some answers regarding the advertising contract. So with that, do I have a motion to approve? Second. I'll second. All those in favor? Opposed?
So for Metro North, there's a request to award a contract not to exceed $3,619,908 for Conductrix pursuant to a competitive RFP. Conductrix will design, fabricate, build, and deliver fiberglass third rail brackets. Metro North is also seeking to use the RFP design build process for the installation of DC traction switchgear at 9 Metro North stations.
Questions? Motion. I'll second. All those in favor? Opposed?
For Long Island Railroad, there's a request to award a non-competitive contract not to exceed $960,725 to purchase replacement parts with Knox Kershaw, an OEM manufacturer, and to award a competitively negotiated contract with Mority and Sons for $14,325,000 to design, build, and install a prefabricated traction power substation.
Questions? Motion? Second. All those in favor? Opposed?
For New York City Transit, there's a request to approve an estimated $10.8 million contract to UPMC Benefit Management Services for FMLA administration services, and a request to authorize the use of competitive RFP design build process for ADA improvements, including the installation of elevators at multiple subway stations.
Questions? Second. All those in favor? Opposed?
There are 3 items for bridges and tunnels totaling $147.7 million. The first is a request to use a competitive RFP process for miscellaneous construction services on an as-needed basis for an estimated $120 million over 4 years. Next is the proposed award of an estimated $19.7 million personal services contract for construction, inspection, and administrative services associated with the replacement of the roadway deck on the Throgs Neck Bridge to Greenman-Peterson. Lastly, we have a modification to a personal services contract with Weidlinger Associates, adding about $8 million for design and construction support services associated with the Throgs Neck Bridge deck replacement.
Questions? Motion? Second. All those in favor? Opposed?
There are no items for FEMTAC. This concludes procurements. Back to Doug.
Thank you. So the MTA consolidated financial and operational reports are on pages 68 to 121 for your review. And next we have David Florio with the real estate portion of the meeting.
Thank you, Doug. We have 10 action items for your consideration. For Long Island Railroad, we have a license agreement for a newsstand at Hempstead Station. We have a joint staff summary for ATMs at Long Island Railroad and Metro North stations. And finally, a license agreement for newsstand at Lynbrook Station. For New York City Trans, we have disposition of air rights on Day Street here in New York. We have a release renewal of an existing agreement with Concord Business Services for parking and equipment storage. A license agreement. The next 2, F and G, are in support of the Canarsie Tunnel project. First is parking and an open-air bus terminal under the FDR. That's with city-owned EDC land. And the next is an agreement with New Jersey Transit to use Port Authority land near the Michael J. Quill bus depot on the west side. And the last transit item is a lease of space for an employee comfort facility. For Metro North, we have a separate license agreement for an ATM at the White Plains Station and a lease renewal for Newhouse Inc. for an existing retail facility in Grand Central Terminal. Happy to answer any questions. There's also additional, there was an info item left off the agenda. It was presented to you before the meeting.
Okay, questions? Commissioner?
A couple of questions. Who is Access One?
They are a third-party vendor. They provide ATMs. They were the lone proposer for both the separate RFPs,
So,
both Metro North and Long Island Railroad.
Because they're not any particular
No
bank,
bank, and no banks
would
proposed.
everybody would have an ATM surcharge for the use of their machine, correct?
That's correct.
And in the issue of the storage near Port Authority for those buses during the Canarsie tube shutdown, so those buses are going to deadhead between the 14th Street area and the Port Authority area when they're done in service?
Actually, 14th Street will actually be on the FDR will be actually open air bus terminal, as opposed to deadhead parking over on the west side.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, on the ATM issue, I assume do we know what the service charge is going to be for people?
Yes, $3 per transaction, and we get 56% of that.
It was my understanding we have an ATM in this building. Who services that?
That's a separate agreement with MCU, Municipal Credit Union.
Why didn't we go back to them?
They were offered a RFP. They didn't propose.
They just didn't respond to the RFP.
That's correct.
We had agreements with a variety of banks. Bank of America being one.
Bank of America
Bank of
solely
America,
for the Long Island
being
Railroad.
Bank of America being the only one. Well, what were the arrangements at the Metro North stations?
It was Wells Fargo had 10 stations. Originally it was Wachovia. They were
Right.
later bought by Wells Fargo.
Okay.
And over the last 8 years, Wells Fargo has they've been on month to month. They've powered down and gotten down to just White Plains.
Is it, so therefore the two banks that had arrangements with us, let me phrase it that way, have now both decided, other than the one station at White Plains, to get out of the ATM MTA business, for lack of a
Correct.
better
Bank of
term.
America closed their last ATMs with us this past January.
Right. Is there a reason why?
They indicated to us that these are not money makers for them. It really wasn't. This seems to be kind of a trend. The market spoke through this RFP.
Right.
The only bank that we're aware of or familiar with, Wells Fargo, just wanted a high ridership White Plains
They
station.
just wanted White Plains.
Sure.
Right. So therefore, the assumption being it costs them more money at some of the stations than they made because there was no surcharge, and they did not believe that the convenience for their customers was enough.
I'd have to presume so.
No surcharge for their bank.
That's what I mean.
Right.
That's what I mean.
Surcharge for everyone else.
Well, not, yeah, in some cases. But the assumption being that convenience was no longer enough of a benefit to anyone. Okay. Thank you.
On that same procurement, my concern with Access One, because I've heard of them, but are we assured, are we reasonably assured that they're taking proper security measures for our customers, people who use this? I don't want to get in the situation where there's attachment scanners. There's been a lot of scams around ATMs, and that may be another reason why banks want to get out of it.
We've checked, we've done background checks on them. They've been used elsewhere. That's our sole point of reference, is making sure that they've been in other systems or other cities as well. So we've done that kind of check on them.
And there hasn't been reported problems, I assume.
To my knowledge, no.
Okay.
Recuse on item 1I, please.
On the issue of the surcharge, is there going to be a requirement that at the site or at each site, people will be aware that there will be a $3 surcharge for each transaction?
We'll ensure that there is. Usually there is. They say it's $3. Do you want to proceed? It's yes or no.
Okay,
It's
I don't know.
typically the case, yeah.
I don't use ATMs anymore.
I thought that was a
so maybe-
regulation.
Maybe I'm
We
a
can check
bad
that.
example.
No, they all say if you want to
Yeah.
continue.
So it gives you the opportunity
To opt
not
out.
to do the transaction before you pay.
I think that's a law.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure that people had that option. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Commissioner?
I just wanted to commend the real estate department on the Day Street and Broadway deal, which is very thoughtful, forward-looking sale of air rights. So congratulations.
Can I have a motion? Second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? We done with real estate. Okay. Next, can I have a motion to adjourn? Second. All those in favor? Thank you.
Next is going to be public comments. Do we have any?
We have one public speaker, Jason Panero.
Good afternoon, Joe and Ronnie. Nice to see you again. Several hours before my 32nd birthday. And I'm here today to demand some answers. First of all, I would love to see Jano Lieber to do several more frequent updates regarding Eastside Access, Second Avenue Subway Phase 2, because we don't want to end up like we did on Phase 1, that this one right here, 6 months before Phase 1 opened, raised red flags, but the governor had to intervene to open it on New Year's Day 2017. We don't want that anymore. And we will want Penn Access to be a reality and Cortlandt Street open before Christmas. So it is time that the MTA pressures the Port Authority to let us open that station on time and let them know that we don't want AirTrain LaGuardia because it affects all MTA access, including the Casey Stingle Depot and the Corona Yard. So I'll be raising as many red flags as possible. So I will end this month saying we have to do what we have to do.
Thank you. No further questions?
That concludes our public
Okay,
speakers.
thank you. First item of business is the approval of the minutes from the May 21st meeting. I'll move them. Do I have a second? Any questions, comments, changes? There being none, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? They carry. Don, the committee work plan?
There's one change in the work plan because the CPOC committee was briefed on East Side Access 2 months ago. The next ESA briefing will be in September when MTACC is back presenting their projects.
Okay, thank you very much. Now to the quarterly MTA Capital Construction Company update. The first one is an update on Penn Station Access Project. Eve?
Good afternoon. Since we last met, we've been successfully advancing planning as well as pre-design activities on the Penn Access project. In this presentation, we'll be discussing the engineering, stakeholder engagement, as well as environmental planning. We've engaged in a competitive process to select the general engineering consultant. This process has included key stakeholders, including Metro North, Long Island Railroad, and Amtrak. The GEC base contract will include the preparation of 30% preliminary design documents. It will also have options for design build as well as design bid build project delivery. In addition to bringing the GEC on board, we've been working on track alignments. The preferred track alignment will become the basis of the engineering design. Based on the operations simulations, 2 viable alternatives have emerged that include 3-track and 4-track scenarios. Our next step will be to include CSX to discuss freight operations. Next slide, please. To advance the Penn Access program, Amtrak commitment to the project is essential. To memorialize this commitment, we are negotiating a memorandum of understanding. We'll have subsequent agreements, which will include a design phase agreement, construction, and access agreements. However, as we move the project ahead, issues between Amtrak and MTA need resolutions. Some of these issues include Amtrak resources. Their availability to support our design and construction is a key issue. In addition, there is talk about the Pelham Bay Bridge. Discussions have been raised about appropriate cost allocations and responsibilities regarding the bridge replacement. Recently, Amtrak has brought up a new scheduling requirement related to the upcoming reconstruction of the East River tunnels. On another front, we've been working actively with other stakeholders and interested parties. The project is receiving high-level support from Congressman Joseph Crowley and Bronx Borough President Ruben Diaz. Later this week, we will meet with New York State Senator Louis Sepulveda. Next, please. On the environmental front, in March, we met with the FDA to update them on the project. The The draft environmental assessment will be submitted to the FTA at the end of this summer. In addition to the environmental work, coordination with New York City, meaning DCP, DOT, and EDC, is ongoing. This will ensure that planning for future development and station access complements the MTA's investment. Over the next 6 months, we'll be working on the following items: to execute the Amtrak MOU, to execute the engineering consultant contract. We're also going to submit the draft environmental assessment to FTA. We're going to be activating the preliminary design and finalizing the alignments with CSX. This concludes my report.
Before we go on to the IC.
When you began, you mentioned a 3 or 4 track option. Are you talking about all the way from Shell interlocking to the Hellgate Bridge?
And then we would go to a, oh my goodness, we go to a 3-track
From there on.
From there on in.
From there on. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Chairman, I believe I know the answer, but could you please refresh our recollections on the relative merits of the 3 and 4 track configurations and the cost?
Is it, am I on now? Okay. So interestingly, the cost is not extremely different between the 3 and the 4. Obviously, a 3-track railroad the entire way would have less track. However, there are more interlockings. We've done some preliminary cost evaluation, and it does seem that both the 3-track and the 4-track will be pretty much similar. The advantages of the 3-track is that it has the continuity that will allow for greater service reliability.
Oh, who has put the 4-track option on the table then?
Actually, the 4-track option has been on the table for quite a while. It's a recent advent that there's entertainment of a 3-track the whole way. At the outset, we weren't convinced that Amtrak would be amenable to a 3-track. However, they've expressed an interest in that because of the operational capabilities.
That's a very, very diplomatic answer.
The 4-track, I think, has to deal with the fact that Amtrak has been adamant in this entire process, though not completed yet, that there really not be any interference in their ability to keep their schedule, whatever that might be.
And just to add to that, however, the 3-track option is on the table because of the operation simulations that we've done, and they do have a level of comfort that it meets with their operational effectiveness.
Okay. Any further questions? Yes, Carl.
Just to state for the record that I'm recused in this matter.
Very well. Okay. There won't be a vote on this at all. No. The independent engineers report. Are we ready, Kent?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. With this project in the pre-design phase, we just have one main observation to make at this point. The project team, I think, is properly focusing on completing their project implementation arrangements with Amtrak, as well as the environmental assessment. Both of these, we think, are important to the definition of the project for the start of preliminary design.
That's it? Okay, great. Now the update on the Second Avenue Subway Phase 2. Tim?
Good afternoon. For today's update, I'll cover the status of design, the environmental process, our federal funding application, and our community outreach efforts. Our design is progressing as planned with emphasis on lessons learned and cost containment. We're on schedule to complete extended preliminary engineering by third quarter of this year. We're also on schedule to complete the design-build contract documents for the structural shell and tunnel work and the final design documents for the advanced utility work. These will be completed during the first quarter of 2019. That plan that you see on this slide is just a representation of the utilities for the advanced utility work that we'll be encountering under that first contract, and subsequently for the other contracts that deal with the structural work and the open cut construction, mostly on 2nd Avenue. Regarding the advanced utility works package, the main focus has been to optimize construction and avoid delays. In order to do that, we want to try and clear some of the interferences that we know the heavy civil construction will encounter right from the get-go when they first get out there. For instance, before they could build their supportive excavation walls for the cut and cover construction, they have to move sewers, they have to move gas mains outside the work zones between the subway structure and the buildings. Sometimes just doing that work, the sewer is relatively deep, adjacent to some of these older 4-story walk-ups. Sometimes just that work itself will impact the buildings and cause some remediation work to need to be done. So when we do that, we'd like to go in and further that remediation work to maybe reinforce the building enough so that it could even withstand the impacts that are potentially created when we do the main civil work and the main structural work. Get in there once and try and get as much done the first time we get in rather than keep going back. Where we can take those opportunities, we will. And plus, we'll install some instrumentation, we'll install some more monitoring devices, and clear any other encroachments that we'll encounter on the sidewalks in advance of the main work. For the environmental process, we received comments from the FTA in March that caused us to change the reevaluation document from a tech memo to an EA. We made those changes and resubmitted the document in April. Last Friday, the FTA gave us the go-ahead to publish the EA for public comment. After the document is published, we'll follow it up with additional outreach meetings, document the comments, and report back to the FTA. We've already been actively keeping the community informed about the changes in the project since the 2004 FEIS and have held outreach meetings with Central and East Harlem communities with the FTA in attendance. The feedback from those meetings was positive. In fact, the plans that you see on this slide is a representation of some of the plans that we presented at those meetings, showing the street locations of the stations, as well as some of the critical items associated with each of those stations, such as the entrances and the ancillaries. The change from a tech memo to an EA has impacted our original goal to obtain the NEPA finding by this summer. That is shifted to the fall of this year. But because the FTA has turned around the review of the EA so quickly and agreed to continue the review of our New Starts funding application concurrently with the NEPA document, this doesn't cause a delay to the overall New Starts process and to the project. For the federal New Starts funding application, we're making good progress on the deliverables needed to complete the project development phase and expect to submit all required documents by the end of this year and request entry into the engineering phase. Once we're accepted into engineering, we'll continue advancing design to further refine cost and schedule and provide project management plans and third-party agreements that demonstrate our readiness to move the project into significant construction. Our overall goal is to obtain an FFGA by the end of 2020. Our early outreach efforts are ongoing and have been effective. We've had over 4,000 visitors to the CIC since opening in September. In addition to the previously mentioned community board meetings, we're meeting with many other groups, associations, and the public in general, and getting our message out in a variety of ways. One of those ways is by staging mobile pop-up information center events around the neighborhood. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
One bit of color, which is that last week, Andy Byford and I went up to 96th Street Station and spent a good 2 hours walking through and talking about the first phase of 2nd Avenue to get some of the lessons learned about how we might design differently and how we can anticipate some of the things that might make this, give us opportunities to make this a better, faster, and more efficient project.
Questions? There being none, the IEC report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to make 2 points at this phase of the project's development. From our observations, the program is tracking well toward completion of its project development drawings and the environmental assessment by the end of this year, if not sooner. Secondly, we're looking forward to reviewing the baseline cost estimate and the schedule forecast now being developed by the project and probably available later in the year. That's it.
Great. Thank you. Now on to the progress report on the Long Island Railroad expansion. Mark?
Thank you. I've got 10 slides. The first 2 you've seen before, then we'll get into something new. My objective today is to give you a feel of the preparatory works that we're working on at the present time and some of our thinking as we head for construction start in the fourth quarter of this year. This slide you've seen before, it's really just intended to give you an overall reminder of what the project is. 9.8 miles of new third track between Floral Park and Hicksville. It's a design-build contract, and the contractor's third track constructors and the board approved it in December of last year. Again, you've seen this slide before. The list of activities on the left we're working on to complete in large part before we start construction in the fourth quarter. The list on the right are the sort of the main heavy activities that we were hoping to start at the end of the year. Our current primary activity that we can judge target on is the development of the design. It's the third on the list on the left. All the rest are support activities to get that design going. We are taking the view that our contractor, third track constructors, and ourselves are one team, and we're pushing to make sure that we can start construction in the end of the year. But there is some work going on site. These orange graphics are maybe a little hard to read at a different distance, but we're doing some contamination testing, we're doing some survey, we're doing some work at the stations. There's a lot of work going on to support the start of construction, and that'll continue until October. We haven't presented you a detailed schedule. Our objective is to present a detailed schedule towards the end of the year. What we do want to highlight is that we're taking advantage of the design-build process. It's a means and method process, and therefore our objective is not to force the design into a construction that may be constrained. What we're looking to do is to let the designer working for the design builder develop the design, let them develop their means and methods, and if necessary, go back and change the design. It's a key element of the design development that we let this happen. This is taking a little time, and we want to make sure we use the advantage of design build to the fullest. This is a schedule of what we're calling the design ready for construction release packages. There are 66 of them, sorry, I forgot the number, with 3 due this summer. We're using this as a surrogate for progress until we get to the full design construction schedule. We'll report back on this every month so that you can see where we are as we advance the ready for construction packages. This is a project risk summary. We have 6 categories of risks. We have introduced a new category, which is a result of the work that was done by JANO on the East Side Access recently. When we look at the elements and factors that happened in that project, we realize that we can gather how do we manage ourselves better as a category of risk. Specifically, are we accounting for change? Are we holding our leaders responsible? Do we have indicators that demonstrate progress as we move along? It's a new category. We're getting into it with OCO. You'll hear more about this as we go, but the objective is to hold ourselves accountable as we move forward. Again, if I could make one comparison on this slide, external risks. East Side Access had one major external player, Amtrak. We have 50. The performance of those 50 entities is our performance. We are working extraordinarily closely with them, or we're hoping to work extraordinarily closely with them, and it's working very well to date. It is a factor that we must be prepared to put a lot of effort into, and we have a lot of dedicated resources at this stage to move that forward. Just some graphics to show that we are speaking to the public. We've had 100 meetings so far this year. What we've heard at those meetings is a very simple message of, are you meeting your commitments? Hence, we offer this second slide as a mechanism, the second last slide, I should say, as a mechanism to demonstrate how we're trying to demonstrate we are meeting the commitments. On the left is a very long list of the committee of the commitments in various categories. On the horizontal axis, just the number of commitments in each category. You could pick any one of those, and you can see the design one, which is the very longest one, the project element for design. It's 106 commitments. We've said 106 times to those 50 bodies that we'd let them have influence on the design. We are essentially holding ourselves accountable, and if you look at the colors, the blue are those commitments that we think we've met. The red or orange are the ones that we're hoping to meet before we start construction towards the end of the year, and the gray are the ones that we hope to meet or will meet during construction. So we'll report back on our progress on this mechanism in the future. And finally, if we just look ahead to the next year, while the schedule is not quite ready, we do believe we know in principle the big items that will start work. This graphic gives you a list of the 9 or 10 that we think are starting, be they 2 stations, 3 underbridges, and a parking structure. The order may not be quite right, the dates may not be quite right, but I offer this just to give an idea of the bigger picture that's coming up in the next 12 months. And that's the report. Thank you.
Questions? Yes, Mr. Pally.
I just want to thank you, Jano, and the team for the extensive community outreach, and I'll put that word in quotes, because as you can imagine, this is a very, very, very topical project on Long Island, felt by a lot of people, a lot of municipalities, many of which are not thrilled with it happening. I think that's not a fair understatement. But the communication from the group and MTA and the contractors has been very, very helpful so far. I can only hope that continues after somebody starts hitting something out there as opposed to just surveying something. But so far, I just want to let you know that I've received a significant amount of thanks for the efforts. It doesn't always mean everybody agrees with what you say, but at least they're appreciative of the fact that somebody is saying it to them in that regard. Thank you.
Earl?
A question on the previous slide, slide 9. These commitments, fulfilling these commitments, are these internally developed? Are these developed with the community? And these, I assume that within each category there are a multiple number of commitments.
Yeah. For example, I think we have 9 memorandums of understanding with various municipalities.
Right.
So we've, rather than report on those 9, we've gone into each of them and extracted what it means, and then created, I think it's 612 is our latest accumulation of those. So it gives us a much more concrete way of understanding and monitoring them. So it's come from those agreements.
So just to Mitch's point in terms of transparency and community being aware, are those 600 and whatever, those are known to the community too?
Yes, those are published on our website.
That's great.
Project, yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew?
On the slide that's on the screen now, where you have some details that say Floral Park Station, Carl Place Station, and Mineola Station. Yeah. In addition to the rearranging that's necessary to put a 3rd track through there, are other improvements happening to those 3 stations as well?
I think the Floral Park Station, we're just putting in elevators. There's no other improvements that I'm aware. The others are, with the exception of Hicksville, are full replacements.
Full replacements.
Yes.
Thank you.
Norman?
Yeah, with regard to the community, or actually communities, you're dealing with in the 50 different entities. Is there any sort of possibility of like corralling these into some sort of ombudsman process where you can get some overall buy-in before somebody in one of these communities thinks they have a veto over the whole thing once again, as they have repeatedly in the past here? Is there some way to like get the state government or county or something to pull them all together to herd the cats?
Yeah, we haven't quite got to that yet. We are hoping to have some sort of amalgamations of meetings, if I could call it that, coming up. I will offer that Nassau County, for example, in their supporting team, is gathering folks together for that purpose for us. A lot of the municipalities are coming to us in our site office and sort of realizing that Actually, we could get together on a whole bunch of things. So we're learning as we go along how to make it a little simpler. But they're all extraordinarily active and involved at this stage. So we may make it more efficient, but we're not there yet.
Thank you. Any further questions? The independent engineers report. Mohammed?
Good afternoon. The IEC participated in the risk workshop and is satisfied with the risk assessment process. In addition to the internal project management risks, other top near-term project risks are property acquisition, utility agreements, and performance of stakeholders. Finally, the IEC has observed that the agency is making significant effort to mitigate each of these risks. I will answer any questions which you may have.
Any questions? Okay. There being none, progress report on Cortlandt Street.
Good afternoon. Cortlandt Street Station remains on schedule for revenue service in October of this year, with substantial completion in December. We are currently working with no remaining schedule contingency, but have sufficient cost contingency to complete the project within the current budgeted amount. We are now at a critical juncture of this project where we are transitioning from major construction activities to a focus on testing and commissioning. I provided some detailed highlights of progress since we last met in your packet that is also included in the next few slides. Of particular note for the platform level is the delivery and installation of fare control turnstiles. At the mezzanine level, UPS systems have been installed and tested. Chilled water was completed and tested at both fan plants. And the original normal and reserve electrical distribution rooms have been disconnected by Con Edison and demolished at the street level. So this leads us to what is critical, and that remains the testing and commissioning of the fan plants, communication systems, and vertical circulation elements. That being said, we're monitoring the critical systems against the schedule and tracking concerns. A couple more slides. Forward. One more. That's it. So that being said, we're monitoring the critical systems against the schedule and tracking our concerns. Right now, HVAC and our smoke management systems testing is contingent upon Port Authority demolition activities at the north and south fan plants. The south fan plant is in process and expected to be completed this week. Similarly, the north fan plant has begun and is also expected to be completed this week. If you remember, this used to be one of our primary risks was Port Authority interferences. These are the final two interferences of Port Authority that will be resolved, and we should be moving forward very well. Also on that slide, by the way, is elevator number three, which is also a critical issue. That's the elevator at the intersection of Vesey and Liberty Street, which is Vesey and Greenwich Street, which is our ADA accessibility. I'll discuss that a little bit further because that's one of our major risks. On the previous slide, right there, our communication system testing is currently on schedule. We only have one outstanding item remaining with the radio system. We received approval from New York City DOT to relocate a radio antenna on top of one of the light poles adjacent to the site. This will allow us to avoid a redesign of the foundation, which conflicted with the security bollard design as installed by the Memorial Plaza. So as mentioned earlier, elevator 3 is critical to opening the station. Due to the fact that we were dependent upon Port Authority completing the platform level and street slabs at their west bathtub vehicle access in order to begin constructing our elevator machine room, we decided to find an alternate permanent location for this machine room. A new machine room has been designed in a space under one of our north mezzanine stairs, which is sufficient in size to meet the requirements necessary for a permanent location. Moving this to the new alternate location allowed us to proceed with elevator number 3 without any dependency on the Port Authority work. Although critical, we have negotiated an accelerated schedule with the contractor for completion of this elevator prior to station opening. This work, although substantial, will be within our allocated contingency amounts. The other major area of concern remains and will remain the progress of the contractor. Although productivity continues at an increased pace, this pace must be maintained throughout the remainder of the project in order to continue to adhere to the aggressive schedule presented by the contractor and MTACC. Successful quality control implementation will also be critical to meeting the schedule for testing and commissioning activities, as the aggressive schedule does not allow for excessive rework. We have been working with New York City transit groups at all levels to address concerns as early as possible through accelerated reviews, site walkthroughs, and joint meetings with the contractor. This coordination and involvement of New York City Transit has been extremely helpful in addressing our schedule concerns. From much quicker turnaround of submittals than required by the contract, to assistance in resolving conflicts in the field, to scheduling, testing, commissioning activities with little advance notice, our success at this point is largely due to the partnership we have received from New York City Transit. This partnership and early resolution of issues should also help us to achieve a smoother than usual transition from construction to acceptance by the user groups. Finally, to highlight productivity to date, I have updated a slide from the previous presentation to show that our expenditures continue to be on pace to complete the project by December with opening in October. However, as mentioned, this pace has to be maintained in order to make the opening and substantial completion dates. And this concludes my report.
Any questions? Yes, Susan?
The number 3 elevator is at Vesey and Greenwich is in the same place that you had always planned it. It's just the machine room that you've tucked under the stairs?
Yes, the elevator is still in the same location. The elevator machine room, which used to be on north of our elevator in the area that's being built right now by Port Authority,
Right.
It has moved into our north mezzanine area, which will allow us to build the machine room at the same time we're building the elevator and have it complete by project opening.
It looks like there's a stairway there on Greenwich now. Is that your stairway?
Trying to think of which
It's
stairway you're
blocked
talking.
off, though.
So there are temporary stairs in that area right now, which are within the Westbeth of vehicle access. Most
Okay.
of that is construction access for Port Authority. Our permanent stairs will be closer to Greenwich Street within the steel structure that currently exists out there.
Okay.
We will still be installing some of those stairs. However, there may be a temporary access to those stairs. They'll only be used for emergency egress and fire department access.
And you're going to get this done in time?
We'll get this done by October.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Diane, the IEC report.
Good afternoon. My full report begins on page 40 of your CPOC book. To summarize, many of the major issues we had earlier on this project have been addressed. The two main concerns that remain are, first, the completion of Elevator 3 at the Vesey Street Station entrance. This issue was covered in detail in Dan's report. The other main risk is the completion of an aggressive testing and commissioning program ahead of revenue service. Significant user group and contractor resources are required to meet the plan, and there is little room for regressive retesting if there are excessive failures. And that concludes my summary.
Questions?
I add
Yes, Susan?
something? Definitely in past projects, we've found that the commissioning and operational aspects have been a stumbling point for us. Are you comfortable with what the team is doing in working with transit at this point? Do you think it's sufficient?
I'm comfortable with the amount of resources I'm seeing on this project for testing and commissioning. Dan can speak to this better, but I'm being assured that they're going to have all of the safety and health systems tested and accepted before station opening. And if you look at my report, I have a chart that shows the amount of testing that has to happen over the next 3 months, and they're trending on plan right now, but the issue is they have to increase the amount of tests a lot. It's going to be the main activity happening on the station work over the next 3 months, and they just have to keep the quality up and pass.
You have the resources to do that, Dan?
Yes, we've been currently meeting all of our testing and commissioning deadlines. In fact, we've been beating them in most situations. As I was saying in the presentation, from this point on, really the bulk of the work right now is testing and commissioning. So that will increase significantly from this point forward. As I was saying earlier too, I have to give a lot of credit to New York City Transit. They are exceptional in helping us address these testing and commissioning requirements with little notice. A lot of it involves review of plans. They've been turning those plans around very quickly, and in scheduling the testing, we've been scheduling it much quicker than would typically be the case. And we've been
just to add a tiny bit of color. You know, I think I said to you last time we were here at CPOC that we wanted to make this project's, the opening and the handover and startup a model, maybe a counter model of some things that happened in the past. And so far, again, we're not all the way there. We've been able to do that, and a lot of it is the cooperation that we've gotten from Andy and all of the folks at Transit. I mean, last week we had another one of these check-in meetings where we have 50-plus people in the room and going over literally every system and every discipline to make sure that folks on all sides are comfortable with the progress that's being made, and it's been very good. So, especially to my partner, Mr. O'Grady at CPM, but also, to the rest of the transit disciplines. We're very grateful, and we're, as the IEC said, very dependent on that continued cooperation to bring it in.
I've asked the staff for a tour, and I'd like to extend it to members of the committee as well, probably closer to the end of the summer, the very, very first week in September. To take a look at it. It'll be a month away from opening, and I think it'll be a much better look in. So we'll try to coordinate those dates. All right, on to the new fare payment system update. Al Poutre.
Today's presentation is a follow-up to the new fare payment system procurement briefing that was presented to the board's Finance Committee in October of 17. We'll be discussing the planned replacement of New York City Transit's MetroCard and Long Island Railroad and Metro-North fare payment systems. The new fare payment system is a design-build project broken down into 5 individual phases. It will be a fully integrated fare collection system for New York City Transit, Long Island Railroad, and Metro-North. It will have the capability to expand to other transportation agencies and affiliates. The system will use a shared common back end for all 3 agencies. The system includes capabilities to manage New York City Transit's flat fares and the railroad's distance-based fares. The new fare payment system will accept bank-issued, transit-enabled, open payment, contactless, credit, debit cards, mobile payment devices such as smartphones and watches, and closed-loop MTA-issued cards, as well as optical barcodes. This slide details the 5 project phases, each representing a major project milestone. This is the same chart I presented to the board for the procurement briefing in October. I'm displaying it again to illustrate the specific phases. As you can see, this project is moving along at a very aggressive timeline to build out NFPS capabilities and features and deliver this system quickly to our customers. This contract was awarded on November 1st, 2017. I am pleased to report almost 8 months into this multi-phase project, we are on schedule. The budget for this program is $620 million, including $34.5 million in risk reserve. We are on budget at 6% complete, which is based on contractual milestones achieved. Because this is a design-build project, each phase involves extensive discussions and reviews by key stakeholders as we build out what the new system will look like. CDR, or Conceptual Design Review Working Sessions with Kubrick, were completed in December of 2017. The PDR, or Preliminary Design Review Working Sessions for Phase 1, were completed last month. Both the conceptual and preliminary design review sessions involved the active participation and feedback of over 50 transit staff members representing stakeholder departments from New York City Transit, Long Island Railroad, and Metro-North Railroad. Phase 1 subway stations are on the Lexington Avenue line from 42nd Street in Grand Central down to Atlantic Avenue, Barclays Center in Brooklyn. In addition to serving Midtown and the downtown financial district, the segment selected serves Metro North customers on the north end and Long Island Railroad customers on the south end. We have received commitments from the major banks in the New York Metro region to begin replacing credit debit card stock with transit-enabled contactless cards to coincide with the new fare payment system's phased rollout. Business rules to support NFPS Phase 1 are complete. These rules tell the system how to categorize, process, and charge fares. Cubic is programming back-end systems based on these rules. Station field surveys started in January of 2018. These surveys determine the layout of the conduit required to finish our communication network. The teams have completed 415 surveys out of 941 locations, which translates into a 44% completion rate. Conduit installation work has been completed at 25 fare control areas: the Atlantic Avenue Barclays Stations Complex, Nevin Street, Bowling Green, and Wall Street. Much of this work is not noticeable to our customers. Validator installations, which our customers will see, start in the fourth quarter of this year. Development of the new fare payment system mobile app and website features are underway, providing basic account management functionality during Phase 1. The SBS pilot is on schedule for deployment on up to 175 buses starting in November of 2019. This pilot will measure boarding times and test onboard validation devices that will be used by the Eagle teams during inspections. During the next 6 months, the following will occur. The program management plan, which integrates MTA tasks with Cubic scheduled project tasks, is being revised to align with New York City Transit's Fast Forward plan. The final design review working sessions with Cubic for Phase 1 are scheduled from July 30th to August 10th of 2018. Phase 1 bus routes will be finalized in conjunction with New York City Transit's bus rerouting plan for Staten Island. That's slated for implementation in August of 2018. Station field surveys for conduit layouts will finish in September of 2018. The physical installation of conduit will continue into 2019 and be completed by February of 2020. Initial staging of the back-end system will occur in August of 2018. This production version of the back-end system will follow in October of 2018. Contactless validator manufacturing begins this month in Tennessee. During Phase 1, Cubic will be installing 500 subway validators and 600 bus validators. The installation of these validators will begin in the subway in October of 2018. Installations on buses will begin on Staten Island in the first quarter of 2019. Shown here is an example of a validator installed on a vertical bus rail. System integration testing involves connecting components to verify the new system works from end to end. This entails linking validators, installing software, and establishing connections via the comms network to the test region of the back end. This testing will be complete in December of 2018. As in all projects, we do have several risks. The new fare payment system contract includes a requirement to interface with the New York City Transit bus radio system currently under development. The NFPS schedule preceded the completion schedule for the bus radio system, so an option of $19.2 million was included in the contract to procure bus hardware if needed to mitigate this schedule difference. However, we have developed an alternative solution that eliminates the need for any additional components and avoids exercising this $19.2 million option. The project calls for redundant data centers, which will house the new account-based fare payment systems. Delays in the design and programming of back-end applications could affect Phase 1 implementation. However, utilizing a phased approach mitigates this risk by allowing complete testing and system verification on a smaller scale to ensure that issues are resolved without significant customer-facing problems. Cubic is already simulating transactions in the back end well in advance of system deployment. This should significantly reduce the risk or chance of schedule drift. There are 2 pending change orders. The first one is paratransit, which I discussed at the Finance Committee briefing in October. This change order is pending a cost estimate, which is due from Cubic this month. There is no anticipated impact on the existing project schedule. Based on New York City Transit's bus action plan, which calls for all-door boarding on all bus routes, we are working with the Department of Buses on a scope of work which will be completed by the end of this month. Our intent is to implement this additional work without impact to the existing project schedule. That completes this report.
Questions? Andrew?
A couple of questions. If Phase 1 is May of 2019 and Phase 2, and that's just selected the Lexington line, for instance, to Barclays from 125th Street, and Phase 2 is October of 2020, does that mean another 420 stations will be made ready within that 1 year?
The actual rollout for Phase 1, we light up 500 turnstiles and 600 buses, literally. But the build-out of the infrastructure continues beyond that. We're limiting the initial installation to a small pilot to make certain that we don't have any issues, and we're able to work them out in a phased approach. So the infrastructure continues. So we'll actually have more stations completed as we end Phase 1 and begin Phase 2. But your analysis is correct. At the end of Phase 2, the entire system will be wired up and lit.
And during the pilot in Phase 1 on the Lex line, will intersecting lines be turned on, at least their turnstiles, for instance, in a Grand Central or in a Fulton
Center? As
Center?
an example, like at the Fulton Center, all the adjacent arrays will also have validators that will be connected to the system.
Thank you.
So I'm trying to visualize how this will actually work in Phase 1. These validators will replace the existing token or
No,
MetroCard?
the validators will be installed on the front of the turnstiles, and there are no tokens. What we'll have is the swipe block from the MetroCard. The swipe block from the MetroCard will remain in place.
That much I know, that there are no tokens.
Just to be clear, MetroCard runs in parallel with new fare payment systems from beginning to end. So this project ends in 2023, at which time MetroCard will be decommissioned. Until such time as MetroCard is decommissioned, it will run side by side, much like we did with tokens when we introduced MetroCard, which stayed around for almost 10 years. We're not going to do it quite that long this time.
So the validators will be on the front of the turnstile?
That's correct. They'll be in the very front. There's a facsimile, a facial plate that's bolted to the front of the turnstile. It's stainless steel, and it looks very seamless. And it'll just look like it'll look like the front of the turnstile. You won't really notice it as an add-on. And the swipe block will remain on top of the turnstile.
If you look at page 48 of the presentation, and if we can go back 4 or 5 slides.
You
I
can
saw the
actually see it.
validator, right.
If you go to slide 3, if you look at the second slide under Phase 2, you can see where the validator.
I see. And then we will, when the system is fully operable, will one have to use their card to exit the system as well as enter it?
No, the system is not a distance-based system, so there is no need to tap out. So you'll only tap in.
Only tap in. And when we get, as New Yorkers or anybody in the country, I guess, how will credit cards be replaced? Will we have to ask for them, or will they be?
So we've met with all the major banks and credit card issuers, and we've had at least 5 or 6 meetings with them. We have one next week. We have one this week with a major credit card issuer, and they have all said the same thing. It's the chicken and the egg. They want to issue the cards, but they need a purpose for the cards. The validators are the purpose. Once the validators are in our system, the banks want to coincide their rollout of their products and their new contactless chip cards with our installation. So they're going to happen simultaneously, and you should begin to see those cards in your wallet literally within the next 4 or 5 months. Credit card companies and banks.
Carl, they're already out. Here's a card that I've received from Citibank, and it already has, it's built in. It's got, you can see this, it has this design that looks like.
My credit card has a little chip on it, right?
Nope, not good enough.
That's not it.
Not good enough.
You need that.
Not good enough.
Not good
But
enough.
I'll
It's
just
not
get.
Wi-Fi. This is Wi-Fi. And a chip. I got
I
both.
see.
You get
So,
both.
and we'll just start getting them.
That's correct.
They normally retire most banks, I think, every 2 years.
Correct.
So, you know, over the next 2 years, they will be replacing. And that's been the commitment on the part of the banks.
And how will they know, for example, whether you're half fare or a
Fair policy is going to be subject of a whole different, beyond the actual implementation of the hardware, we need to incorporate a whole fair policy issue that is a board-related function as well, and that will start up shortly.
So if you're a senior now and you have a half fare card,
So
you will
until
not-
such time as we issue our own closed-loop product, which will be under Phase 3 in February of '21, until such time as we do that, the current half-fare system will be based on MetroCard. But at that time, under Phase 3, we will phase the MetroCard portion of that out and begin to roll in the exact same technology, but based on a chip-based contactless product. And we will register our current card holders and transition them over into the new fare payment system. And it's very important to understand that all of our current policies and practices that the MetroCard provides today, most importantly, reduced fare, senior citizens, the disabled community, none of those things are eliminated, not any of them. I want to be very clear on that. Everything that MetroCard does today, the new system will do at a minimum.
right, but if I understand what you're saying, for example, me as a senior will not be able to take advantage of the contactless card
Not
until
until 2021. In February of 2021, we issue our own closed-loop product, and it will be a smart card-based MetroCard, so to speak. Once that product is issued, we will transition you from your current reduced fare card, Metro version, into a smart card.
Okay.
Susan?
You used the term tap, which suggests that you have to do what we do at PATH, which is touch our card to the reader. But if it's Wi-Fi, can we just wave it in front of the sensor like we do here?
So in order to ensure that only one tap per person, when I say tap, you have to get the card within a couple of millimeters of the reader.
Okay.
You don't actually have to touch it, but say within an inch. Typically, that would be the reading level. You know, a slight, an inch or less would work. But you want to make certain that two cards don't get what's called card clash. So
That's
you want
my question. That's why I'm confused. Lots of people carry more than one credit card. And, okay, so for us seniors, we're in good shape. Well, maybe we're not, because if I get, well, no, we're not in good shape, period.
Bad shape until that.
But if I have a card that is red, but I'm a senior, how do I know that it's not reading my card?
So the senior citizens, in order to take advantage of a half fare, are going to have an account-based, all these cards are account-based. Now, it's either an anonymous account or a registered account. So what you're going to do as a senior is, you have a senior citizen MetroCard today.
Right,
So you registered that account.
right.
They took your picture and they registered your account.
Yep.
It's connected to a serial number on a MetroCard. That will be exactly the same. That's an account-based system. We're going to duplicate that.
Yeah, I
except-
get that. That's not my question.
So you wanna make
my
sure- okay,
question
so-
is, my credit card
so-
gave me a Wi-Fi card.
So when the system sees your credit
use it
card
till
and it
2021.
sees the reduced fare card, it knows the reduced fare account number because it's in our system, so it only charges that card.
How are the Long Island Railroad and Metro North monthly and weekly passes to be incorporated into the system?
So in terms of commutation passes, the monthly ticket is the most difficult ticket for us to address. There's several ways we focused on it. I've most recently briefed both Phil and Kathy on this. And until a system can be developed where we can read a monthly ticket as fast as you can visually scan it, and there is no system that can do that. You would have to increase your train crew sizes and your manpower significantly. So the theory on this is that your monthly commutation pass will likely be a flash pass on the railroad side. It will be a smart card, and it will be valid and interoperable with New York City Transit, but it likely will still remain as a flash pass. Now, as far as the weeklies,
Right.
and the dailies and all of those cards, because the volume, 80% of your riders at peak time are monthly ticket holders.
Right. That's
So
my point.
So
right.
I could develop a system very easily to scan all your cards, because that's what we're going to do for your weeklies and your dailies. We're going to use an onboard sales validation device to scan those cards. I could do that for all of them, but you need a lot more manpower to do it.
So as a result of that, the monthly ticket holder is still going to be required to show the ticket to the conductor, as
Well,
they do now.
You have options. You also have the e-tix option.
Right.
And I'm going to, New Fair Payment Systems is issuing an e-tix 2.0 in February of 21, and that will be integrated into the Cubic system, and it'll be totally interoperable between New York City Transit and both railroads. So that's always another option. And you're up to about 25% of your customers participating in that program now, and I'm hoping that grows. I think that is a very good option. I think your customers like it. So I believe that's one way. The other way is to continue to use, listen, your customers like the fact that they can fall asleep and hang their ticket on their chest.
Right.
And you can validate it just by walking in and walking out. You don't have to wake them up. So there's other things we're looking at. Fortunately, this is a design build project, and the time when I need to implement this technology is not here yet. And we're even looking at other technologies as well. And Phil's talked to me extensively about using ultra wideband. That's like a Bluetooth on steroids type thing. And we've looked at many different other options. So I have a solution today that definitely works, but we're still opening doors and investigating. So that's my answer.
So the goal is, if necessary, to use the current, a modification of the current system.
Correct.
The hope is to find a better system moving forward that would eliminate the need to use the current system in some fashion.
That's correct. But at the very least, we will have an interoperable ticket that will be a smart card on one side and a flash pass potentially on the other.
So when they go to the subway, they get treated as if they're a subway rider in that context. They just can't be treated that way on the commuter rail at the moment.
Unless we wanted to change the way in which you do business.
We could do that too.
We could.
Yes.
That's possible.
That's right. Because, I mean, you know, there are a number of us, including myself, who are becoming concerned over the fact that the distance-related measurements on the commuter rail systems are becoming outlandish, and I could come up with other words, but that's the best word I could come up with at the moment. And we end up with a system where we have designed a public policy statement in the city, which I'm not objecting to, where we treat everybody the same. You pay one fare, whether you go 1 mile or, I don't know what the longest trip is, I'm sure Andrew could tell me, 22 miles, okay, whatever it is, because the likelihood is that the people with the lower income take the longest trip. A very good public policy initiative. The same issue now is in the suburbs. The lower income individuals live the furthest away from the city center, travel the longest, and yet pay significantly more in fares. That, to me, is something which has outlived its usefulness and is a situation that I think is very important to discuss as we move forward with the next fare discussion, because the lower income individuals who, because of housing costs in the suburbs, live the furthest out, pay the largest fare.
You can tell me how to program the system, and I'll do it exactly as you'd like it. That's above my pay grade.
I can tell you lots of things. I'm not sure the chairman would agree at the moment, but I can come up with lots of ideas. That I will do. But Mr. Chairman, I was not being facetious. I'm being serious in that context that
I'm still thinking about Bluetooth on steroids.
Yes, but this is a situation where that public policy issue is impacted by the fare collection system.
The fare policy discussion that we need to have and will begin shortly is going to be very complex.
Yeah.
And we have to also incorporate fares. All kinds of issues need to be put in over time. So
thank you.
Understood. Susan, yes, and then Norman.
I'd like to point out that whenever we're talking to a project manager who's doing a construction job, we keep beating on that person that you've got to have communication. You better have a really good communication program to explain this to our riders because it's so complex for each individual that they're going to need a little bit of a tutorial. So I hope that's somewhere in the works as well.
We have worked very carefully with our other stakeholders, and New York City Transit, Long Island Railroad, Metro North all have stakeholders embedded in our project, and we've already started a frequently asked questions list that we could begin to develop. And other properties that have done this, for instance, in Chicago and in London, have struggled mightily with that communication. And it all stems basically from knowledge of our own base first. Our own employees have to be our leads on this, and we're going to form CAT teams, customer assistance teams. And in the future, the railroad clerks, the station agents are going to come out of the booth. So we've got a lot of different things that we can use to leverage that communication. Our website, but you're 100% right. It sounds a little more complicated than it is because I'm just not that good at explaining it. There's people better at this than me.
Susan, the communication side of this is extremely important, and a lot of the communication of what we do here is changing, and we're very aware that, you know, as we make this change, this is a lot more complex than going from tokens to MetroCard, a lot more. But we also have different new vehicles to also use, and the internet and various other ways of doing it. We will keep that in mind. Commissioner Ferrer, I'm sorry, it was Norman's next.
Mr. Chairman, just to put it in context, when we first started talking about this, the idea was on our device to be able to manage our accounts, to be able to pay a fare, to be able to see train schedules. The whole thing was supposed to come together in an all-enveloping technology. I presume that's still the vision for this.
That absolutely is the vision, and the part of it will be released shortly with MyMTA. The date on that? Not yet. We're still in beta form. I use it. It gives me directions as to where to go. It is very good, so you're using it. So, you know, that would then also have a component that would also be able to make your payment and charge and have your barcode. All of that will be in one place.
So that meet your new countdown clock, meet your new transit, whatever, bank, meet your fare payment, it's all here.
Yeah, meet the person sitting next to you, right? Okay, fine.
That too.
Right. Norman.
Yeah, will we still be able to jump the turnstile?
Not if I could get you.
Well, facetiousness aside, and it's never too far aside with me, do you foresee that this will be easier or more difficult to beat the fare on the buses? I mean, with the rear door boarding that already occurs is problematic. And, you know, it just occurs to me, I don't know, I couldn't see the turnstile there too well. I don't know if mechanically you'll be able to get through it so quick, but do you think it'll be easier or harder to beat the fare?
Actually, it'll be exactly the same, dependent upon what enforcements we have in place. The turnstiles are not being replaced, so the exact same scenarios exist in the future that exist today. As far as old door boarding goes, dependent upon Eagle Team enforcement, you actually could have lower fare evasion. So that depends upon what level of enforcement we put behind it.
So you're dependent on human beings to...
Whenever you have old door boarding, you're allowing people to board basically on the honor system. It's not a proof of payment system. It's a system that depends on spot checking, and the spot checking determines the compliance. If you don't think you're going to be ever spot checked, you're probably not going to pay. So those are the things that you have to balance.
Thank you very much.
From a throughput point of view, will you have to line up your bank-issued card and/or MTA-issued card and/or phone exactly on target on that eye? And will this cause lines while people get it in the exact right position? How forgiving is that Wi-Fi?
So the NFC, Near Field Communication, has a specification to make every transaction within 500 milliseconds, which is a half a second. And we're actually testing the validators as just right now we're doing some preliminary testing. And one of the things we're looking at is the barcode. The barcode, a paper barcode, and that theoretically in the future might be it will be our solution for single ride tickets. So that's a very low volume, but nevertheless, it still has to have that same level, and they're tweaking the software right now to make certain that it hits that target. But the NFC stuff and the barcode displayed on a phone, They're already hitting that target.
Thanks.
The IEC report on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. My report for the Fair Payment System Project, NFPS, starts on page 53 of your CPOC book. NFPS project is on budget. Currently, there is a slight delay in some interim milestones, which in the opinion of IEC can be recovered. Therefore, project completion remains on schedule. As all other large and complex systems integration projects, there are risks of costs and schedule delays associated with this project. Through risk assessment workshops and meetings conducted by IEC with the project team and the stakeholders before and after the contract award, we identified the major risks to the project as well as mitigation strategies. IEC continues to meet with the project team on a regular basis and discuss and update risks, their status, and mitigation actions. Major risks are included in the report. One such risk is that the major credit card companies have not yet mandated in the United States that their member banks issue contactless credit debit cards with the required features for contactless transit fair payment. While it is believed that the credit card companies will eventually issue such cards, the project team will continue to discuss this issue with the major brands as well as other card issuers in the New York metro area. And we will be closely monitoring the progress and working with the team going forward. This concludes my report.
Thank you. Any questions for the IEC? Okay, there being none, we are now, Ronnie, the capital program status report.
Thank you. The commitment and completion report begins on page 56. As you know, this year the agencies plan on making 43 major commitments totaling $7.3 billion. Through May, the MTA made 14 major commitments, as well as committed 2.4 versus 2.9 billion. But by year end, the MTA forecast meeting or exceeding its 2018 commitments goal. In terms of completions, the agencies plan this year to complete 39 major programs, totaling $6.3 billion in completions. Through May, the MTA has achieved 3 major completions, and while 5 are delayed, they are still expected to be achieved this year. And through May, the agency has completed 1.1 billion versus 1.7 billion, but does forecast meeting or exceeding its completion goals this year. Thank you.
Don, the first quarter 18 traffic light reports.
Thank you. The Capital Core Program traffic light report begins on page 65. A total of 302 projects were reviewed in the first quarter, 69 in design, 233 in construction. Of those projects, 63% are designated green, 29% yellow, and 8 red. For each of the 25 core projects designated red, that's the 8%, the agencies prepared a report, a variance report stating the problem and the corrective action. The Capital Sandy Program traffic light report begins on page 98. A total of 88 projects were reviewed in the first quarter, 10 in design, 19 in post-design to construction, 59 in construction. Of the 88 projects, 74%, total of 65 were designated green, 18%, 16 were yellow, and 8%, 7 projects were designated red. And as with the core report, the 7 Sandy projects designated red are in the book, a variance report stating the problem and the corrective action. If there's no questions, I'll quickly move on to the quarterly capital change order report, which is in your book starting on page 113, and it's in your book for information purposes. This concludes those reports.
Are there any questions?
So it's wonderful news that next Sunday Clark Street Tube reopens on weekends. When is the Rutgers Tube work scheduled for? Do we have a date?
John's there.
Oh, right. Yeah, you wouldn't do them
And
together.
RC's next.
Yep.
Right, not together. Any further questions? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. See you all Wednesday morning, 9 a.m.